Lena leaned over the cluttered workstation, her sharp eyes following a shifting constellation on the holographic star map. Her finger traced the lines carefully, sensing an unsettling change in the familiar celestial patterns. Kale focused intently as he tightened bolts on his mechanical arm adjustment. Sparks briefly flickered, illuminating the faint scar above his left eyebrow, his stoic expression unwavering despite the growing urgency. Dr. Myerk stepped into the dimly lit lab, his gaze fixed on a machine pulsating with ethereal energy. The glow bathed his high-collared lab coat, his round spectacles reflecting the mysterious light. Suddenly, the ancient compass device strapped to Lena's wrist began to pulse erratically. Its shifting shadows cast an eerie glow on her weathered leather jacket as the light intensified and dimmed unpredictably. Outside the observatory, the sky distorted as a temporal anomaly twisted the stars into shimmering, unnatural patterns. The familiar nightscape warped, sending a chill through the crew within. Lena and Kale exchanged uneasy glances as a bright star blinked out on the star map in real time. Their synchronized watches ticked irregularly, echoing the growing instability. Myerk nervously examined fluctuating data on a holographic screen, illustrating rapid shifts in time and space stability. Lines of code and star charts flickered, mirroring their rising concern. Clutching the glowing compass, Lena watched as it projected fragmented images of unfamiliar locations. The device's erratic glow hinted at mysteries beyond their understanding. In the cramped quarters, the team debated heatedly, tension mounting as the anomalies corrupted their instruments. Voices overlapped, each aware that the stakes were climbing dangerously higher. Kale interfaced his mechanical arm with the compass, attempting to stabilize the chaotic signals. His brow furrowed with determination as sparks danced from the connection. Outside, the landscape vibrated subtly, a low hum permeating the air and unsettling the crew's nerves. Even the walls seemed to pulse in rhythm with the unseen disturbance. Without warning, a power surge caused the lab's lights to flicker wildly. Fleeting shadows moved unnaturally within the bursts of light, leaving an eerie impression on all present. Lena received a cryptic message on her wrist device, coordinates that shifted unpredictably, defying logic. The revelation deepened the mystery as she stared at the elusive numbers. Myerk's voice was grave as he warned of the impending meridian shift, a rare cosmic event with the power to alter reality itself. The weight of his words hung heavy in the sterile air. The crew prepared hastily to embark on a mission to the anomaly's epicenter, acutely aware that failure might disrupt time permanently. The atmosphere was thick with determination and unspoken fears. They boarded their sleek ship and launched toward the elusive coordinates, the compass glowing steadily to guide their path through the void. The ship's engines hummed with restrained power as stars blurred past. Approaching the anomaly, star maps warped visibly in the cockpit, and the ship's controls responded sluggishly. Lena's fingers danced over worn instruments as Kale kept steady despite the strain. Erratic spatial readings flickered on Lena's monitor, while Kale recalibrated the propulsion system under intense stress. The pressure of their task was evident in every precise movement. Suddenly, a blast wave from the anomaly rocked the ship violently, throwing the crew off balance. Equipment clattered and warning lights flashed, demanding immediate control adjustments. Myerk consulted the ancient compass, now glowing intensely and projecting complex star patterns swirling midair. The cryptic display hinted at turbulence far beyond their expectations. Through the ship's viewfinder appeared a visual loop of a distant celestial event, endlessly repeating with unsettling clarity. The scene blurred the line between present and past, deepening the crew's unease. Communication systems began failing intermittently, isolating the crew within the ship. Static and dead air replaced meaningful signals, raising tensions across the confined space. Lena spotted a flicker on the star map resembling a past event, possibly a memory or a warning. The team debated its cryptic meaning, uncertainty knitting furrowed brows. Ignoring warnings of space-time distortion, Kale attempted a risky maneuver to stabilize the ship's trajectory. His mechanical arm moved with precise urgency as the ship groaned under stress. The ship passed through a shimmering veil, and for a brief moment, the crew glimpsed alternate versions of themselves. The fleeting visions left them questioning reality as their synchronized watches ticked wildly out of sync. Dr. Meyerk's voice cut through the ship's low hum with a dire warning. Crossing the meridian threshold risked trapping them in a temporal feedback loop from which there was no escape. He emphasized that the ancient compass they relied upon might be their only safeguard. Lena exchanged a determined glance with Kale, knowing the stakes had just risen immensely. Suddenly, the holographic compass emitted a sharp, high-pitched tone that resonated through the ship's decks. The shifting star maps aligned perfectly for a brief moment, revealing a concealed path hidden within the cosmic tapestry. The corridor through time and space shimmered like an invitation and a perilous gamble. Lena gripped the controls tightly, steering the vessel through the unveiled course. Each moment brought surges of gravitational distortion, the ship straining against invisible pressures that threatened to tear them apart. Her eyes never left the glowing compass, its light flickering as the anomalies intensified. Without warning, alarms blared, systems began to fail one after another. Kale sprang into action, his mechanical arm whirring as he improvised repairs on the erratic conduits amid the fluctuating time streams. Shifts in gravity and time warped his perception, but he worked with relentless precision. The environment around them began to flicker wildly, alternating between the ship's current state and fleeting glimpses of past moments aboard the vessel. Lena caught ghostly images of their distant origin world, fragmented and ephemeral, like echoes trapped in a loop. This temporal dissonance unsettled them all, reminding them of the fragile boundary they now crossed. Meyerk studied the ancient compass intently, uncovering new data hidden within its quantum readings. He theorized it was resonating with quantum echoes left by explorers who had ventured here before, their temporal footprints embedded in the device's core. This revelation changed their understanding of the anomaly's depths. The crew gathered to debate their next move, torn between risking a temporal jump out of the anomaly's heart and the terrifying possibility of being erased entirely. Fear mingled with resolve. Any misstep could mean losing not just their lives, but their existence. The dilemma weighed heavily on every mind and soul aboard. As tension thickened, Lena's compass suddenly displayed an unfamiliar symbol, radiating a cool blue luminescence. This new glyph seemed to unlock additional data on the star map, revealing alternate routes and subtle shifts previously obscured. It was a clue, and perhaps a key, to navigating the chaotic currents ahead. Without warning, Kale vanished from view, leaving only an empty echo in the corridor. Moments later, he reappeared dazed, his memories fragmented and tinged with images from an alternate timeline of their journey. His brief absence cast a shadow of dread across the crew, signaling the anomaly's unpredictable reach. Meyerk assembled the fragmented clues and proposed a disturbing theory. The anomaly fractured time itself into parallel streams, each threatening to overwrite their singular reality. The fabric of their existence might be unraveling, replaced by alternate versions slipping into their world. This revelation heightened the urgency of their mission. The ship's interiors convulsed in impossible ways. Corridors bent and merged, walls twisted in fractal patterns that defied logic and physics. Stepping through doorways felt like traversing shifting gateways between moments, each more disorienting than the last. Lena clung tightly to the ancient compass as it projected a star map that began to stabilize amid the chaos. The shifting lines slowly formed a coherent path, signaling a tenuous safe route through the temporal labyrinth. With cautious hope, they prepared to follow the compass's new guidance. Kale's voice grew urgent as he warned them all. They needed to act fast before their identities started blending with alternate versions of themselves. The risk of losing one's sense of self became more than theory, it was a looming reality. Time was slipping away faster than they dared imagine. Synchronizing their irregularly ticking watches, the crew set a coordinated countdown to time their leap through the heart of the anomaly. Each second carried immense weight as they prepared for a maneuver that could either save them or condemn their existence. The tension was palpable, the silence before the storm absolute. An intense surge erupted, flinging the ship forward through a kaleidoscopic storm of temporal fragments. Past, present, and future flickered wildly in the vessel's hull, a dizzying swirl of moments collapsing and rebounding against the hull. Every fiber of the crew's being was tested, as reality itself seemed to fracture around them. Through the chaos, Myrick managed to stabilize a core device, harnessing the anomaly's restless energy into a controlled rift. The ship sagged under the power as the device pulled a steady stream of quantum force into the breach they sought to create. This fragile control was their best hope for escape. Gazing through the rift, the crew caught a glimpse of a future warped nearly beyond recognition, the world they knew altered and broken. Silent cities, strange skies, and unfamiliar stars haunted the vision, a warning of what might come if their mission failed. The weight of their task was written in those fleeting images. Resolute, Lena vowed to preserve their reality by recalibrating the compass, using it to reverse the anomaly's relentless corruption. She studied the device closely, deciphering subtle fluctuations and guiding the adjustment with careful precision. The path to salvation depended on her success. Kale readied the ship for the upcoming temporal burst, a critical surge of energy needed to close the rift safely. Every system was checked and reinforced, his mechanical arm humming as it prepared to deliver the final pulse. The crew steeled themselves for what was to come, trusting each other implicitly. As the crew initiated their plan, the anomaly reacted violently, thrashing unpredictably against their intervention. The ship trembled and groaned beneath the strain, the very fabric of space-time shuddering in resistance. They braced for impact, hearts pounding with both fear and determination. The ancient compass blazed white-hot, pouring radiant waves through the vessel's structure that rippled like sonic pulses. Its light illuminated every corner, combating the darkness of temporal distortion with fierce brilliance. This surge of power was both a beacon and a shield against the unfolding chaos. Time itself began to mend around them. The star maps ceased their erratic shifts, freezing into stable and familiar patterns once more. The pervasive sense of fracture lifted slowly, the corridor of uncertainty gradually solidifying into clarity. Relief began to replace the dread that had gripped the crew. Lena expertly maneuvered the ship through the anomaly's now calm heart, racing against the imminent collapse of overlapping timelines. Every star and coordinate aligned as they sailed through the fragile corridor, the compass guiding like a steadfast ancient guardian. Each second was a victory in preserving their reality. Myrick tracked the crew's vital signs against the backdrop of fading distortions, confirming the singular reality strand remained intact. His relief was tempered by cautious vigilance, knowing the anomaly's effects could still surprise them. The crew's unity and endurance had preserved more than just their lives, they had preserved existence itself. Kale activated the final pulse from his mechanical arm, a surge of energy designed to seal the rift once and for all. The ship vibrated as the breach closed, the infinite fracturing of time snapping back into a singular flow. Their ordeal was ending, though shadowed by mysteries yet unrevealed. The anomaly finally collapsed in on itself, disappearing like a fading shadow. Outside the observatory's viewport, the stars shimmered steadily, undisturbed for the first time in weeks. Lena's gaze fixed on the holographic compass resting on the table as its glow softened to a gentle pulse. The device's dim light signified that the chaotic flux of time had balanced once more. Kale and Dr. Myrick exchanged relieved glances, their synchronized watches clicking with steady, even ticks after the previous irregularities. The certainty of normal time flow reassured them both. Back inside the observatory, the star map displayed a stable cosmic skyline, familiar constellations locked in their usual positions. The shifting patterns had ceased, confirming the universe's calm return. The crew methodically logged their experiences in the ship's records, emphasizing the compass's crucial role as a temporal anchor throughout the ordeal. Its importance was undeniable for navigating time's fragile currents. Quietly and with care, Lena slid the compass into her jacket pocket, mindful of its power and the responsibility to protect it. The weight of guarding such a device settled on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Myrick studied a subtle residual temporal anomaly detected in his lab. Though minor and far less threatening, it served as a sober reminder of their vulnerability to time's unpredictable forces. Kale set to work upgrading the ship's systems, applying insights gained about temporal mechanics and anomaly stabilization. His mechanical arm adjusted tools with practiced precision as innovation took shape. Under a calm and steady night sky, the team shared a quiet moment of camaraderie, their bond fortified by the challenges they'd endured together. The stars above seemed to witness their renewed unity. Lena gazed thoughtfully at the constellations, aware that the universe still held countless mysteries beyond their reach. Yet, for now, time itself was theirs to guard, a precious frontier guarded by steadfast vigilance. Elena sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the rain tapping steadily against the window pane. Her fingers gently traced the contours of the vintage locket around her neck, the cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing unease in her chest. Navigating through the crowded streets, Marcus clutched his leather-bound notebook tightly, his eyes darting nervously between passers-by. The towering buildings felt oppressive, shadows stretching like silent watchers as he moved with purpose yet caution. In the sunlit park, Ava played quietly with her small handcrafted doll, her curls catching the golden light. She observed the pigeons fluttering nearby, a faint tension in her gaze that belied her innocent demeanor. A soft thud alerted Alina to a letter slipped under her door, the old seal instantly recognizable. Her expression shifted from curious anticipation to deep concern as she broke the wax and unfolded the aged paper inside. Inside a cluttered cafe, Marcus scribbled furiously into his notebook, each stroke urgent and deliberate. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. Elena hesitated at the entrance of a small antique shop, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch a cracked photograph resting on a dusty shelf. The image within stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease, the fractured glass symbolizing memories she struggled to piece together. In the park, Ava approached Elena cautiously, clutching her doll tightly as if seeking safety. Her eyes held a silent plea, a fragile bridge between their worlds amid the dappled sunlight. In a shadowy hallway, Marcus met briefly with the elderly Mr. Reynolds, exchanging a folded piece of paper with urgency. The dim light highlighted the weariness in Mr. Reynolds's silver hair and the weight behind their secretive interaction. Elena stood before a wall plastered with fragmented photographs and newspaper clippings, her gaze intense as she pieced together a complex puzzle. Each torn edge and overlapping image echoed the fractured past she was desperate to understand. Rain intensified as Elena walked along deserted streets, droplets streaking her face as fleeting memories flashed behind her eyes. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil rising within, each step heavy with unspoken questions. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked a drawer filled with old letters and faded maps. The worn papers seemed to whisper secrets, invitations to delve deeper into a tangled history. In a quiet room, Ava carefully painted a small symbol onto her doll, glancing nervously toward a distant figure watching from the shadows. The faint line between safety and danger grew more fragile by the moment. Elena's vintage locket clicked open, revealing a hidden photograph of a mysterious figure obscured by faded light. The image sent a ripple of recognition mixed with uncertainty through her heart. With hurried movements, Marcus scribbled a note before slipping it discreetly under Elena's apartment door. The rain masked his footsteps as he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Elena unfolded the note, realization dawning on her as the words echoed in the silent room. Across the street, a shadowy silhouette lingered, watching her every move under the relentless drizzle. In the quiet corners of a crowded library, Elena confronted Marcus, voices low but charged with tension. Secrets long buried began to surface, casting long shadows over their strained interaction. A flashback unfolded. Years earlier, Marcus and Elena shared a quiet moment bathed in soft light, their expressions tender yet tinged with an unspoken sorrow. The memory revealed the fragile threads of a broken bond that still haunted them. Panic gripped those who cared for Ava as she disappeared from the park without a trace. The sun seemed to dim, the vibrant life draining away with her sudden absence. Elena and Marcus searched frantically through rain-drenched alleyways, calling Ava's name into the cold, empty air. Each echo replied only with silence, deepening the growing dread between them. Mr. Reynolds appeared suddenly, his worn cane tapping softly as he warned Alina of dangers lurking unseen. He pressed a cryptic key into her hand, his eyes grave with unspoken truths. With shaking hands, Alina unlocked a hidden compartment inside her locket, discovering a worn photograph of Ava's family carefully folded within. The discovery linked their fates in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. By flickering candlelight, Marcus pored over his leather notebook, drawing meticulous connections between the lost girl and Alina's fragmented past. Each revelation pulled them deeper into a mystery few dared to confront. Hidden in an abandoned building, Ava clutched her doll tightly as footsteps drew closer, her breath shallow with fear. The shadows seemed to close in, the silence fractured only by the slow creak of the floor beneath approaching feet. Tempers flared as Alina and Marcus argued fiercely over trust, their shared history casting long, painful shadows. Muted earth tones surrounded them, the weight of unspoken betrayals thick in the air. A mysterious figure left a subtle clue at the park, a silent offer of alliance amidst the chaos. Alina and Marcus discovered it, their search steering toward unexpected allies as the rain began to soften once again. Rain cascades steadily over the city streets as Alina and Marcus weave through twisting alleys, their footsteps echoing softly. Streetlights flicker through the downpour, casting muted earth-toned glows on wet cobblestones as they follow a tenuous trail. Their coats pressed tight against the chill, the urgency in their expressions is only hinted at through fleeting close-ups of clasped hands and focused eyes. Near a locked, weather-worn door, Ava's small handcrafted doll lies abandoned, dampened by rain. The lock is adorned with an unfamiliar symbol, carved deep into the wood, its jagged lines catching droplets that slide down slowly. Alina crouches nearby, hesitant to reach out but compelled by the haunting stillness of the scene. Marcus frowns as a sudden memory surfaces, a phrase half forgotten that pulses with new meaning. He murmurs it aloud, words that once felt meaningless now revealing their connection to Ava's disappearance. The leather notebook at his side seems to hum with dormant significance as he clutches it tighter. Back in her silently lit apartment, Alina carefully moves a painting aside, revealing a faded map hidden behind it. The map is jagged at the edges, marked with cryptic symbols that tug at her memory's edge. Her fingers trace the marks with a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension, the vintage locket at her neck resting heavily against her chest. Mr. Reynolds, seated in a dim corner of a quiet room, leans on his cane as he begins to speak. His voice carries weight as he recounts fragments of a past filled with lost memories and obscured truths. His thick-rimmed glasses catch the low light, shadows deepening the lines of a face etched by time. Alina stands before a derelict building, the fading light making its cracked facade seem both menacing and familiar. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, a silent struggle with the choice to enter this place tethered to her family's hidden history. The rain has paused, leaving the air thick with anticipation and damp earth scents. Inside the building, Alina's eyes widen upon discovering scattered artifacts, aged photographs, worn letters, and personal items linking Ava's family to hers. Each piece deepens the mystery, weaving their histories into an intricate tapestry of secrets. Dust motes swirl in the shafts of fading sunlight, highlighting the quiet weight of revelation. Seated in a quiet corner, Marcus pores over his leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with scribbled notes and diagrams. His brow furrows as he deciphers patterns that bind recent events into a cohesive whole. The muted tones of the room mirror his intense focus, punctuated by the scratch of pen against paper. Unnoticed, Ava watches Alina and Marcus from a shadowed distance, clutching her doll tightly. Her eyes flicker between fear and hope, torn by the uncertainty of approaching trust. The muted dusk wraps around her, hiding her fragile presence from view. A beam of light catches Alina's vintage locket, its surface reflecting a hidden message visible only from a particular angle. She adjusts it carefully, mesmerized by the faint engravings that emerge and disappear with the shifting light. The locket's subtle glow links past and present in this intimate moment of discovery. A tense confrontation unfolds between Alina and a shadowy figure, voices low but charged with accusation. Layers of past betrayals ripple to the surface as secrets are thrust into the open amidst tight, focused shots of clenched fists and narrowed eyes. The rain begins anew outside, a symbolic backdrop to the emotional thunder within. Chaos erupts as Marcus sprints through narrow, rain-slicked streets, only to have his leather notebook snatched away in a swift, unseen motion. His outstretched hand grasps empty air as the thief disappears into the shadowed alleys, the loss weighing heavily. The damp earth muffles his frustrated breaths as rain blurs the scene. Determined, Alina battles the rising storm, her coat soaked and hair plastered as she retraces Marcus's path. The fierce wind and rain do little to deter her grit as she navigates the slippery streets to reclaim the stolen notebook. Close-ups reveal her unwavering eyes beneath the dripping hood, embodying her resolve. Ava's beloved doll lies damaged, torn cloth and missing stitches, symbolizing the fragility of their situation. The emotional stakes deepen as the doll's brokenness mirrors the tension and vulnerability enveloping the group. Rain trickles down its face, blurring the delicate features crafted with care. Under a brief clearing in the weather, Alina and Marcus confront their tensions, their expressions softening. They share a fragile reconciliation, forging a tentative alliance bound by their shared goal of saving Ava. The muted earth tones of the setting sun reflect a hopeful yet cautious new path. Guided by Mr. Reynolds's steady cane, the group embarks toward a forgotten location whispered about in old tales. The path is lined with overgrown vines and whispers of times past, the setting sun casting long shadows. His voice carries the weight of many years, imprinting urgency on their every step. Behind a locked door, Ava waits, relief washing over her face as Alina's locket fits perfectly into the aged lock. The gentle click echoes softly, a moment of release captured in close-up shots of hands and wide, hopeful eyes. The muted colors around them seem to brighten subtly, signaling a fragile victory. As the building begins to collapse around them, the group escapes amid falling debris, embodying the breaking of long-hidden secrets. Dust clouds swirl in the dim light, enveloping them as they sprint toward safety. The crumbling walls mirror the destruction of old pain and closing chapters. Alone in quiet reflection, Alina confronts her fragmented memories, embracing painful truths shaping her identity. Tears glint in her eyes as she holds the vintage locket close, understanding now the depths of her past. The subdued palette of earth tones reflects the somber yet necessary acceptance. Marcus places a steady hand on Alina's shoulder, promising protection for both her and Ava moving forward. Their destinies now intertwined, a quiet determination settles between them. The first hints of clear skies appear beyond the window, symbolizing fragile hope. Alina examines the recovered notebook carefully, uncovering a letter addressed to her, penned years ago. The words hint at concealed histories and warnings wrapped in metaphor, deepening the intrigue. The flickering candlelight throws dancing shadows over the faded handwriting, enhancing the mysterious aura. Marcus visits an old mentor in a cozy, book-lined study, seeking insight into the cryptic events. The mentor's calm explanations unveil perspectives that shift Marcus's understanding, shedding light on the tangled web they navigate. Muted earth-tone decor surrounds them, grounding the weighty conversation. Ava tentatively begins to open up, sharing fragmented memories that reveal surprising connections to Alina's past. Her voice is soft yet determined, weaving a delicate bridge between their histories. Close-ups focus on Ava's expressive eyes and the worn doll she still cradles. Together, Alina and Marcus uncover evidence suggesting a trusted figure's manipulation of their lives over many years. The revelation cuts deep, casting doubt on previous alliances and infusing their quest with new urgency. Shadows lengthen in the dimly lit room as they piece together the betrayal. The storm finally clears, sunlight breaking through heavy clouds and spilling golden warmth over the cityscape. This shift in weather mirrors a turning point in tone, signaling hope and the possibility of clarity amid chaos. Alina, Marcus, and Ava stand together, their silhouettes etched against the brightening horizon. Alina's trembling hands unfold the fragile letter, her eyes scanning words long concealed. The letter reveals the tangled history of betrayals that shattered their lives, stories stitched in shadows and silence. The muted daylight casts a fractured glow through a nearby broken window, reflecting the painful truth's ripple. Marcus faces the manipulator in a quiet, dimly lit room, leather notebook clutched tightly. Their confrontation is charged, raw emotions surfacing amid whispered accusations and trembling breaths. The rain taps softly against the window pane, mirroring the storm within them. In the soft afternoon light, Ava's doll is carefully restored, its delicate stitches mended with loving hands. The once worn and tattered companion now gleams gently, symbolizing newfound hope and the mending of fragile hearts. A close-up captures the doll, nestling peacefully in Ava's small hands. Elena stands beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, the air warm and calm as sunlight filters through leaves. This peaceful spot from her childhood offers a quiet solace, a refuge for reflection and renewal. Her vintage locket catches the light, a beacon of strength and closure. Marcus places the final copy of his article on a local newspaper's editorial desk, each word exposing the hidden corruption uncovered. The muted earth tones of the office reflect the gravity of his revelations, a testament to perseverance and truth. Outside, clouds part, allowing soft sunlight to spill in. Under a sky clear and bright with sunshine, Ava laughs freely, her joy pure and unrestrained. She runs across a sunlit garden, the restored doll clutched close as a symbol of healing. The scene is warm, filled with vibrant life and the promise of brighter days. Seated together on a worn bench, Elena, Marcus, and Ava share a quiet, tender moment. Their bond, strengthened through trials and shared truths, is palpable in the gentle gaze exchanged among them. Raindrops begin to fall lightly, washed away by the serenity of their connection. Mr. Reynolds stands by the window, a knowing smile softening his features as he watches the trio from afar. The weight of his own past lifts subtly, as if the final pieces have found their place in the broader mosaic. His cane rests forgotten beside him, the room filled with calm acceptance. The vintage locket gleams softly on the windowsill, bathed in golden light as dawn breaks gently over the city. Its delicate chain casts slender shadows that dance with the morning breeze, a silent guardian of memories once fractured. The scene is intimate, full of quiet hope and enduring love. Together, Elena, Marcus, and Ava walk down a sunlit path, their steps steady and hearts lightened by newfound hope. The muted earth tones of the world around them embrace the promise of a future rebuilt from fragments of yesterday. Their journey continues forward, united and unbroken. In the village of Aloria, where magic had long faded, a single ember glowed faintly beneath the old oak tree. Lena, a curious girl with bright eyes, discovered the ember one chilly evening while gathering firewood. The ember pulsed with a warmth that defied the autumn chill, whispering secrets of a forgotten world. She cupped it carefully, feeling a sudden surge of energy course through her veins. The trees around her shimmered, their outlines blurring into shapes of ancient power. Suddenly, a voice spoke softly, "You are the chosen, bearer of the last flame." Startled, Lena looked around, but saw no one, only the ember glowing brighter in her hands. Determined to understand, she sought the village elder, hoping for answers about the ember's origin. The elder's eyes widened as he saw the ember. This flame is the heart of Aloria's magic, lost for centuries. With it, we can restore life to our land. But the path is perilous and not without sacrifice, he warned. Lena nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. At dawn, she embarked on a journey beyond the village, following the ember's faint, glowing pulse. Through dense forests and misty valleys, the light led her to a hidden cavern, veiled in shimmering waves of energy. Inside, the air crackled with ancient power, the cavern walls inscribed with glowing runes. The ember's glow intensified as Lena approached an altar at the center, carved from crystalline stone. She placed the ember carefully on its surface, and a radiant light burst forth, flooding the cavern. Magic surged back into the world, revitalizing trees, streams, and creatures long thought lost. Lena felt a profound connection to the earth, her heart beating with newfound strength and hope. "The flame lives on through you," the gentle voice echoed once more, fading into the breeze. Returning to Aloria, Lena smiled as vibrant magic bloomed anew, her village alive with wonder once again. Norman decided to try baking bread. How hard can it be? He asked his cat Muffin. The internet promised him sourdough would be easy and rewarding. He mixed flour and water, forgetting a crucial ingredient, yeast. With a confident smile, he left the dough to ferment on the kitchen counter. 24 hours later, Norman checked. The dough looked as flat as a pancake. He Googled frantically, "Did I kill the yeast?" He wondered aloud. Determined, Norman bought live sourdough starter from a local bakery. He mixed the new starter, flour, and water, and with great ceremony, set the dough to rise again. This time, the dough grew, but so did a mysterious fuzzy blue spot. Is that mold or art? Norman mused, unsure if he should be proud or terrified. Deciding not to waste, he baked the bread anyway, expecting disaster. The kitchen filled with a pungent aroma that could clear a room. Norman's cat fled. The smoke alarm sang its shrill song. Still, Norman cut a slice and tasted cautiously. He said, face contorting. Maybe bread isn't my forte. But then the doorbell rang. His neighbor was there, holding a plate. You left the door open, she said. Our dog loved your bread. Norman laughed. Next time I'll bake something for humans, not canines. From then on, he stuck to cupcakes, which Muffin approved with less drama. Baking adventures are better with friends, Norman said, grinning as he offered a cupcake to his neighbor. Evelyn Drake arrived at Greystone Manor, her red scarf fluttering in the cold breeze as the silhouette of the clock tower loomed overhead. The air held a chill, mirroring the unease she felt about the recent strange happenings reported here. At the doorstep, Thomas Hale greeted her warmly, clutching a stack of old letters he'd found hidden within the manor's vast library. His sandy hair was tousled, and behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with curiosity about the manor's secrets. Inside the grand hall, the clock tower's hands eerily stood still at 3:15, casting long, distorted shadows over the peeling wallpaper stained by time. The dim, warm light was beginning to fade, tension creeping into the corners of the room. Evelyn studied a faded photograph showing a family posed beneath the very clock tower outside. Her sharp eyes noted a missing figure in the picture, deepening the mystery that hovered around the manor. Without a sound, Mr. Grayson appeared, clutching his silver pocket watch tightly. His weathered face drew serious as he offered a somber warning about the manor's troubled past, his voice barely above a whisper. In the study, Evelyn uncovered a locked diary, its cover etched with a strange symbol that matched the border framing the faded photograph. The red scarf brushed against the diary as Evelyn held it, a silent signal of discovery. Thomas proposed they search the manor's grounds for the diary's key as the wind began to howl, rattling the old window panes. Outside, the clock tower stood silhouetted against a darkening sky, its still hands mocking the passage of time. As they reached the garden, Leela Crane appeared from the shadows, her mischievous smile breaking the tension. She claimed to have heard faint whispers near the old oak tree, which stood twisted beneath the looming clock tower. The group gathered around the ancient roots of the tree, where Evelyn's fingers found a hidden compartment. Within it lay an old key, its metal cold and ominous as the clock tower's shadow stretched across the ground. Suddenly, inside the manor, the clock chimed 3:15 sharply, its sound echoing through the halls despite being frozen for decades. The sudden noise startled everyone, plunging the room into a shadowy stillness. Evelyn opened the diary with trembling hands, reading aloud a cryptic entry hinting at secrets concealed behind the manor's very walls. Her red scarf slipped slightly as each word deepened their collective unease. Footsteps echoed across the floorboards upstairs, but when the group raced to the hallway, it was empty, haunted only by their whispered guesses and flickering shadows. The cold light from the window cast eerie patterns along the worn floor. Thomas discovered a hidden passage behind a grand bookshelf, its entrance marked by the same mysterious symbol etched on the diary and photograph. Dust swirled in the dim light, the air thickening with anticipation as the clock tower loomed outside. Evelyn hesitated at the passage, debating whether to proceed while her red scarf snagged on a protruding rusty nail, tugging her back to the present moment. Her sharp eyes scanned the shadowed corridor beyond as tension tightened. Determined, they resolved to explore the passage together, each step causing the manor to seem alive, exhaling shadows that grew thicker around them. Outside, the clock tower stood dark, the setting sun casting long shadows through broken windows. Inside the narrow passage, faded portraits clung to the walls, their eyes seeming to follow every movement with silent judgment. The red scarf brushed past a portrait's glass, sending a shiver down Evelyn's spine. Without warning, a gust of cold wind extinguished their lanterns, plunging them into impenetrable darkness. Evelyn's hands trembled as she relit the lantern, the flickering flame fighting back the oppressive blackness. At the passage's end, a creaking door slowly opened to reveal a dust-laden room crowded with forgotten furniture and memories long buried. Faint light from their lanterns danced over the faded surfaces as the shadowy atmosphere thickened. Leela unfolded a torn journal page she discovered among the debris, reading aloud a tale of betrayal that had shattered the family decades before. The words hung heavy in the air, deepening the sense of something lurking within the manor's walls. A sudden creak beneath Thomas's foot revealed a trapdoor, its edges swallowed by dust and darkness, descending further underground. The manor seemed to hold its breath as they peered into the unknown below. They descended into a chamber, adorned with ancient symbols etched into stone, where a goblet stained dark with age rested at its center. The flickering lantern light threw unsettling shapes, echoing through the silent room beneath the manor. Again, Evelyn's red scarf caught on a rusty nail, pulling loose a hidden drawer embedded in the wall. Inside lay a mysterious locket, its metal tarnished but intact, glinting faintly in the dim light. The group debated whether to open the locket, its weight heavy with possibilities. Inside, a miniature portrait bore a striking resemblance to the missing figure in the old photograph, suggesting hidden ties and unresolved secrets. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the underground chamber, extinguishing their lantern once more. Faint, indistinct whispers echoed off the stone, sending a chill through their bones as shadows danced on the walls. Thomas called out into the darkness, but only silence answered back. Fear mounted as the group pressed onward, each step weighed down by the manor's thickening tension and the unknown waiting ahead. Mr. Grayson's weathered face turned solemn as he confessed that he had known the manor's secrets all his life, but the weight of what might lie ahead filled him with dread. The silver pocket watch in his hand ticked softly, marking the uneasy moment, as if time itself hesitated alongside them. Evelyn tightened her red scarf around her neck, her eyes fierce with determination. "We can't turn back now," she insisted, driven by a need to uncover the truth hidden beneath Greystone Manor, no matter the cost. The group's flashlight beams landed on a wall inscribed with a cryptic poem, the faded letters hinting at a hidden treasure and a broken promise that haunted the manor's history. Shadows danced across the aged stone, adding a chilling weight to the verse. A creeping unease settled over them as they realized the treasure was connected not just to wealth, but to the manor's troubled past and the unrest still rippling through its halls. The shadows seemed deeper now, as if the manor itself was warning them away. Suddenly, a noise rustled in the shadows, sharp and fleeting. Heartbeats quickening, they made the tense decision to split up, each searching for clues, apprehension growing heavier with every quiet footstep. Evelyn's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something familiar beneath peeling wallpaper, an old family crest bearing the same emblem as the locked diary. Her red scarf brushed against the wall as she traced the faded emblem, a symbol connecting past and present. Meanwhile, Thomas's fingers uncovered a secret compartment hidden in the floorboards. Inside lay a blood-stained letter addressed simply to E, its ink blurred but the urgency unmistakable, sending a chill through the room. A startled voice called out, and Leela rejoined the group with wide eyes, claiming she had seen a fleeting shadow vanish down the dimly lit hall. Her mischievous smile faded, replaced by an ominous tension that warned they were not alone. Regrouping, the four pieced together their discoveries, the clues suggesting that the missing figure had been silenced in a tragic act tied deeply to the manor's secrets. The weight of that silence pressed down on them all. Mr. Grayson led them to the manor's clock tower, revealing it had stopped exactly at the hour the betrayal took place, time frozen at that moment of profound upheaval. The silver pocket watch in his hand seemed to echo the stillness, marking a moment suspended in history. They rushed towards the tower, but the manor's walls felt alive, closing in as an unseen force barred their path. Shadows lengthened and shifted, turning the familiar home into a confining labyrinth of fear and resistance. Evelyn's red scarf snagged on a rusted hinge, and with a tug, the clock's hands trembled and began to move again. The slow turning of time seemed to unlock something deeper within the manor's heart as the mechanism groaned to life. As the clock struck 3:15, a concealed door creaked open at the base of the tower, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling upwards into darkness. The faint glow from their torches revealed dust motes dancing like spirits in the cool air. Carefully ascending, they reached a chamber filled with family relics and an ancient journal, the room suffused with a warm golden light contrasting the manor's usual shadowy gloom. Each object held whispers of a forgotten legacy. Evelyn opened the journal and read aloud a confession detailing a misunderstood sacrifice made to protect the manor's legacy from ruin. The words painted a complex picture that challenged everything they had assumed about the past. Suddenly, the chamber's light dimmed until only shadows remained, and an indistinct figure materialized, softly calling Evelyn's name. The apparition's presence was both unsettling and tender, as if begging for understanding. The ghostly figure gestured toward the journal before fading away, urging them to grasp the truth within its pages before it vanished into the depths of memory. The silence left behind was heavy with unspoken revelations. Thomas focused on the last journal entry and deciphered that the betrayal had been a painful necessity, a choice made to save those within the manor from a darker fate. The harsh truth settled among them like a fragile truce between past and present. The group, relieved yet contemplative, agreed to honor those sacrifices by preserving the manor's history rather than seeking retribution. They prepared to leave the tower, carrying with them a new understanding forged in shadows and light. Outside the chamber, the atmosphere had lightened, the once oppressive tension giving way to faint hope, though shadows lingered, reminding them that some secrets remained veiled beneath Greystone Manor's ancient stones. Descending the spiral stairs, Evelyn clutched a locket she had found earlier, now warm to her touch as if infused with the manor's lingering spirit. Her red scarf fluttered softly, a symbol of their ongoing connection to the house's hidden past. Back in the grand hall, the clock tower's hands now ticked steadily, marking the passage of time as the manor seemed to exhale a breath long held. The steady rhythm echoed a turning point, a present moving forward from a shadowed past. Mr. Grayson expressed heartfelt gratitude to Evelyn and her friends, revealing that the manor's legacy was now safe in their hands. The silver pocket watch gleamed faintly, a silent seal binding them to the manor's history and future. Leela discovered a hidden box tucked beneath the grand hall's floorboards, containing letters of reconciliation that bridged the fractured family history. The mischief returned to her smile, touched now with the weight of healing and hope. Together, they stepped out of Greystone Manor, the dawn casting warm sunlight over the once shadowed estate. As the clock tower chimed softly behind them, their footsteps carried the promise of new beginnings beyond the lingering shadows. Weeks later, Evelyn carefully unveiled the restored portrait in the manor's gallery. The missing figure, once obscured by time, finally appeared reunited with their family, completing the haunting image. Draped in her signature red scarf, Evelyn's eyes gleamed with quiet triumph as the room filled with warm light. Visitors arrived steadily, drawn by the story Evelyn shared with heartfelt passion and care. Each person lingered to hear the tales woven into the manor's walls, their curiosity kindled by the vibrant history now alive. Outside, the clock tower stood tall against a shifting dusky sky, sentinel to the new chapter unfolding. Thomas published an article that gracefully captured the mystery and its resolved secrets. His words painted a tale of redemption and hope, echoing through the town and beyond. His sandy hair catching the soft glow of his desk lamp, Thomas smiled, proud of the narrative they had brought to light. Inspired by their adventure, Leela founded a local history club with enthusiasm and a mischievous smile. Her braided hair catching the afternoon sun, she eagerly encouraged others to uncover untold stories buried in the town's past. The club meetings became vibrant gatherings where curiosity and friendship blossomed. The silver pocket watch, gleaming against the reception's polished wood, found a place of honor within the manor. It became a silent symbol of time and memory, its steady ticking marking moments both significant and serene. Visitors admired it, often pausing to reflect on its quiet presence. Evelyn's red scarf transformed into a badge of courage among the townsfolk, symbolizing their shared journey through shadows into light. The vibrant fabric appeared at community events and quiet moments alike, a rallying emblem of resilience. Its color stood vivid against the backdrop of healing and renewal. One evening, Evelyn stood beneath the manor's imposing clock tower, the shadows lengthening around her. The air pulsed with the convergence of past and present, the steady ticking echoing in her ears. Wrapped tight in her red scarf, she felt the weight and warmth of the journey thus far. A soft breeze stirred unexpectedly, lifting her scarf gently as if whispering a quiet thanks for the peace restored. The manor seemed to breathe around her, alive with a calm that had once eluded its halls. The shadowy light softened, embracing the night with a tranquil grace. Greystone Manor transformed from a place of lingering shadows to a beacon of stories, connection, and healing. Its walls, once heavy with silence, now hummed with laughter and shared memories. The clock tower, always watching, cast steady time over lives renewed and histories embraced. Evelyn smiled subtly beneath the watchful clock, knowing some mysteries endure beyond resolutions. These lingering echoes inspired those who chose to listen, weaving new tales beneath the ticking hands. The red scarf fluttered gently, a symbol of enduring hope and untold stories yet to come. The city skyline stretches beneath a veil of night, its lights flickering like distant stars. Maya stands by her apartment window, her sharp eyes fixed on a television screen broadcasting updates about a chilling missing person case. A sudden knock breaks the silence, and Maya cautiously opens the door to find a plain envelope waiting. Inside, a torn photograph shows her with someone unfamiliar, igniting a spark of unease deep within her. In her cluttered apartment, Maya studies the torn photograph intently, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against Ava's silver bracelet clasped around her wrist. The image raises more questions than answers, twisting the knot of her thoughts tighter. Far away in a shadowed alley, Leo steps out, leather jacket pulled tight as he speaks quietly on a burner phone. His tense features and guarded tone betray a man burdened with secrets too heavy to share. A flashback reveals Maya and Leo in a dim cafe, voices raised in a heated argument about trust. The room's muted light and their fierce expressions reflect a fractured relationship struggling to survive. On a rooftop gym bathed in the faint glow of the city, Ava's silver bracelet glints as she throws relentless punches. Her athletic form moves with determined purpose, each strike echoing unspoken resolve. In a stark office space, Elias peers intently at grainy security footage, his round glasses catching the pale light. His eyes narrow on a figure clad in a leather jacket, the tension in his stern face growing more palpable. The crowded marketplace hums with life as Maya leans close to Ava, whispering urgently about a clandestine alliance. Amid the noise, their words carry the weight of fragile trust built on shared secrets. On a rain-slick sidewalk, shards of shattered glass lie scattered. Maya steps carefully over the fragments, the broken pieces a silent reflection of the fractured loyalties entwining their fates. Hidden in the shadows, Leo watches Maya with narrowed, calculating eyes. His leather jacket shifts slightly in the dim light, signaling readiness for what might come next. Determined, Maya traces the torn photograph's origins to an abandoned warehouse at the city's outskirts. The building looms like a silent witness to truths yet uncovered, its darkness inviting danger. In a secluded corner, Ava retrieves a small flash drive from a concealed dead drop. Her glances around are swift and nervous, the silver bracelet flashing briefly as tension coils tightly around her. Elias confronts Leo in a quiet bar, their conversation thick with unresolved grievances. The air between them is charged, every word heavy with past betrayals and unspoken threats. Maya grips an old rotary phone, the soft ticking of a clock growing louder in the background. Her whispered words carry urgency, time slipping away as shadows deepen around her. Suddenly, an explosion erupts at the warehouse Maya had been investigating, flames licking the night sky. The blast shatters the calm, echoing like a frantic heartbeat through the city streets. Leo escapes the fiery chaos, clutching his leather jacket tightly, disappearing into the darkness with practiced agility. The night swallows him whole, leaving only questions in his wake. Maya tends to minor burns, her determination hardening as she stares into the unfolding mystery. Pain sharpens her resolve. She vows to uncover the truth no matter the cost. Back in her apartment, Ava's silver bracelet catches a stray beam of light as she opens a locked briefcase silently. Inside lies secrets that could unravel everything they thought they knew. Under the cold glow of a desk lamp, Elias studies a fragment of the torn photograph through his magnifying glass. His expression darkens as pieces of a larger, more sinister puzzle begin to fit together. Meyer and Ava move stealthily through a government building under cover of night, their senses heightened. Every shadow seems alive, every step carries the weight of potential exposure. Leo's voice is low and urgent as he speaks into a burner phone, mentioning the lost files. Each whispered word pulls him deeper into the web of hidden agendas. The camera focuses on a ticking clock striking midnight, shadows creeping slowly across its face. The relentless passage of time presses on, amplifying the growing urgency of their mission. At an office computer, Meyer uncovers an encrypted folder titled Project Shard. Her fingers hesitate over the keyboard, aware that opening it might change everything. Trapped behind sliding metal doors, Ava works desperately to unlock them, the silver bracelet gleaming faintly in the confined space. The ticking clock reverberates, mirroring the pounding in her chest. In a narrow alley, Leo battles two attackers with swift, precise moves, his leather jacket twisting as he strikes. Each moment is a dangerous dance, survival hinging on perfect timing and relentless determination. Maya's fingers flew over her keyboard, the encrypted files slowly unraveling under her sharp gaze. A hidden connection emerged. Elias was entangled in the conspiracy more deeply than anyone had suspected. The weight of this revelation pressed down as the ticking clock echoed in the background, urging her onward. In the dead of night, Elias slipped into a secure vault, his face set in determined concentration. He retrieved a locked box etched with a shattered glass emblem, the symbol of fractured trust. His movements were precise, betraying no hint of the storm about to break loose. Ava lunged towards the exit just as alarms erupted, the wailing sirens slicing through the dim corridors. Her silver bracelet caught the light as she sprinted, every heartbeat synchronized with the urgent ticking sound nearby. She vanished into the shadowed maze, a ghost fleeing imminent capture. On a rain-slicked rooftop, Meyer and Leo came face to face, tension radiating between them like static electricity. Words were scarce, their silence heavy with suspicion and reluctant acceptance. After a brief pause, their eyes locked, forging an uneasy alliance under the bleak city skies. They huddled around a flickering screen, watching security footage reveal Ava's secret meeting with a shadowy figure in broad daylight. The scene contrasted sharply with the urban darkness surrounding them, heightening the stakes. Unseen threads of betrayal began to weave tighter between them all. Maya grabbed a city map, her pen strafing across it as she marked several key locations tied to Project Shard. Each mark a clue, a puzzle piece of a sinister plot that stretched through the city's veins. The ticking clock again underscored the mounting urgency surrounding their discovery. Leo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hidden tattoo of a broken clock etched onto his wrist. The shattered timepiece symbolized all he had lost and the precious time slipping away. It was a quiet confession beneath the constant metallic sheen of his leather jacket. In a luxurious penthouse bathed in cool shadows, Ava confronted Elias, her fingers gripping her silver bracelet tightly. Her voice cracked with a mix of anger and desperation as she demanded answers. Elias's eyes, behind round glasses, remained unflinching, calculating every word to deflect her charge. Suddenly, the city plunged into darkness as a power outage swept across the skyline. Sirens blared in the distance, a chaotic symphony that meshed with the urgent ticking in the background. The abrupt night deepened the mystery and unsettled everyone caught in its grip. Maya slipped into a crowded nightclub, her gaze sharp as she scanned the chaotic scene for a coded message hidden in plain sight. The pulsing lights cast fractured shadows reminiscent of shattered glass, mirroring the broken trust she sought to mend. Every minute counted as the clock ticked relentlessly on. Beneath the nightclub, Leo expertly picked the lock to a secret door, revealing a dimly lit passage that smelled of secrets long concealed. The narrow corridor whispered echoes of untold betrayals and silent alliances. Leo's steady breathing barely disturbed the fragile calm as he led the way onward. Ava traced a trail of torn photographs, each fragment fluttering like a ghost of the past, leading her to an underground storage facility. The place was cloaked in eerie stillness, shadows dancing across the cold walls like shattered reflections. Her silver bracelet felt heavier, charged with the weight of discovery. From a distance, Elias observed with a stern face partly obscured by shadows, his eyes sharp and relentless. Every move on the chessboard was calculated, the ticking clock matching the rhythm of his ruthless mind. He waited patiently, a predator concealed within the urban darkness. Inside the facility, Meyer and Leo discovered a sprawling wall covered in photographs connected by taut strings. Names, places, dates, all tied together in a sprawling web revealing the breadth of the conspiracy. The sight was overwhelming, but clarity gleamed through the chaos under the low, flickering light. Ava's fingers found a hidden key embedded within her silver bracelet, twisting it to reveal a secret compartment. The revelation was both shocking and empowering, a symbol of secrets kept close at hand. The ticking clock outside seemed to pause in reverence to this newfound treasure. Suddenly, guards burst through the door, and chaos exploded into a frantic chase through narrow, labyrinthine corridors. Hearts pounded in time with the ticking clock as Maya, Ava, and Leo darted through the shadows. Every step was weighed by desperation, and the shimmer of shattered trust trailing behind them. Maya fumbled for a flare, igniting it to throw a sudden burst of light into the darkness. The corridor flickered in fiery oranges and reds, temporarily blinding their pursuers. The flare's glow reflected off broken glass shards scattered across the floor, illuminating their narrow escape route. At a crucial junction, Leo barred the doorway with his body, turning back the onrushing guards. His sacrifice bought precious seconds, the steady ticking in the background echoing his fading heartbeat. Meyer and Ava hesitated only briefly before racing toward their helicopter escape. Meyer and Ava reached a rooftop where a helicopter waited, its windows fractured like broken glass reflecting the city's neon veins. The hum of the rotors mixed with the relentless ticking, underscoring the urgency of their flight. Behind them, the city lay fractured, but not yet defeated. From their aerial vantage point, Maya spotted Elias below, furiously coordinating a final move on his digital tablet. His posture radiated cold intensity, timed perfectly with the accelerating tick of the clock. The last act of the conspiracy was about to unfold under the dim urban glow. Maya's hand trembled as she called Leo's phone, the faint ringing audible through twisted debris below. Hope flickered amid despair. He might still be trapped but alive. The ticking clock seemed to slow in that fragile moment of suspense. Using the bracelet's hidden key, Ava activated a secret safe embedded in the rooftop wall, revealing critical evidence buried within. Papers and small devices spilled out, each piece a testament to the dangerous truths they'd unearthed. The ticking clock tightened the noose around their pursuers. Elias sat before multiple screens, preparing to upload classified data to an unknown recipient. The intensity of the ticking clock grew deafening, each second dragging the city closer to disaster. His fingers danced across the keyboard with ruthless purpose. Maya's fingers flew across her laptop, hacking into Elias's system remotely, a desperate attempt to intercept the dangerous transmission. The digital battle unfolded against a backdrop of relentless ticking and fractured trust. Failure was not an option. Too much depended on her success. Ava's sharp eyes decoded a complex cipher, revealing the location of a hidden bunker beneath the city. This underground refuge held secrets vital to exposing the conspiracy's core. With the ticking clock echoing faintly, the trio prepared for their final descent into darkness. Meyer and Ava moved silently through the dim corridors of the bunker, the flickering screens casting erratic shadows on their faces. Ahead, Elias stood framed by the glow of a control panel, his stern gaze unflinching as they approached. The urgency of the ticking clock echoed softly, pressing upon their nerves as they prepared for confrontation. Elias's voice was calm, but edged with desperation, as he confessed the truth behind the conspiracy. Controlling information was never about power alone. It was a means to prevent chaos, born from fear of losing control over a world spiraling into uncertainty. His motives were complicated, rooted in a hope to preserve order amidst mounting threats. Suddenly, Leo appeared, his leather jacket torn and smeared with grime but unmistakably present. With practiced efficiency, he disabled the nearby security systems, the screens flickering into darkness and giving Maya and Ava the advantage they needed. His battered but alive presence reignited their resolve in the dim bunker's oppressive air. Maya held up the torn photograph, fragments of past ties aching between them. She confronted Elias with the painful revelation, a betrayal intertwined not just with their mission, but with their shared histories. The broken image mirrored the fractured trust that had driven them to this moment. Silence hung thick as the standoff stretched on, tension crackling like static around them. Then, without warning, the bunker's ceiling groaned and collapsed, debris and dust engulfing the space in a sudden chaos. The ticking clock's rhythm intensified, marking the terrifying urgency of their escape. Shards of glass shattered around them, glinting ominously as they navigated the crumbling bunker. The relentless ticking grew louder, a visceral reminder of the fleeting time to flee the collapsing stronghold. Every step was a struggle against falling debris and the threat of entrapment. Outside, the first light of dawn painted the city skyline with hues of orange and pink. Their silhouettes stood together, framed against the awakening world, breathing deeply as the night's trials receded. The urban backdrop glimmered in the new day, offering a fragile promise of renewal. Meyer and Leo exchanged a glance, the weight of their fractured loyalties dissolving in the shared trials they had endured. Words were unnecessary as understanding passed silently between them, mending old wounds with tentative hope. Their alliance was reforged, stronger and more genuine than before. Ava's hand tightened around her silver bracelet, the cool metal grounding her amid uncertain futures. Her eyes scanned the horizon, reflective and cautious, but carrying a spark of hope. The bracelet, once just an accessory, now symbolized resilience and the unbroken spirit of their group. In the final moment, shards of broken glass caught the rising sun's light, scattering reflections across the bustling streets. The protagonists melted into the city's flow, their past struggles etched in fractures, but overshadowed by newly forged alliances. The dawn marked not just an end, but a beginning carved from shattered trust and reclaimed loyalties. The train was nearly empty when Alina boarded at dusk, the dim lights flickering overhead. She slid into the last car, noticing an old man sitting alone, staring out the window without blinking. Curious, she sat opposite him, catching a faint scent of jasmine and something metallic. Suddenly, the train jerked violently and the lights went out, plunging the car into darkness. When the lights returned, the old man was gone, leaving behind only a small, folded note on the seat. Alina unfolded it carefully. The words read, "Find the shadow at the next stop." A chill ran down her spine as the train slowed to a stop at an unfamiliar station, bathed in mist. Stepping onto the platform, she saw a figure cloaked in black waiting under the pale lamplight. "You're early," the figure whispered, voice carrying a strange urgency. He handed her a key and said, "This unlocks secrets that were meant to be forgotten." Alina felt the key's cold weight in her palm as the figure melted into the fog. Back on the train, she found the old man's briefcase left open, revealing a battered leather journal. Inside, cryptic sketches and coded messages hinted at a hidden compartment beneath the train. Driven by curiosity, Alina crawled under the carriage and discovered a small metal box, locked tight. Using the key, she opened it to find a collection of ancient letters, revealing a decades-old betrayal. A sense of relief washed over her as the mystery unraveled. The old man had been protecting these truths. As the train rolled onward, Alina placed the letters safely in her bag, resolved to bring the story to light. The final verse in the journal read, "Truth rides the rails, unseen but never gone." Alina looked out the window, the horizon glowing with the promise of a new day. With a quiet smile, she whispered to herself, "Some passengers leave more than footprints behind." The device blinked softly in the dim light, its screen flickering with an indecipherable code. Lena's fingers hovered over the console, heart racing. The last transmission from Earth's lost colony was captured in those symbols. Across the barren wasteland, the wind whispered secrets of what had gone wrong centuries ago. "If this works," Lena murmured, "we'll know the truth." She initiated the sequence. Suddenly, a holographic projection burst to life, swirling with images of a fading world and desperate voices. The voices told tales of isolation, strange mutations, and a breakthrough that promised salvation but vanished before fruition. Lena's eyes widened as she pieced together the story. A desperate experiment to communicate beyond the known universe had backfired. The projection shifted, showing a figure reaching outward, enveloped in luminous energy before disappearing entirely. Each image conveyed not just loss but a warning, a puzzle that begged to be solved. Determined, Lena adjusted the device's settings, aiming to send a response through the temporal rift the colony had opened. The machine hummed louder, the air charged with anticipation as she sent a plea for connection and understanding. Suddenly, a reply flickered back, clearer this time, a message of hope and reconciliation from the echoes of the past. Lena smiled softly, feeling the weight of isolation begin to lift. She realized the colony's fate was no longer lost, but part of a larger dialogue woven through time and space. The device quieted, the holograms fading into gentle light as if saying goodbye. Outside, the barren wasteland seemed less empty, filled now with possibility and unseen life. "We're not alone," Lena said, voice steady, "and maybe, just maybe, we never were." Packing up the device, she felt an unfamiliar warmth, a connection bridging centuries and stars. As she prepared to return to the main base, Lena glanced once more at the horizon, where the first faint signals of dawn began to glow. With newfound hope, she stepped forward, ready to share the echoes that would change humanity's story forever. In the heart of Riverton, an old bank stood untouched for decades, its vault rumored to hold secrets worth millions. Mara, a sharp and fearless planner, gathered a small team for one last job before vanishing for good. "This isn't about money," Mara said, eyes gleaming. "It's about the truth locked inside that vault." The team studied blueprints and security shifts, memorizing every detail with laser focus. On a foggy Friday night, they slipped through shadows into the building, their movements synchronized like a well-rehearsed dance. Inside, alarms and cameras seemed dormant, almost welcoming their presence. Reaching the vault door, Ethan, the tech expert, disabled the electronic lock with practiced ease. With a heavy click, the massive door creaked open, revealing a dusty chest and an old, tarnished ledger. Mara brushed off the dust, flipping through pages filled with names, dates, and unimaginable secrets. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The bank manager was making his nightly rounds early. "Time to go," Mara whispered, slipping the ledger into a satchel. They retraced their steps, heartbeats pounding, until fresh air greeted them outside. Under the streetlights, they spread out the ledger's contents, revealing records of corruption hidden for years. "This will bring down the corrupt," Mara smiled. "Not a payday, but justice is worth more." The team parted ways, each knowing their lives had changed forever. News stations buzzed the next day as evidence surfaced, shaking Riverton to its core. Mara watched the chaos unfold from a cafe, her mission complete. The thrill of the heist was nothing compared to the satisfaction of unveiling truth. "Not all treasures are gold," she mused, sipping her coffee. And so, under the fading city lights, she disappeared, leaving behind a restless city and a story untold. The rain hammered down, painting the city in streaks of silver and shadow. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette beneath the flickering street lamp, eyes scanning the wet cobblestones. He'd been called to the alley at midnight, another whisper of trouble in a town that never slept. A woman's scream had cut through the damp night earlier, trailing off like a ghostly melody. Now, Marlowe crouched beside a crumpled figure, pale and trembling beneath the garbage bins. "You saw something," he said softly, fingers brushing loose strands of hair from her face. Her eyes flickered with fear, but she nodded. "They come when the clock strikes one." He checked his watch, 12:55. Time was running thin, and the city held its breath. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadowed end of the alley, slow and deliberate. Marlowe pressed his back against the wet brick, heart hammering under the rain's rhythm. A figure stepped forward, coat collar up, face obscured beneath a fedora. "Looking for trouble, detective." The voice was low, a rasp of menace and challenge. Marlowe cracked a half-smile. "Only the kind that sells in the city." The stranger lunged, a flash of steel glinting in the dim light. Instinct took over. Marlowe twisted, grabbing the attacker's wrist, forcing the knife away. They tumbled, rain mixing with grit and desperation. A flicker of recognition crossed Marlowe's mind, the scar beneath the stranger's eye. "Back off, Kane," Marlowe growled, pushing him against the wall. Kane sneered, then vanished into the labyrinth of alleys, leaving a promise and a warning. Marlowe lit a fresh cigarette, watching the smoke curl upward. The city never sleeps, and neither do its secrets. Ilara awakens just before dawn in her quiet village, clutching her silver pendant nervously as a strange, swirling mist snakes along the valley below. The air feels heavy, almost charged, and the usual morning stillness carries an unsettling edge. Stepping outside, she joins villagers busily preparing for the annual harvest festival. Yet whispers ripple through the crowd, their voices laced with unease about the mist's ominous arrival and what it might portend for the season ahead. Suddenly, Kale appears among the villagers, his dark, curly hair tousled from travel. Beneath his rolled sleeve, the mysterious tattoo on his wrist glows faintly, drawing curious and wary glances from those nearby. Alara approaches Kale, her piercing green eyes locked onto the glowing mark. She demands answers, suspecting he knows far more about the mist and its dangers than he admits. At the village's edge, a figure emerges, the veiled seer, cloaked in shimmering azure robes. Her face remains partially hidden as she glances toward the mist before vanishing silently back into its swirling depths. Fear takes root as villagers begin falling ill without explanation. One collapses amidst the bustling marketplace, sparking panic and confusion. The mist seems to thicken around those affected, as if feeding on their plight. Alara clutches her silver pendant, which tingles against her palm. A faint connection stirs inside her, linking the pendant's energy to both the spreading illness and the encroaching mist enveloping the village. Kale confesses he journeyed to seek the veiled seer, hoping to understand the mist's true nature. Yet he hesitates, unwilling to reveal the full scope of what he learned, casting doubt on his trustworthiness. Night descends with unsettling sounds, whispers and shifting shadows that crawl alongside the thickening mist, wrapping the village in ghostly veils. The air chills, and unseen eyes seem to watch from within the haze. Resolved and unyielding, Alara decides she must venture into the mist alone to find the veiled seer and unlock the secrets hidden beneath the veil. Her heart pounds with determination as she prepares for the unknown. While packing, Alara notices Kale watching silently from the doorway. His expression unreadable, yet the glow of his tattoo suggests he contemplates following her into the perilous mist. A mysterious symbol glows faintly on Alara's silver pendant, pulsing in time with the swirling mist outside their homes. The rhythm feels alive, as if the mist itself breathes beside them, warning and beckoning. The village elder confronts Alara, issuing grave warnings about the dire consequences if they tamper with the veil. But the growing menace and urgency leave little room for caution or hesitation. As dawn breaks, Alara silently slips away from the village, stepping boldly into the swirling, hallowed mist. The world around her shifts as the mist envelopes her, the familiar colors of her clothing deepening in tone with resolve. Kale follows her trail, his tattoo on his wrist glowing brighter as he approaches the mist-cloaked forest. The glow intensifies with each step, signaling the rising presence of supernatural energy. Within the mist, Alara is engulfed by shifting shadows that whisper cryptic warnings and riddles. The eerie voices toy with her mind, testing her courage and determination at every turn. Her silver pendant begins to glow softly, illuminating hidden paths and spectral images of past travelers caught within the mist's eternal grasp. These visions offer clues, but also deepen the enigma surrounding the veiled seer. Meanwhile, Kale confronts illusions crafted to undermine his resolve. As darkness presses in, his tattoo pulses rhythmically, forming an unseen protective barrier against the encroaching shadows. They reunite briefly amidst the swirling haze, sharing fragmented clues about the veiled seer's intentions and the mist's formidable power. Yet mistrust lingers, their clothing hues subtly shifting as uncertainty colors their alliance. Suddenly, the mist warps violently, separating Alara and Kale and plunging each into personal trials. The swirling veil becomes an imprisoning labyrinth, testing their resolve and deepest fears. Alara faces harrowing visions of her deepest insecurities and loss. Her pendant's glow dims, but stubbornly resists fading completely. She steels herself, drawing on inner strength to withstand the spectral torment. Kale battles relentless shadow creatures that claw at his defenses. His tattoo flares with an intense blue light, granting bursts of strength as he fights to survive the relentless onslaught. In a hidden clearing, Alara discovers the veiled seer's glowing hourglass, resting reverently atop a pedestal shrouded in the swirling mist. The artifact emanates a powerful energy that seems to bind the realms together. Approaching cautiously, Elara senses the hourglass controls the delicate balance between worlds. The mist pulses in response, alive and watching as the seer's pact weighs heavy over the fragile veil. Flashbacks reveal the veiled seer's ancient history, a solemn pact made eons ago to guard the veil between realms. Her burden is immense, safeguarding the veil's secrets even as darker forces seek to unravel the balance. Kale approached a door emanating ethereal light, unlike any tangible barrier he had seen before. As his tattoo began to glow fiercely, a burst of energy surged forth, unlocking the door with a resonant hum. Beyond it, an otherworldly passage beckoned, thick with swirling mist that danced like restless spirits. Elara delved deeper into the secrets of the mist, realizing it was no mere fog, but a living manifestation of unresolved souls. They drifted between seeking release and clinging to vengeance, trapped in an eternal limbo. This haunted mechanism hinted at deeper forces at play beneath the village's calm facade. The unrest within the mist intensified, shadows lengthening and whispers growing harsher as the village teetered on the precipice. Every heart seemed caught in the delicate balance between peace and disarray, their fate intertwined with the spectral unrest. Only by restoring fractured harmony could destruction be averted. Kale and Elara exchanged faint signals, messages hidden within the spectral energies that enveloped them. Their synchronized glimmers through the mist served as silent vows, strengthening their fragile alliance despite looming dangers. These ephemeral communications underscored their desperate hope amid chaos. An ominous crack fractured the mystical hourglass, a sacred artifact only seen in the presence of the veiled seer. Its shards threatened to collapse the barrier separating life from the supernatural realm, a calamity too terrible to contemplate. The balance of existence now hinged precariously on this fragile object. Elara raced against time to stop the hourglass from shattering completely, but was suddenly confronted by a vengeful spirit, its eyes burning with ancient fury. The apparition barred her path, its form shifting like vapor, a tangible menace drawn from the mist itself. Her resolve was tested as never before. Kale arrived swiftly, stepping between Elara and the spirit with steady calm. As the tattoo on his wrist flared bright, he revealed it was a mark bestowed upon ancient guardians tasked with protecting the veil. His presence and heritage quelled the spirit's rage, anchoring it back to peace. Together, Elara and Kale channeled a soothing calm into the restless apparition, easing its tortured anguish. The mist around them responded, a fragment of tranquility restored to the swirling chaos. This small victory hinted at possible harmony despite encroaching darkness. The veiled seer reappeared, her azure robes shimmering as she spoke in a voice like wind through leaves. "Resistance feeds the unrest," she warned. "Only acceptance can save your village from ruin." Her cryptic counsel urged them toward embracing the mist rather than fighting it. Under her guidance, Elara and Kale discovered the mist was truly a veil of transition between realms, delicate and essential. It was neither enemy nor ally, but a force meant to be respected and harnessed carefully. Understanding this fragile balance changed their approach entirely. They resolved to unite their powers, combining Elara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo to stabilize the veil temporarily. This fusion of heritage and resolve formed a bond strong enough to hold back the escalating chaos. Their collaboration breathed hope into the fading barrier. The hourglass's glow intensified alarmingly, casting deep shadows and setting a countdown in motion. Time pressured their every move, a relentless reminder that delay could doom them all. The urgency spurred their determination to succeed against overwhelming odds. Suddenly, an ally's facade cracked, revealing a betrayer driven by desire to control the mist's power for selfish gain. The betrayal shattered trust, striking like a blade through their fragile alliance. The village's fate now hung in even greater jeopardy amid this unexpected threat. A fierce struggle erupted as the ally shattered a piece of the hourglass, fragments scattering and magnifying the chaos. The fractured barrier allowed restless spirits to surge forth, threatening to engulf all in darkness. Every moment became a desperate battle for survival. Amid the turmoil, Elara was pulled into a liminal space between reality and mist, the boundaries dissolving around her. Disoriented yet illuminated, she glimpsed hidden truths and felt the weight of the spectral realm's sorrow. This revelation deepened her understanding of what must be done. Kale fought fiercely on the village's borders, holding back spirits emerging through the weakened veil. His tattoo flared with ancestral energy, a beacon against the encroaching shadows. The conflict was brutal, but his guardianship remained unyielding. From her liminal realm, Alara communicated with the veiled seer, receiving crucial insight into the mist's nature and the path forward. The seer's wisdom illuminated hidden connections and the necessity of unity. This guidance sharpened Alara's resolve as she prepared to reunite with Kale. Reunited, Alara and Kale combined their strength, channeling energy from the pendant and tattoo in perfect harmony. Their powers intertwined, creating a radiant shield against the storm of spirits. Together, they became a living conduit of balance and hope. Guided by the veiled seer's ritual, they raced to mend the hourglass, hands trembling as they worked against the ticking clock. Incantations wove through the swirling mist, binding the shattered pieces with renewed magic. The success of this rite was the village's last hope. The mist pulsed violently, shadows twisting and turning as the ritual climaxed around them. The air thickened with spiritual tension, blurring lines between realms and reality. Every breath felt charged with ancient power as the veil responded to their efforts. Beneath their hands, the hourglass shimmered and repaired, glowing with a newfound strength. Its surface gleamed like starlight, symbolizing fragile restoration and renewed protection. The barrier regained its form, holding back the threatening surge for now. A stunning revelation emerged. Alara's silver pendant contained a fragment of the veil's original essence. This timeless shard was key to the renewal process and linked her fate inseparably with the mists. Her resolve took on new meaning in light of this profound connection. Kale's tattoo was revealed to be directly connected to the ancestral guardians who first sealed the veil's breach. His lineage carried the responsibility and strength of generations, a living thread to the past protection. Together, their combined heritage was a powerful force against dissolution. Their uniting of pendant and tattoo rekindled the veiled bond, halting the mist's destructive surge. The swirling energies calmed, drawing back from the brink of devastation. The village's fragile sanctuary was secured for the present, a testament to their combined strength. The veiled seer bestowed her blessing upon their union, imparting wisdom on maintaining balance in the fragile veil moving forward. Her words echoed with solemn promise and gentle caution. The future remained uncertain, but their path was lit by newfound understanding and hope. As the swirling hallowed mist began to recede, the village emerged transformed beneath a soft, restorative light that bathed every corner in a serene glow. The once ominous fog gave way to clarity, revealing vibrant fields and homes touched by newfound vitality. Life seemed to breathe anew, as though the air itself held a gentle enchantment of healing. Alara and Kale returned to the village, their presence marked by the subtle glow of Alara's silver pendant and Kale's tattoo, now shimmering softly with a steady light. These symbols revealed their newfound status as guardians, bound by the mystical forces they had harnessed. Together, their figures reflected strength and quiet resolve, a protective force watching over all. One by one, the villagers awoke, their bodies healed and minds peaceful, unaware of the fierce supernatural battle fought on their behalf. Confusion mingled with relief as they sensed the lingering calm, yet the true extent of the ordeal remained cloaked in silence. The everyday returned, untouched by the shadows that had briefly encroached. From a distance, the veiled seer observed the scene with a measured gaze, her shimmering azure robes catching the light before she began to fade into the horizon. Her mission fulfilled for now, she vanished gracefully, leaving behind the treasured mystical hourglass, a silent reminder of the fragile flow of time and fate. The balance was preserved, yet her presence would be needed once more. Alara stood quietly, her fingers brushing the cool surface of her silver pendant as she reflected on their harrowing journey. Each trial had carved strength and wisdom into her spirit, underscoring the immense responsibility now resting upon her shoulders. The path ahead was uncertain, but her resolve had deepened alongside her understanding of sacrifice and duty. Kale shifted his stance, eyes dark with acceptance as he tightened the bond between himself, Alara, and the pendant's legacy. His mysterious tattoo pulsed with a steady rhythm, symbolizing his newfound role as protector intertwined with hers. Together, they had sealed a pact, keepers of the fragile harmony between their world and the shimmering beyond. As the last light faded from the sky, a new mist arose above the village, gentle and harmless, curling softly around the ancient trees. This delicate veil signified renewal, a fragile peace forged through courage and unity rather than conquest. The mist's embrace was one of quiet guardianship, promising that balance would be preserved if respected. Beneath clear skies and twinkling stars, the village celebrated a restored harvest festival, their joy warm and unburdened. Laughter rang out as lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, a testament to life's resilience and hope's return. The sense of community felt stronger, sealed by the unspoken gratitude toward unseen protectors. Ilara and Kale stood watchful at the village edge, cloaked in shades signaling trust, eyes fixed on the horizon where worlds intertwined. Their silhouettes blended with the landscape, guardians of the delicate balance sustained between realms. In their presence, the village found not just safety, but enduring harmony between the seen and unseen. As twilight deepened, Ilara's silver pendant and Kale's glowing tattoo pulsed softly in unison, a quiet beacon of their unbreakable bond and shared purpose. The rhythmic light echoed the heartbeat of the village and the protective mist that now lingered harmlessly. With this harmony established, the scene gently faded into the enveloping night, signaling the beginning of a guarded peace. The alarm was silence itself, until a tiny click echoed through the midnight vault. Mara's gloved fingers danced over the clock's gears, each tick a whispered promise, almost there. Behind her, the museum slept, unaware that its most prized artifact was seconds from vanishing. She had only one shot to outsmart the new security system, a puzzle wrapped in steel and shadows. Outside, her partner Leo waited, his watch ticking down the minutes until their window slammed shut. Mara's breath steadied, eyes fixed on the delicate mechanism. Almost, now, she muttered. The vault door's bolts began to retract, inch by careful inch, like the slow exhale of a holed breath. Light flooded the chamber as the door creaked open, revealing the legendary clockwork heart. Its intricate cogs seemed to pulse with a life that rivaled the thief's own heartbeat. Suddenly, a soft beep, the secondary alarm triggered from a hidden pressure plate. Quick as a flicker, Mara snatched the artifact and dove for the shadowed exit. Behind her, footsteps, guards rushing, voices slicing through the quiet night. Leo threw open a side door just in time, pulling Mara through the narrow escape tunnel. They didn't speak. The urgency thrummed louder than any alarm in their veins. Outside, their getaway waited, a sleek motorcycle cloaked in darkness and promise. The engine roared to life, blending with the chase as guards spilled into the streets behind them. Mara checked the clockwork heart. The prize glimmered, safe and whole against the moonlight. As they sped into the night, Leo grinned. "Thought you said this clock was impossible to crack." Mara smirked. "Nothing's impossible when time's on our side." With the city fading behind them, freedom ticked forward, one perfect second at a time. The world had fallen silent, save for the whispers of wind among ruins. Ilara climbed the cracked wall of the old library, eyes scanning the horizon. In a sky once vibrant, gray clouds now held only ash and sorrow. Her only companion, a rusted drone named K2, buzzed softly at her side. "Another day, another shadow," she murmured, gripping a faded map. They ventured beyond the city's skeletal remains, seeking seeds of life. Fields of twisted metal and splintered wood stretched endlessly. Hope was scarce, but Ilara's hands trembled with determination. K2 beeped sharply, detecting faint signals buried beneath rubble. They uncovered a buried greenhouse, surprisingly intact, a sanctuary of green. Inside, shoots of verdant plants clawed toward fractured glass ceilings. Ilara knelt, brushing the earth from a sprouting leaf, a miracle in decay. "Life finds a way." K2's voice crackled with optimism. They worked through days and nights, nurturing the fragile garden of rebirth. As plants flourished, a distant storm began to cleanse the ash-filled air. Neighbors emerged, drawn by the promise of renewal beneath shattered skies. Together, they rebuilt, patching the world with small acts of courage. Ilara smiled, watching green reclaim the gray, a quiet victory. The future was uncertain, but within those growing leaves lay the spark of dawn. And under the ember-streaked horizon, hope whispered its unyielding song. The rain fell hard on Raven Street, tracing dark lines down the cracked pavement. In a dimly lit alley, a figure in a trench coat lit a cigarette, the glow briefly illuminating sharp features. Detective Marlowe exhaled slowly, eyes scanning the shadows. "Tonight, things get messy," he muttered. A sudden noise caught his attention. A whisper, a footstep, a secret waiting to breathe. He followed the sound deeper into the maze of alleys, the scent of danger thick in the damp air. A discarded playing card fluttered past. The Queen of Spades, a calling card from the city's ghostly kingpin. Marlowe's jaw tightened. "Looks like someone wants a little chaos tonight," he thought. At the end of the alley, a flickering neon sign buzzed. The Velvet Cat, a known haven for the city's underworld. Inside, smoke curled around conversations coated in lies and half-truths. Eyes darted. Hearts raced. He approached the bar, where a woman with emerald eyes and crimson lips locked gazes with him. "You're late," she said, voice smooth like silk hiding steel. "And looking for trouble." Marlowe slid a folded note across the counter. "Got a package for the city's shadows," he said. Suddenly, the lights snapped off. Darkness swallowed the room, punctuated by a shout and shattering glass. When light returned, the woman was gone, and so was the note, replaced by a chilling message. "Game's on." Outside, the rain had stopped, but the street still whispered secrets that wouldn't rest. Marlowe lit another cigarette, voice low and steady. Time to play with ghosts. Hours slipped by as he pieced together clues. A web of betrayal, greed, and a plan to sink the city further into darkness. In the silent showdown atop a rain-slick rooftop, truths came crashing down like thunder. Marlowe pinned the culprit with a cold stare, the city's future hanging in the balance. As dawn broke, he whispered to the waking city, "Another night survived, but shadows never sleep." The rain slammed against the city, like a warning, neon signs flickering through the haze. Jake Morgan lit a cigarette, the smoke curling like a question mark in the dim light. He didn't expect company at midnight, least of all a dame with secrets in her eyes. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling, clutching a faded photograph. Morgan studied the photo. A man, vanished without a trace 5 years ago. "Why come to me now?" he asked, flicking ash into a cracked tin can. She hesitated, then whispered, "Because the shadows are closing in." Days blurred into nights, as Jake hunted clues across rain-slick streets and smoky bars. Each lead tangled deeper into a web of lies, betrayal, and long-buried sins. The city's underbelly pulsed with danger, but Morgan was no stranger to the darkness. One alley, one fistfight, one whispered tip later, he found himself staring down a crooked cop. "You're out of your depth," the cop sneered, holster empty but menace full. Morgan cracked a grin. "Maybe, but someone's gotta dive deep." In the bleak basement of a forgotten warehouse, the truth waited in cold silence. The missing man was alive, chained by debts and addicted to silence. Reunion was bittersweet, shadowed by the price paid for freedom. Back in the rain-soaked streets, Morgan handed the dame the man she'd lost. She smiled faintly. "Thanks for bringing light to the shadows." Jake lit another cigarette, the glow a small defiance against the dark city. "All in a night's work," he murmured, disappearing into the rain and neon blur. The sky split silently just after midnight, casting a pale glow over the deserted city streets. Lena's fingers trembled as she adjusted the settings on the quantum scanner, her breath shallow with anticipation. "If these readings are right," she murmured, "we're staring at a rift in space-time itself." The device buzzed, emitting a steady hum that resonated through the hollow chamber where Lena worked. Suddenly, a ripple shimmered in the air, a translucent tear revealing glimpses of a parallel world. She leaned closer, eyes wide, watching shadows dance across the surface, foreign yet familiar. "It's like looking into a pond reflecting another life," the voice behind her whispered. Startled, Lena turned to see her colleague, Mark, illuminated by the eerie light from the rift. "This changes everything," Mark said, his voice filled with awe and fear. Without warning, a figure stepped through, unstable but unmistakably human. Lena reached out, heart pounding as the stranger's hand met hers, a bridge between realities. "We don't have much time," the visitor warned. "The rift is tearing us apart." Together, they raced against the clock, calibrating the scanner to stabilize the breach. Alarms blared as devices overloaded, and the rift pulsed with increasing intensity. Lena whispered a desperate plea, "Hold on just a little longer." With a final surge, the rift blinked, its chaos settling into a steady glow. The stranger smiled faintly. "You saved us all today." As the rift sealed, peace returned, leaving only the hum of possibilities in its wake. Lena exhaled, knowing the boundary between worlds was no longer a barrier, but a bridge. And in the quiet aftermath, she smiled, ready for whatever might step through next. The rain slammed the city streets like a relentless drum, washing secrets away one drop at a time. Inside a dimly lit office, Detective Lane lit a cigarette, smoke curling like silent whispers around his tired face. Another sleepless night, he muttered, when the door creaked open, revealing a woman drenched in trouble. "I need your help," she said, eyes darting like a trapped animal. "My brother vanished 3 nights ago, no trace." Lane grabbed his trench coat, the city's underbelly calling him out once more into the fog. The alleys smelled of wet concrete and fear, as he followed leads from shadow to shadow. Each clue was a brushstroke painting a bleak portrait. Whispered threats, shattered lives, and long-forgotten debts. In a smoky bar, a bartender slid Lane a glass and a tip. "Look where the light doesn't reach, the docks." The docks were deserted, but danger lurked beneath the flickering lamps. Footsteps echoed behind him. "I wouldn't go any further," warned a gravelly voice from the darkness. Ignoring the warning, Lane pressed on, uncovering a ring trafficking in stolen identities. He found the missing brother locked in a filthy storage room, alive but broken. "You're not just a messenger," the woman whispered when they reunited. There was fire in her eyes now. As dawn cracked the veil of night, Lane confronted the mastermind, a man cloaked in respectability by day. "Everyone has a price," Lane said, "even you." Evidence secured, they handed the villain to the police, but the city's scars ran deep. Back in his office, Lane watched the first sunbeam cut through the gloom. "Another case closed," he said with a weary smile. "But in this town, closure is just the start." The rain stopped, but the shadows lingered, waiting for the next secret to surface. And Detective Lane, cigarette still burning, was already chasing the city's next ghost. The sun hung low behind ash-choked clouds as Mara stepped cautiously through the deserted streets. Empty cars lay abandoned, their doors ajar, echoes of a world that once was. Her scavenged backpack weighed heavy, every step a reminder of how long she'd been alone. A faint noise caught her attention, footsteps. No, just the wind playing tricks on her senses. Memories of laughter and sunlight flooded back, sharp against the gray silence. Ahead, shadows moved, a flicker of life in the ruins. Heart-pounding, Mara called softly, "Hello, anyone there?" From behind a crumbled wall, a boy emerged, eyes wide but curious. Relief washed over her as she lowered her guard, offering a tentative smile. "I've been looking for others," she said. "You're not alone anymore." Together they navigated the broken city, sharing stories and hope in whispered voices. A distant hum grew stronger. The generator at the old community center still worked. They hurried toward it, drawn by the promise of warmth, light, and perhaps others. Inside, a small group huddled around flickering lanterns, faces weary but alive. Mara's eyes met theirs, a spark of connection in a fractured world. "We thought we were the last," she breathed, stepping into the circle. The boy squeezed her hand, a silent vow to rebuild, to endure. Outside, the sky lightened, the first hints of dawn breaking through the gloom. In the quiet moments before morning, hope returned like a fragile bloom. Together they faced the rising sun, ready to reclaim their world, one step at a time. Anna's morning began with the familiar scent of freshly baked bread wafting through her kitchen. She glanced out the window and noticed a golden maple leaf fluttering gently to the ground. Deciding to seize the calm, she slipped on her shoes and stepped outside, the crisp air filling her lungs. The park nearby was her sanctuary, especially under the sprawling branches of the ancient maple tree. She sat down on the worn wooden bench, watching children play and dogs chase after frisbees. An elderly man approached, carrying a small sketchbook and a kind smile. "Mind if I join you?" he asked softly, settling down beside her. They exchanged brief introductions, the warmth of their conversation matching the autumn sun. He showed her his drawings, delicate sketches of leaves, branches, and the park's old bench. Anna shared stories of her childhood visits to the same park, memories blooming between them. Suddenly, a gust of wind sent a flurry of vibrant leaves swirling around their feet. "Looks like autumn's putting on a show for us," the man chuckled. She laughed, feeling a lightness she hadn't realized she'd been missing. Time slipped away pleasantly, their worries momentarily forgotten in simple companionship. As the sun dipped lower, Painting the sky in pink and orange hues, they rose to leave. "Thank you for sharing this afternoon with me," Anna said, her smile genuine. "The pleasure was all mine," he replied, handing her a small sketch of the maple tree. Walking home, Anna held the drawing close, grateful for the unexpected friendship. "Sometimes," she mused, "all it takes is a leaf to start a new chapter." With the city lights twinkling ahead, she felt ready for whatever tomorrow might bring. At dawn, golden light filters through the dusty windows of Alara's workshop, casting warm beams across scattered tools and her half-finished lantern. Nimble, the orange tabby, curls up peacefully beside the window, bathed in the gentle morning glow. Calder arrives with a worn lantern frame, aged but intricate, its delicate engravings faded by time. With a hopeful smile beneath his silver hair, he hands the ancient piece to Alara, entrusting her with its restoration. Alara carefully inspects the lantern frame, her fingers tracing the engraved patterns as if reading a forgotten language. The cool metal feels heavy with history, sparking a quiet determination within her heart. Stepping into the vibrant village market, Alara tucks the lantern frame under her navy blue cloak. Nimble darts outside swiftly, chasing shadows and scents, a silent guardian to her journey through the lively crowd. Whispers ripple among the villagers, their voices tinged with worry about the festival and the unsettling dimming of lantern lights. Alara's eyes scan the anxious faces, sensing the weight of fading hope around her. A village elder leans close, his weathered face shadowed by worry as he warns that the festival's success hinges on the lantern's glow. Without it, the spirit of the season threatens to wither and fade into night. The sky darkens far earlier than usual, heavy clouds casting long shadows over the village streets. Alara's gaze hardens with urgency as dusk approaches, the lantern's dimming light a pressing concern. Back in her workshop, Alara lays out tools with deliberate care, arranging her workspace beneath the fading daylight. Her resolve strengthens to restore the lantern's light before night swallows the village's hope entirely. Calder returns with tales of the lantern's mysterious origins, speaking softly by the flickering hearth about a hidden power tied closely to the stars above. His deep-set blue eyes gleam, hinting at secrets long held. Nimble pounces playfully on a loose thread of Alara's navy cloak, the small orange sprite unfazed by the growing tension. Yet even in playfulness, the cat's bright green eyes reflect the unease that fills the room. Alara tests the ancient lantern frame by candlelight, but the glow that emerges is faint, flickering weakly like a dying ember. Shadows dance eerily on the walls, hinting at unknown forces dimming the light further. Recalling an old folk tale, Alara whispers to herself about a secret element, something rare and powerful, needed to rekindle the lantern's true glow. The story stirs a faint spark of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Determined, Alara packs a small satchel with essentials and pulls her cloak tightly around her against the evening chill. She steels herself for the journey ahead, ready to seek what is lost beneath the creeping dusk. Outside, the village buzzes with a mix of anticipation and unease, clouds thickening overhead as preparations for the festival continue. The atmosphere is heavy, as if the weather itself mirrors the anxious hearts of the townsfolk. With a firm, silent vow, Alara promises to restore the lantern's light and rekindle the village's hope before the festival begins. Her breath forms small clouds in the cool air, mingling with the fading day's last light. Alara ventures into the nearby forest, guided by faint glimmers weaving through the trees and rustling leaves. The whispering wind seems to carry secrets as she follows the subtle, glowing cues ahead. Nimble darts through tangled ferns, pausing at a cluster of luminescent flowers that emit a soft, ethereal glow. The cat's keen eyes flicker with curiosity, sensing the significance of this hidden place. Alara gently collects a few of the glowing flowers, marveling at their soft light, but then she halts at the distant sound of laughter. Her heart quickens as she realizes others are nearby, possibly watching her every move. Quickly, Alara hides behind thick underbrush as a group of villagers pass by, their hushed voices filled with fear about recent strange disappearances of light sources. Their anxious whispers deepen the mystery enveloping the village. Pressing onward, Alara encounters a fallen branch blocking her path. She pushes it aside to reveal ancient carvings etched into a hidden stone beneath, their worn symbols hinting at forgotten knowledge. The carvings depict a lantern identical to hers, surrounded by stars and a single bright orb glowing vividly. The imagery resonates with the stories she's heard, as if holding the key to awakening the lantern's power. Elara's breath catches as she recognizes the orb from Calder's tales, believing it to be the secret element necessary to restore light. The weight of this discovery deepens her resolve beneath the darkening sky. Night has fallen fully as Elara sets up a small camp, the ancient lantern frame resting beside her on a bed of moss. She gazes upward at the star-studded sky, searching for answers hidden in the vastness above. Nimble curls up contentedly at her feet, purring softly while the campfire embers cast warm glows that flicker against the shadows. The gentle night hums around them, a balm against the chill and growing tension. Suddenly, a shadow slides silently across the glowing moon, and a cold breeze stirs leaves with faint, whispering voices. Elara's skin prickles with unease as the forest holds its breath, waiting for what comes next. Determined to uncover the truth, Elara carefully packs her belongings and begins to follow a mysterious trail of softly glowing pebbles that wind through the dense forest. The faint light from the stones guides her steadily toward a shadowed cave entrance framed by ancient trees. Nimble pads silently at her side, eyes bright with curiosity. Inside the cave, Elara's lantern casts flickering shadows upon walls encrusted with shimmering crystalline formations. Each crystal pulses softly with light, casting an otherworldly glow that fills the cavern with a quiet, magical ambience. The colors shift gently, mirroring the calm but expectant rhythm of her heartbeat. Ahead, a stone pedestal stands at the cave's center, cradling a glowing orb that exactly matches the intricate carving on Elara's hand-carved lantern. Elara approaches cautiously, her fingers trembling slightly as she reaches toward this mysterious source of light. Nimble watches intently, tail flicking, sensing something extraordinary. The moment her fingers nearly touch the orb, it brightens dramatically, casting swirling, luminous patterns across the cave walls and ceiling. The interplay of light and shadow creates shifting images that seem to tell an ancient story, filling Elara with a mix of awe and revelation. The air pulses softly with energy, heightening her senses. A drifting spark separates from the orb's radiant glow, floating like a tiny firefly in the cavern's cool air. Nimble leaps playfully, batting at the spark with delighted swats, adding a touch of lively whimsy to the cave's serene magic. The warmth from the orb's light seems to embrace them both. Suddenly, the cavern trembles underfoot, a low rumble echoing ominously through the crystalline walls. The gentle pulses of light flicker uncertainly, signaling that the cave itself urges a swift departure. Elara, heart pounding, knows she must move quickly to avoid danger. Seizing the glowing orb, Elara clutches it tightly against her chest and dashes toward the cave entrance. The forest looms ahead, dark and tangled, but she trusts the faint glimmer of light to guide her path. Nimble darts alongside, their footsteps quickening on the soft earth. Branches scrape past Elara's navy blue cloak as she pushes through dense undergrowth, the chill of approaching night settling in. Distant howls pierce the stillness, a sharp reminder of the forest's lurking mysteries, yet her resolve remains unshaken. With steady breath, she presses onward, driven by a burning purpose. Emerging from the woods, Elara's eyes adjust to an eerie twilight cast over the village. Lanterns flicker dimly, their usual warm glow weakened, and anxious faces ponder the fading light. A hush hangs over the cobblestone streets, as if the very air holds its breath in anticipation. Calder steps forward, his own lantern emitting a hesitant, trembling flame. Together, the pair examine the orb in Elara's hands, its steady glow contrasting sharply with the village's dwindling lamps. Their shared gaze conveys a silent determination to restore light and hope. Elara carefully fits the orb into Calder's ancient lantern frame, and instantly, a radiant blaze bursts forth, bathing their faces in brilliant warmth. The restored light seems almost alive, infusing the space with vibrant energy and stirring feelings of wonder. Around them, shadows retreat, replaced by glowing assurance. The orb's luminous power spreads swiftly, traveling to other lanterns throughout the village. One by one, the lights reignite, casting warm hues across the cobblestone streets and rekindling festive spirits in the hearts of villagers. A gentle breeze carries whispered excitement and renewed hope far and wide. Nimble weaves expertly through the gathering crowd, his bright green eyes catching smiles and receiving gentle pats from delighted children. The cat's playful antics lift the villagers' spirits, uniting them under the tender glow of the revived lanterns. Joy blooms as naturally as the light around them. Ilara stands beside Calder, sharing a quiet moment amidst the celebration. Their eyes meet with a newfound bond forged through shared trials and triumph, an unspoken promise reflected in their steady gazes. The warm light envelops them both, a symbol of achievement and hope renewed. Above, the sky clears to reveal stars twinkling brighter than ever, mirroring the village's restored radiance. The shift from twilight to starry night feels like a blessing, as if the universe itself acknowledges their triumph. The changing sky and lantern light dance together in harmonious celebration. A storyteller gathers villagers beneath softly glowing lanterns, recounting the ancient tale of the Lantern Keeper with vivid passion. The story weaves a tapestry of resilience and faith, urging all to hold on to light even during the darkest times. Ilara listens, the tale resonating deeply within her heart. Ilara notices a small fray along the edge of her navy blue cloak, a subtle testament to the journey she has endured. Rather than dismay, she embraces the mark as a symbol of growth and courage. The silver clasp gleams steadily, holding fast as she prepares for whatever lies ahead. As dawn begins to touch the horizon, the village quiets under the soft glow of still-burning lanterns. The promise of a light kept through the night lingers in the air, comforting and steadfast. Ilara feels the weight and warmth of this promise settle in her soul. Calder presents Ilara with a small gemstone pendant, shaped like the glowing orb she carried from the cave. The gift is a heartfelt token of gratitude and trust, its light pulsing gently as if alive with shared memories. Ilara accepts it with a grateful smile, the bond between them shining as brightly as the pendant. Nimble curls contentedly beside the warm hearth as Ilara prepares to rest, the flickering lantern light casting soft shadows in the room. A calm satisfaction fills her heart, mingling with quiet hope for the days to come. Outside, the world waits silently under the watchful stars. Days pass peacefully as Ilara eagerly teaches village children the art of crafting lanterns, passing down the story of light and perseverance. Their eager hands and shining eyes reflect the knowledge and hope she now carries. Each lantern crafted is a beacon of the community's enduring spirit. Calder busies himself repairing his workshop, his thoughts often drifting to the delicate orb pendant and Ilara's glowing lantern. With every measured stroke, he nurtures both his craft and the renewed faith sparked by their shared journey. The workshop feels alive with quiet purpose and gentle light. Nimble explores new corners of the village with playful curiosity, always returning with small treasures held delicately in his mouth. His joyful energy spreads among the villagers, a living symbol of the light's enduring presence. The cat's adventures remind all of the wonder found in simple joys. Seasonal flowers burst into vibrant bloom throughout the village, their colors vivid under the warm glow of lantern light. The landscape itself seems to echo the renewal of hope and prosperity that has taken root. Each petal and leaf bathes in the soft, golden hues of a thriving community. At sunset, Ilara sits atop a gentle hill, her lantern casting a steady glow beside her as the sky paints itself in shades of orange and purple. She reflects quietly on the journey she has taken and the warmth blossoming within her community. The light from her lantern seems to pulse in harmony with her steady breath, a lasting reminder of resilience and promise. On a crisp evening, a traveling merchant arrived in the village, drawn by whispers of a glowing orb and the artistry of Ilara's lanterns. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he sought to learn the secrets woven into her craft. Ilara welcomed him warmly, explaining that each lantern was made not just with skill, but with heart and hope, the true essence behind every flicker of light. She stressed that the light carried within was more than illumination. It was a promise of warmth and guidance. Together, they began preparing for a festival in a distant village, packing lanterns and the radiant orb itself, symbols meant to inspire and unite. The air shimmered as they planned to carry this gentle glow far beyond their familiar home. When the day came to depart, the village gathered beneath a sky fading towards dusk. Lanterns were raised high, casting a comforting cascade of golden light that danced like fireflies across the evening sky, a tender farewell filled with shared hope. Ilara, Nimble, and the merchant set out under the soft lantern light, their path steady and sure. Nimble padded silently between them, eyes bright, as the glow around them seemed to chase away shadows and doubt alike. Along the way, other travelers stirred by tales of light and kindness joined their journey, swelling the small caravan with new faces and stories. Each step forward was marked by growing camaraderie and shared purpose beneath the lantern's steady glow. As each dawn painted the sky in gentle pastels, the group exchanged stories and laughter, weaving lessons and dreams into the fabric of their journey. The lantern light softened with the morning, carrying the warmth of their fellowship into new days. Ilara felt a deep stirring within, sensing the promise of countless lanterns yet to be lit, each one kindled by the spirit of those they met. Hope bloomed like the morning sky, vast and inviting, ready to be shared again and again. In quiet moments beneath the shifting horizons, Nimble curled close beside Ilara, a small comfort and steadfast companion. The gentle purr and steady presence reminded her of the constancy of light, even when the way ahead seemed uncertain. At journey's end, the caravan's lanterns illuminated a sweeping landscape, their glow a living tapestry of connection and resilience. Together, the light they carried became a symbol of enduring hope and the unbreakable bonds of community. Leora stood beneath the night sky, her silver hair shimmering softly as unfamiliar constellations stretched above in a dance of celestial light. Her luminous blue eyes traced the intricate patterns, feeling a pull she couldn't yet explain. In the quiet of the village, elders whispered in hushed tones about an ancient prophecy tied to the stars that had begun to fall from the heavens. Their voices carried a mix of fear and hope, hinting at destinies intertwined with the cosmos. Near the roots of a massive ancient oak, Leora discovered a pendant glowing softly with a pulsating light. The silver pendant matched one she had always worn, but this new glow seemed alive, responding to her touch. Kalen arrived just as the firelight flickered against his flame-red hair and bronze skin. With a serious tone, he warned of a looming shadow threatening to engulf their world, his gaze heavy with urgency. In the village square, the Starborn amulet suddenly emerged, casting a radiant blue light that danced over the cobblestones. The glow was mesmerizing, illuminating the faces of onlookers with hope and dread. From the depths of the dark woods, Mara silently watched, her violet eyes reflecting the amulet's shimmering light. Cloaked in shadows, her presence was both ominous and unseen by the villagers. An uneasy silence fell as the night sky dimmed, stars vanishing one after another till only darkness remained. The villagers felt a growing unrest, as if the world's balance was slipping away with each fading star. Seeking answers, Leora approached Kalen, her voice trembling with uncertainty. He reluctantly revealed her connection to a celestial lineage that was beginning to vanish from existence, deepening the weight of her destiny. Under Kalen's stern guidance, Leora began to harness the power of her pendant, the surrounding stars flickering in response to her awakening abilities. Each lesson strengthened her bond with the cosmos, yet the challenges ahead loomed large. Mara unleashed shadowy creatures from the darkness, their forms twisting and creeping as they surged toward the amulet. Chaos erupted as villagers scrambled, the tranquility of the night shattered by the assault. Together, Leora and Kalen fought fiercely to protect the amulet, but with every strike, its radiant glow weakened. The amulet's dimming light cast doubt over their struggle, making victory seem more distant than ever. Suddenly, the celestial mirror flickered to life, revealing a cryptic message etched in glowing runes that hinted at a realm beyond the stars. The mysterious script beckoned them toward an otherworldly journey. Compelled by the message, Leora touched the mirror's surface, triggering a shimmering portal that revealed an ethereal landscape bathed in starlight. The realm beyond was both breathtaking and unsettling in its shifting beauty. Kalen insisted they step through the portal together, knowing the fate of their world depended on restoring the stars that were fading. Despite the dangers ahead, their determination was unwavering. As they crossed the threshold, Mara's distant laugh echoed through the star realm, a chilling reminder that their trials were only beginning. Her promise of challenge hung heavy in the celestial air. The star realm unfolded with shifting skies and impossible terrain, each moment testing Leora's resolve and adaptability. The very landscape seemed alive, its challenges crafted to probe her strength and spirit. Leora's silver pendant began to glow brighter, its light pulsing in response to hidden celestial paths that revealed themselves only to her. This newfound guidance was a beacon amidst the realm's perplexing shifts. Kalen confronted illusions conjured by Mara, his flame-red hair blazing fiercely as his fire met their intensity. Each battle was a test of will, his flames pushing back the consuming shadows. Together, they discovered ancient runes carved into celestial stones, indicating the Starborn amulet must be recharged at the heart of stars. This revelation set their course deeper into the realm's mysteries. An unexpected alliance formed as starborn creatures emerged, their forms radiant and ethereal, offering guidance through the perilous landscape. Their presence brought hope and new knowledge on the path ahead. Suddenly, Mara's shadowy figure appeared once more, disrupting the traveler's path and shattering a section of the celestial bridge they needed to cross. The obstacle threatened to sever their progress abruptly. Drawing on the strength of her celestial lineage, Leora used her pendant's light to mend the fractured bridge. Her connection to the stars pulsed stronger than ever, enabling her to restore the path with care and resolve. They soon faced a harrowing trial where Leora was forced to confront her deepest fears, each reflection cast in shimmering starlight. This intimate challenge tested her courage and inner strength beyond physical battles. By overcoming her doubt and fear, Leora unlocked a new level of power, her pendant now radiating with pure, unwavering light. This luminous transformation marked a turning point in their quest. In a final act of sacrifice, Kalen extinguished his fiery flame to illuminate a hidden cavern leading closer to the heart of stars. His fading light carved a path through darkness, underscoring the gravity of their mission. Mara raised her arms, summoning a starless storm that swallowed the night sky in utter darkness. The winds howled with abyssal force, threatening to consume Leora and Kalen in its relentless void. Celestial stars vanished as the glowing runes dimmed, and the shifting realms trembled under the threat. Seeking refuge, Leora and Kalen found shelter within a cavern adorned with ancient murals illuminated by faint rune light. The walls depicted the birth of their world's stars, weaving a story etched in glowing symbols and shimmering celestial patterns. The night sky outside remained cloaked in deep shadows. As they traced the murals, they uncovered the tale of Mara's fall, once a revered star guardian engulfed by darkness. Her radiant form had twisted into shadow, consumed by despair and regret. This revelation cast a solemn light on the storm they now faced. Leora, her silver pendant catching a subtle glow, reached out with heartfelt empathy toward the darkness that held Mara captive. Her gentle voice carried through the shifting atmosphere, planting a fragile seed of doubt within Mara's resolve. The amulet pulsed faintly with this hopeful energy. Mara's shadow wavered, flickering between vicious rage and hesitant sorrow. The internal conflict stirred as Leora's words touched the core beneath the darkness. For a moment, the storm's fury softened, and stars began to faintly shimmer once more. Patches of stars re-emerged along their path, guiding them closer to the heart of stars. The celestial forge radiated with pulsating cosmic energy, suffusing the air with a mix of hope and lingering tension. The realms shifted subtly, the atmosphere alive with anticipation. Without warning, Mara's minions ambushed them, shadows darting amidst the stars like dark meteors. In the narrow escape, Kalen sustained a wound that dimmed his fiery glow. Despite the chaos, they pressed onward, shadows closing behind them. Leora knelt beside Kalen, her luminous blue eyes steady as she channeled gentle light to stabilize his weakened flame. Their bond deepened, each heartbeat syncing with the glow of her silver pendant and his flickering fire. The cosmic energy around them responded to their unified strength. They arrived at the heart of stars, a celestial forge bathed in raw cosmic power. It pulsed rhythmically, as if alive, its glow casting intricate light upon their faces. The night sky above shimmered with nascent constellations, waiting to be reborn. Leora lifted the Starborn amulet, attempting to recharge it with the forge's energy. Yet it resisted, its glow flickering uncertainly, signaling that mere power was insufficient. The amulet demanded sacrifice, a deeper offering beyond strength. Mara appeared, her form shifting between shadow and light, proposing an uneasy alliance. She offered a choice: to unite their powers and restore balance, or surrender everything to the engulfing darkness. The air thickened with tension, stars flickering like hesitant witnesses. Torn by the weight of the decision, Leora's mind drifted to memories of her village and the faces of loved ones. Their safety and the fate of countless realms hung in the balance, reflected in the gleaming night sky. Her heart surged with determination amidst the swirling emotions. Resolutely, Leora extended her hand toward Mara, the amulet bursting into unwavering brilliant light. The glow intertwined with Mara's shadow, hinting at a fragile unity forming beneath the cosmic tapestry. The shifting atmosphere held its breath as destiny unfolded. Mara's shadow dissolved, revealing her true radiant form, a star guardian broken by pain but yearning for redemption. Her violet glowing eyes softened, the weight of darkness lifting as light embraced her once more. The celestial symbols around them shimmered in acknowledgement. Together, their combined light surged through the amulet, feeding it with renewed energy that reignited the cosmos above. Stars blazed back into the sky with vibrant intensity, weaving new constellations that told a story of unity. The realms shifted in harmony, their edges softly blending. The night sky burst into brilliance, stars blazing across the heavens in radiant patterns visible from every world. The celestial tapestry shimmered with newfound life, a testament to restored balance and hope. Glowing runes danced amidst the stars, a silent song of renewal. The realms intertwined, blending celestial and earthly energies into a harmonious symphony. Celestial stars aligned with earthly elements, their union signaling an era of peace and connection. The subtle atmospheric shifts enveloped Leora, Kaelin, and Mara alike. Kaelin's flame reignited with a steady, powerful glow, stronger than before his wound. His bronze skin shimmered under the celestial light, reflecting the new harmony within him. Together, they embodied the reforged bond between realms and guardianship. Leora vowed to protect both realms, her silver pendant glowing softly as their destinies merged. Her gaze held firm commitment as the celestial forces swirled around them. The burden and honor of their journey settled like a star's steady light within her. The trio stood at the threshold between worlds, witnessing the dawn of a renewed era unfold in the skies above. The realms shimmered, the shifting atmosphere alive with promise and fragile equilibrium. Stars traced new paths as the night embraced the first light of hope. Back in the village, the night sky exploded into radiant starlight, illuminating faces turned upward with wonder. Hearts filled with hope as the celestial tapestry told the story of salvation. The silver pendant on Leora's neck glowed faintly, a beacon to all. Leora's pendant pulsed softly, a glowing reminder of their perilous journey and the bonds forged through light and shadow. Its steady radiance mirrored the harmony now restored between the realms. The stars above twinkled as if acknowledging the promise it represented. Mara, restored and radiant, silently watched over the realms once more as a vigilant guardian. Her violet eyes held quiet strength beneath the night sky, adorned with new constellations. The shifting realms settled into balanced serenity, embraced by her newfound purpose. Kaelin trained new protectors beneath the celestial glow, sharing the wisdom of harmony born from trials. Flames danced steady on their skin, reflecting the unity of earth and starborn power. The village thrived under the careful watch of its guardians. Villagers gathered beneath the glowing celestial tapestry, retelling the tale that had saved their world. Stars shimmered overhead, guiding stories woven with light, shadow, and sacrifice. The air held the lingering magic of a starborn legacy, alive in every heart. Beneath the vast expanse of the starlit sky, Leora sat in quiet contemplation, the celestial stars twinkling like distant whispers weaving through the night. Faint glowing runes shimmered on her silver pendant as she felt the subtle pull of realms beyond, calling her with gentle urgency. In this stillness, Leora realized how much the journey had altered her essence. She was no longer just a guardian, but a vital bridge uniting the heavens above with the world below. Her heart carried the weight and wonder of this newfound destiny, a living link between stars and Earth. A soft, celestial glow wove through her silver hair, casting ripples of shimmering light around her, a radiant symbol of the role she was now destined to play. The strands seemed alive, echoing the delicate harmony of the shifting realms she had come to understand. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faintest song of a distant star, an ethereal melody full of promise and adventure. It whispered of journeys still to come, horizons yet to be explored beyond the veil of the present night. With renewed purpose, Leora climbed the gentle hill overlooking her village, the patchwork of rooftops resting quietly beneath a blanket of twinkling stars. The night sky stretched endlessly above, rich and alive, echoing the quiet resilience of the world she protected. From the shadows emerged Kalen, his flame-red hair catching the starlight as he approached with a warm, assured smile. Together, their presence spoke of shared strength and unspoken readiness to face whatever destiny awaited. Silently, Mara appeared beside them, her dark robes merging with the night, eyes glowing violet with a newfound peace. Her presence, once shadowed by mystery, now stood as a testament to redemption and the fragile unity forged through trials. Together, the three raised the Starborn amulet skyward, its radiant light pulsing in sync with the heartbeat of the cosmos. The glow danced upon their faces, weaving their fates with the eternal rhythm of the universe around them. The night sky responded in kind, swirling with renewed brilliance as the celestial stars painted a living canvas of hope, memory, and endless possibility. It shimmered with the luminous rune's gentle glow, reflecting the harmony born from their combined strength. As dawn's first light brushed the horizon, Leora, Kalen, and Mara stood united beneath the fading stars, guardians of a world reborn under the veil of the Starborn. In this new era, their bond shone brighter than ever, a promise that the realms would forever remain intertwined in balance and light. Max bursts through the office door, a box of fresh donuts clutched in his hand, his crooked glasses teetering as he beams with anticipation. Ellie greets him cheerfully, her oversized sweater sleeves partially covering her hands as she eyes the tempting box and tucks a loose curl behind one ear. Mr. Crumb storms in behind them, grumbling about looming deadlines, his coffee-stained tie flapping dramatically as he clutches a stack of documents. With a flourish, Max sets the donut box center stage on the shared desk, declaring them the perfect morale booster for a tough day ahead. Just as Max turns to fetch coffee, Ellie reaches eagerly for a pink frosted donut, but the box suddenly slides away from her grasp without explanation. Max and Ellie exchange bewildered glances as the donut box vanishes completely from the desk, leaving behind only a slight wobble where it sat. From the doorway, Mr. Crumb appears with a self-satisfied smirk, tapping his mustache knowingly yet denies any involvement in the mysterious disappearance. Determined, Max sets up a small webcam aimed exactly where the donut box had been, marking the spot with a familiar blue sticky note. Ellie quickly types a countdown timer into her laptop, ready to monitor any new attempts at stealing the office suites. Suddenly, the box snaps back onto the desk, but Max immediately spots one donut missing and squints suspiciously at the empty space. A shadow flashes past the window, catching everyone's attention and sparking whispered theories about ghosts haunting their office. Mr. Crumb's coffee mug slips, spilling a stained pattern across the desk that oddly seems to point toward the break room corner. Curious, Ellie tiptoes toward the break room, inspecting the coffee machine and examining scattered crumbs on the floor. Max studies the webcam footage, seeing a quick hand swipe, but the culprit's face remains frustratingly out of frame, deepening the puzzle. Teaming up, Max and Ellie plan a lunch hour stakeout, vowing to catch the elusive donut thief red-handed. During their surveillance, Max accidentally bumps a chair, clattering loudly and startling them both, yet no donut thief appears amidst the chaos. Ellie notices a trail of frosting smears, leading from the desk area toward the ventilation vent near the ceiling. Mr. Crumb insists again that he's innocent, offers a peace offering of donuts, but his fingers betray him with a subtle nervous twitch. Climbing a ladder, Max peers cautiously into the vent and discovers only dust bunnies and a crumpled blue sticky note doodled with a donut symbol. The office phone suddenly rings off the hook, forcing everyone to abandon their focus and answer in bursts of hurried chatter. Ellie rigs a donut-shaped trap on a chair, complete with a dangling string tied to a small bell, hoping it might alert them to the next thief. The trap activates, but instead of a stealing culprit, it unleashes a spray of confetti, startling the whole office and leaving everyone laughing nervously. Mr. Crumb admits he recently celebrated his niece's birthday with confetti, explaining the unexpected colorful explosion in the office. Though frustrated by the confetti chaos, Max and Ellie exchange determined looks, committed to uncovering the truth behind the disappearing donuts. Suddenly, the power cuts out, plunging the office into darkness. Muffled noises and faint laughter echo as tension rises with the blackout. Emergency lights flickered, casting an eerie glow across the office as Mr. Crumb emerged, clutching a single donut. His sheepish grin and amused eyes betrayed a playful secret behind his unusual presence. Ellie's sharp eyes caught the absence of the blue sticky note from its usual spot near Max's workspace. In its place was a handwritten riddle, its curling letters teasing an unknown clue. The riddle spoke cryptically of a secret meeting place, described as where hands meet and heads nod in unison. Its enigmatic tone sparked curiosity and a sense of adventure among the trio. Max quickly surmised that the riddle referred to the conference room, a spot fitting the description well. With the donut box in hand, they cautiously advanced, ready for whatever awaited. Just as they crossed the threshold, the conference room door creaked loudly and snapped shut behind them, locking automatically without warning. The sudden confinement added a jolt of tension to the moment. Inside, the lights revealed a festive scene, a donut-themed surprise party meticulously arranged by Mr. Crumb to lift everyone's spirits. Donut decorations and cheerful banners transformed the space into a warm refuge. Ellie burst out laughing, the tension melting away as she realized the theft was a playful ruse by Mr. Crumb. This light-hearted prank had sparked unexpected excitement and joy in the office. Max examined the donut box, now brimming with an assortment of colorful treats, feeling gratitude mixed with amusement at the prank. The donuts that started the mystery were now the centerpiece of celebration. The trio exchanged goofy, knowing smiles as a playlist of funky tunes filled the room, inviting laughter and relaxed camaraderie. The atmosphere changed markedly from the week's earlier gloom. Ellie's gaze caught a discreetly positioned hidden camera, its lens capturing their surprised and joyful reactions. It seemed their moment was being immortalized for a future office memoir video. In his delight, Max bit into a jelly-filled donut only to have the filling squirt unexpectedly onto his glasses. The mishap drew bursts of laughter, adding to the cheer filling the room. Laughter spread freely among them, weaving a light-hearted vibe that had been missing all week. The simple joy of donuts and friendship rejuvenated their spirits. Mr. Crumb revealed a quirky donut trophy engraved with Best Office Prankster and handed it to Max, celebrating his unwitting role in the day's fun. The trophy was a symbol of their shared humor and team bond. Ellie pulled out a marker and began decorating the trophy with silly faces and captions, adding personal touches that made the prize even more endearing. Their creativity further cemented the moment's warmth. A timer on the wall quietly ticked down toward the end of the workday, a subtle reminder of time's swift passage amidst their joyful gathering. It anchored them back to office routines, albeit lighter than before. Max suggested turning their donut-driven antics into weekly traditions, aiming to sustain office morale with ongoing playful events. His proposal was met with enthusiastic nods, signaling a new chapter in their workspace culture. Ellie enthusiastically agreed, envisioning themed weeks featuring different snacks and silly competitions to keep the spirit lively and inclusive. Their teamwork promised fresh fun ahead. Mr. Crumb pledged to organize a monthly snack swap event, complete with costumes and music, ensuring variety and continued bonding. His commitment was met with cheers, revealing his deeper role in fostering joy. Together, they posed for a group photo holding the donut trophy, their broad smiles immortalizing the day's newfound camaraderie. The snapshot was a testament to their shared journey from mystery to celebration. As lights dimmed, they returned to their desks, still chuckling and exchanging leftover treats. The office felt transformed, lighter and more connected by the warmth they had created. Suddenly, the blue sticky note reappeared, now stuck on Max's computer monitor with a hand-drawn smiley face. Its return hinted at more surprises lurking just beneath the surface. Just then, the office printer whirred to life, ejecting a fresh message that read, "More surprises await." The cryptic line electrified the room with anticipation once more. Ellie leaned over to read the note aloud, her voice tinged with excitement and curiosity. The mysterious message promised that their day of fun was only just beginning. Mr. Crumb winked knowingly and raised his coffee mug in silent toast, signaling the start of ongoing merriment and teamwork in the office. His gesture unified them in shared anticipation of what was next. Max glanced at his watch, astonished at how swiftly the day had passed amid laughter and camaraderie. The unexpected joy marked a memorable turn in their normally routine work life. The camera slowly zooms out, revealing a clumsy robotic arm clutching another box of donuts. Its jerky movements hint at future shenanigans that await the office team. From a hidden speaker, a playful jingle begins to play, celebrating the joy of donuts. This confirms that a new prank system has been installed, bringing a lighthearted energy to the workspace. Ellie presses a button on her laptop with a grin, instantly activating colorful lights around the office. Donut shapes project across the walls, filling the room with vibrant, whimsical patterns. Mr. Crumb sets up a leaderboard on a computer screen, tracking upcoming donut-related challenges and achievements. His thick mustache twitches with delight as he imagines the friendly competition ahead. Gathered together, Max, Ellie, and Mr. Crumb plan their next donut-themed prank with gleeful enthusiasm and mock seriousness. Their camaraderie fills the room, turning the office into their playful stage. Suddenly, a small drone buzzes near the ceiling, gracefully delivering a fresh box of donuts labeled for the next mystery. The unexpected arrival adds a new twist to their unfolding adventures. All three exchange excited looks, the atmosphere now infused with playful energy and anticipation. The office feels alive, charged with the promise of fun and surprises. Ellie sneaks a bite from the drone-delivered box, then shares it with Max and Mr. Crumb as a warm peace gesture. Their smiles and laughter echo the strong bond forged over countless donut escapades. The camera centers on the blue sticky note near their workspace, now adorned with tiny donut stickers and a cheerful smile. It stands as a symbol of their shared journey and the mysteries yet to come. The scene fades out as laughter and lighthearted chatter fill the office. The promise of many more donut adventures lingers, leaving viewers with a sense of joyful anticipation. Beneath the twilight sky, a faint glow shimmered within the heart of the ancient crystal grove. Lyra, a young mage whose lineage whispered of forgotten powers, stepped cautiously onto the crystalline path. The grove's delicate trees sparkled with otherworldly light, each leaf a prism reflecting countless colors. They say only the pure can unlock the ember's flame. A voice echoed softly, the wind carrying ancient secrets. Determined, Lyra approached the central pedestal where a single ember flickered faintly, its light dimming with every breath. The air thickened as memories of her ancestors stirred in the shadows, calling her to prove her worth. With hands trembling but heart steady, Lyra reached out, feeling the ember's warmth seep into her soul. Visions danced before her eyes, trials faced, sacrifices made, and the grove's survival hanging by a thread. Gathering her courage, she whispered the ancient incantation passed down through generations. The ember flared brilliantly, casting vibrant hues over the grove, as if awakening a long-dormant spirit. Trees leaned closer, their crystalline leaves chiming softly like bells in the breeze. Lyra's eyes sparkled with newfound strength. The ember's glow infused her with a gentle, radiant power. "The bond is restored," she murmured, feeling the grove pulse with life around her. Suddenly, a burst of light arced from her palms, spreading warmth over the frost-bitten earth. Tiny sprouts began to emerge, shimmering flowers blossoming where cold once lingered. The grove hummed a melody of renewal, its magic weaving seamlessly into the fabric of the world. Lyra smiled, knowing she had rekindled an ancient promise between nature and mage. As night embraced the sky, the crystal grove shone brighter than ever, a beacon of hope and magic. "Every ending holds a beginning," the whisper returned, fading into the gentle rustle of leaves. Lyra turned away with a peaceful heart, the ember's light guiding her journey beyond the grove's shimmering gates. At the first light of dawn, Leora wakes clutching her silver leaf pendant tightly, the symbol a small comfort amidst the unease settling over the village. Outside, the ancient forest stretches silently, its shadows long and mysterious under the pale morning sky. As Leora walks through the village, she notices worried faces exchanging nervous glances. The fading light and wilting crops weigh heavily on everyone's spirits, hinting at a deeper, unseen affliction creeping through the land. Near the village's edge, Theron hunches over his forge, the heat and smoke mixing with the morning air. His soot-streaked hands carefully sharpen tools, eyes steady and calm despite the unsettling changes they all face. Leora approaches Theron, holding out a broken shard of a prism glowing faintly green, its fractured edges catching the light erratically. She hopes he can decipher its origin, sensing it may hold the key to their village's plight. Theron examines the shard, his brow furrowing as he recognizes the ancient symbols etched into its surface. They are the same carvings he's seen in the worn stones of the forest temple ruins, linking the mysterious object to a place steeped in forgotten power. In the village square, the community gathers with growing anxiety as the flowers around them lose their vibrant hues and the sunlight dims unevenly each passing day. Whispered fears spread like wildfire, the natural world turning against them in subtle but ominous ways. Leora recalls the old tales of the Prism of Verdant Grove, a mystical artifact believed to sustain the life and color of their land. Now fractured, it seems the very heart of their forest and village is faltering. Determined, she resolves to venture into the ancient forest, seeking the temple to reunite the prism's scattered shards. The weight of hope rests heavily on her shoulders as she prepares to face unknown dangers. Before she departs, Theron presents her with a finely forged knife, the metal gleaming and sharp. He warns her of the forest's lurking perils and pledges his support should she need it. Stepping beneath towering trees, Leora watches the dappled sunlight flicker with an eerie inconsistency, as though the forest itself breathes and shifts with secret magic. She grips her silver leaf pendant for reassurance as she moves deeper into the woods. Strange insects emitting glowing hues flutter around her, their movements guiding her toward an ancient moss-covered path inscribed with runes. The path seems alive, whispering of forgotten enchantments and hidden dangers. As she nears the temple ruins, shadows twist and shift unnaturally, hinting at unseen watchers lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. A chill runs down her spine, the forest's magic growing more intense and unpredictable. Suddenly, Elendra emerges from the shadows, her gray eyes piercing and her blue tattoos glowing faintly in the dim light. She warns Leora that sinister forces seek to block the prism's restoration, their intentions dark and relentless. Elendra reveals herself as a guardian marked by ancient power, her glowing tattoos a symbol of her sacred duty. She offers cryptic guidance, urging caution and resolve in the trials to come. Leora steels herself, her grip tightening on her pendant as she vows to collect all the prism fragments before the encroaching darkness extinguishes the land's magic completely. Her determination shines through despite the overwhelming odds. At the temple's altar, Leora discovers the first major shard embedded within, pulsating with a gentle, soft light that hints at its lingering vitality. Its fractured surface gleams, promising both hope and challenge. When Leora touches the shard, a sudden burst of vibrant color spreads across the clearing, briefly reviving the wilted flowers around her. The momentary revival fills her with cautious optimism that restoration is possible. Without warning, dark roots surge violently from the earth, twisting and lashing like serpents as they attempt to ensnare her in magical vines. The forest itself seems to resist her quest, its ancient magic turning hostile. Leora narrowly escapes the grasp of the tendrils by slicing through them with her knife, but in the struggle, the shard slips from her grasp and its light dims once more. The fleeting hope flickers, reminding her of the delicate balance she must maintain. Deeper within the temple, Leora uncovers ancient murals depicting the prism's power and a shadowy figure breaking it apart. The imagery warns of a malevolent force determined to shatter the land's lifeblood. Unexpectedly, Theron appears, having tracked her trail through the treacherous forest. His presence offers much-needed strength and companionship in a place so laden with peril. Together, they navigate traps forged from shifting light and shadow, their hands clasped tightly, the silver leaf pendant between them glowing softly with a reassuring light. Their unity becomes their greatest defense against the temple's enchantments. They arrive at a chamber where a large shard hovers, partitioned and imprisoned within a glowing cage of shimmering energy. The air vibrates with powerful magic that resists their approach. Elendra returns to warn them that to claim this shard, they must face their deepest fears, illusions conjured by the prism's protective magic. The challenge is as much of the mind as it is of the body, testing their inner strength. Leora confronts a vivid vision of her village withering away and her silver leaf pendant crumbling into dust, a haunting test of her resolve and hope. The fear threatens to overwhelm her, but her determination to save her home pushes her forward despite the torment. With Theron's calm encouragement, Leora summons her resolve, pushing through the harrowing vision. The spectral cage shimmers and cracks, finally shattering to release the glowing shard. The silver leaf pendant on her chest pulses softly, a reassuring beacon of hope. She carefully positions the new shard beside the first, their edges fitting together like pieces of a puzzle. Light bursts forth, the forest responding instantly, roots curl back gently while blossoms burst open in radiant colors. The prism's fractured light seems to pulse with new energy, weaving through the ancient trees. Suddenly, a low rumble shakes the temple's structure, dust falling from stone carvings etched with ancient forest symbols. Unseen forces awaken, reacting unpredictably to the partial restoration of the prism. The air around them thickens with shimmering light and shadow intertwining. Outside, the sky darkens as a swirling storm of Inkai black energy coils above the land. The sun is swallowed by roiling clouds, halting the forest's revival in an instant. A chill freezes the air, leaves shriveling even as flowers remain poised to bloom. Realizing time slips through their fingers, Leora and Theron steel themselves to retrieve the remaining shards before darkness claims the entire grove. Each moment the storm grows stronger, blotting out natural light that once guided them. Their determination burns as brightly as the silver pendant at Leora's throat. Following cryptic clues left by Elendra, the trio ventures deeper into the forest. At last, they find a hidden glade, a serene clearing where ancient trees rise tall and proud. There, beneath one venerable tree, the third shard lies buried beneath a carpet of moss and roots. The glowing symbols etched into the tree's bark mirror those found on temple stones, faint blue light swirling around them. Leora's silver leaf pendant flares warmly in response, as if connecting to the ancient magic. The shard's refracted light dances across the bark's intricate patterns. As Leora reaches out, spectral wolves materialize between her and the shard, their eyes blazing with ethereal fire. Low growls ripple through the clearing, their presence a chilling warning. The silver pendant remains visible, a steady pulse amidst growing tension. Theron steps forward swiftly, hefting his crafted weapons with practiced ease. The clash is swift but intense, his strength and precision keeping the wolves at bay without harm. Colored light flickers around their struggle, the magical energy tangible in the air. With the final strike, the spectral wolves dissolve into wisps of blue light, their menace ebbing away. In their place, faint luminescent paw prints glow briefly on the earth before fading. The shard is now safely in their grasp, radiating a renewed shimmer beneath Leora's pendant. The trio hastens back toward the temple, urgency propelling their steps as the storm outside intensifies. Lightning crackles unpredictably, painting jagged shadows against twisted branches. The forest's renewed life struggles against the encroaching darkness closing in rapidly. Elendra begins chanting ancient words, her glowing blue tattoos blazing fiercely along her arms and face. A shimmering barrier of light and color spins around them, rippling against the storm's assaults. Despite her effort, the tempest's wrath grows relentless. Suddenly, the protective spell falters. A jagged surge of black lightning strikes the earth nearby. The ground splits open with a roaring crack, jagged edges glowing with erratic colors like fractured glass. The trio is thrown off balance by the violent upheaval underfoot. In an agonizing instant, Leora tumbles into the glowing chasm, her silver leaf pendant the last visible trace as it flickers faintly. Prism shards scatter deeper into the twisting, luminescent tunnels below. The forest's fate now hangs precariously with her survival. Theron and Elendra gaze down in horror, their voices lost in the storm's howling wind. The pendant's faint gleam fades slowly into the shadows, a fragile thread tethering her to the surface world. Fear and determination etch their faces as they prepare to follow her plunge. Within the glowing chasm, Leora moves cautiously through erratic passages alive with fractured light. The colors shift unpredictably, disorienting yet mesmerizing as they refract through countless crystal surfaces. Her pendant remains a steady source of calm in the surreal depths. She finds scattered shards embedded in the crystalline walls, each fragment radiating a shard of the forest's lost warmth. As she collects them, patches of vibrant color pulse through the tunnels, slowly pushing back the surrounding darkness. Hope glimmers in the depths below the shattered earth. Suddenly, a wraith of shifting shadows blocks her path, formed from the chasm's darkest fears. Its form writhes with malice, bent on capturing the prism's power for itself. The silver leaf pendant flares with defiant light, casting away creeping darkness momentarily. Summoning all her courage, Leora channels the pendant's radiant glow to repel the wraith. The dark entity wavers, then dissipates into flickering shadows spiraling away. The fragments gathered in her hands shimmer brighter, empowering her resolve to escape. Breaking through to the surface, Leora reunites with Theron and Elendra, her hands clutching all the recovered shards. The storm above still looms, its dark tendrils writhing around the trembling forest. Yet their combined presence offers a fragile beacon of resistance. They race toward the temple altar, urgency sharpening every step, knowing full restoration is their last hope. The shards begin to levitate and spin, slow and deliberate, aligning in a precise pattern atop the stone platform. Colored light cascades from their joined edges, painting the walls in shimmering hues. As the shards circle each other, prismatic light fractures and cascades like a waterfall, filling the chamber with radiant glow. Ancient forest symbols etched into stone and wood catch the light, pulsing in time with the prism's rhythms. The silver leaf pendant glows steadily at Leora's throat, syncing with the spectacle. Suddenly, dark storm clouds coil tighter around the temple, tendrils of shadow pressing inward. The vibrant light from the prism flickers as if struggling for breath. The encroaching darkness threatens to snuff out this fragile beacon of life and magic. Elendra channels her dwindling strength into a surge of protective magic, her blue tattoos dimming from fierce glow to faint ember. With an anguished cry, she weakens the storm's grip momentarily, buying precious seconds. Her sacrifice leaves the aura around them shimmering with bittersweet intensity. In the heart of the swirl, Leora places her silver leaf pendant at the prism's center. Her unwavering faith ignites a brilliant pulse of life and color that floods the temple. The prisms blaze with radiant light, weaving hope through the forest's struggling veins. The fractured prism, held aloft by Leora, began to glow with intensifying light as the jagged edges shimmered with every hue. Suddenly, the shards flew together in a dazzling spectacle, weaving back into a flawless whole. As the last piece clicked into place, the storm above quelled, and warm sunlight flooded the verdant grove once more. Gradually, the once bare trees burst forth with lush greenery, their leaves whispering in newfound life. Flowers of every color bloomed vibrantly, filling the air with sweet scents, while the forest echoed again with the joyous calls of returning animals. Nature's healing was visible and undeniable, celebrating the suspension of chaos. Elendra stood nearby, a faint smile curving her lips as her glowing blue tattoos dimmed, her strength slowly ebbing. Though her power waned, peace radiated from her presence, a testament to the restored balance between magic and the natural world. The ancient symbols etched along her robe seemed to pulse softly, syncing with the harmonized forest. Theron embraced Leora firmly, soot-streaked hands steady and warm, pride and relief shining in his eyes. Around them, the village showed signs of vibrant renewal, the air full of hope as lives once again thrived. Their shared sigh marked a turning point, the darkest days giving way to flourishing vitality. The silver leaf pendant resting against Leora's heart glowed softly, emitting a gentle green luminescence that intertwined with the natural light. This subtle beacon symbolized the ongoing healing and the unbreakable connection forged through hope and perseverance. It reminded them all that, while trials had passed, the journey of restoration continued. Returning to her village, Leora was greeted by scenes of celebration beneath skies washed in vivid hues. Villagers danced amidst blossoming harvest fields, their faces alight with gratitude and renewed spirit. The air was thick with song and laughter, an ode to recovery and the promise of continued prosperity. In the quiet moments, Leora recounted her perilous journey to attentive ears, her pendant radiant in the soft glow of evening light. The prism shards were now carefully encased within the village hall, displayed as solemn reminders of what had been overcome. Each piece reflected the natural light subtly, symbolizing strength through unity and memory. As night fell, the silver leaf pendant around Leora's neck shimmered faintly, casting soft green patterns that mingled with the silver stars overhead. The calm forest around her seemed to breathe gently, alive with peaceful energy and quiet magic. Within this tranquility, hope glimmered, persistent as the stars above. New seedlings sprouted tenderly around the ancient temple, their vibrant leaves whispering promises of growth and resilience. These living symbols echoed the ancient forest markings, blending old magic with fresh life. Inspired by their shared ordeal, the village embraced this continuous cycle of renewal with reverence and care. The story closed with Leora standing on a gentle hill, her emerald eyes fixed toward the distant horizon. The silver leaf pendant pulsed faintly at her chest, a quiet promise of hope and connection as dawn painted the sky. She stood ready, heart steady, awaiting the new wonders and challenges the future might bring. Elena sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the rain tapping steadily against the window pane. Her fingers gently traced the contours of the vintage locket around her neck, the cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing unease in her chest. Navigating through the crowded streets, Marcus clutched his leather-bound notebook tightly, his eyes darting nervously between passers-by. The towering buildings felt oppressive, shadows stretching like silent watchers as he moved with purpose yet caution. In the sunlit park, Ava played quietly with her small handcrafted doll, her curls catching the golden light. She observed the pigeons fluttering nearby, a faint tension in her gaze that belied her innocent demeanor. A soft thud alerted Elena to a letter slipped under her door, the old seal instantly recognizable. Her expression shifted from curious anticipation to deep concern as she broke the wax and unfolded the aged paper inside. Inside a cluttered cafe, Marcus scribbled furiously into his notebook, each stroke urgent and deliberate. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. Elena hesitated at the entrance of a small antique shop, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch a cracked photograph resting on a dusty shelf. The image within stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease, the fractured glass symbolizing memories she struggled to piece together. In the park, Ava approached Elena cautiously, clutching her doll tightly as if seeking safety. Her eyes held a silent plea, a fragile bridge between their worlds amid the dappled sunlight. In a shadowy hallway, Marcus met briefly with the elderly Mr. Reynolds, exchanging a folded piece of paper with urgency. The dim light highlighted the weariness in Mr. Reynolds's silver hair and the weight behind their secretive interaction. Elena stood before a wall plastered with fragmented photographs and newspaper clippings, her gaze intense as she pieced together a complex puzzle. Each torn edge and overlapping image echoed the fractured past she was desperate to understand. Rain intensified as Elena walked along deserted streets, droplets streaking her face as fleeting memories flashed behind her eyes. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil rising within, each step heavy with unspoken questions. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked a drawer filled with old letters and faded maps. The worn papers seemed to whisper secrets, invitations to delve deeper into a tangled history. In a quiet room, Ava carefully painted a small symbol onto her doll, glancing nervously toward a distant figure watching from the shadows. The faint line between safety and danger grew more fragile by the moment. Elena's vintage locket clicked open, revealing a hidden photograph of a mysterious figure obscured by faded light. The image sent a ripple of recognition mixed with uncertainty through her heart. With hurried movements, Marcus scribbled a note before slipping it discreetly under Elena's apartment door. The rain masked his footsteps as he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Elena unfolded the note, realization dawning on her as the words echoed in the silent room. Across the street, a shadowy silhouette lingered, watching her every move under the relentless drizzle. In the quiet corners of a crowded library, Elena confronted Marcus, voices low but charged with tension. Secrets long buried began to surface, casting long shadows over their strained interaction. A flashback unfolded. Years earlier, Marcus and Elena shared a quiet moment bathed in soft light, their expressions tender yet tinged with an unspoken sorrow. The memory revealed the fragile threads of a broken bond that still haunted them. Panic gripped those who cared for Ava as she disappeared from the park without a trace. The sun seemed to dim, the vibrant life draining away with her sudden absence. Elena and Marcus searched frantically through rain-drenched alleyways, calling Ava's name into the cold, empty air. Each echo replied only with silence, deepening the growing dread between them. Mr. Reynolds appeared suddenly, his worn cane tapping softly as he warned Elena of dangers lurking unseen. He pressed a cryptic key into her hand, his eyes grave with unspoken truths. With shaking hands, Elena unlocked a hidden compartment inside her locket, discovering a worn photograph of Ava's family carefully folded within. The discovery linked their fates in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. By flickering candlelight, Marcus pored over his leather notebook, drawing meticulous connections between the lost girl and Elena's fragmented past. Each revelation pulled them deeper into a mystery few dared to confront. Hidden in an abandoned building, Ava clutched her doll tightly as footsteps drew closer, her breath shallow with fear. The shadows seemed to close in, the silence fractured only by the slow creak of the floor beneath approaching feet. Tempers flared as Elena and Marcus argued fiercely over trust, their shared history casting long, painful shadows. Muted earth tones surrounded them, the weight of unspoken betrayals thick in the air. A mysterious figure left a subtle clue at the park, a silent offer of alliance amidst the chaos. Elena and Marcus discovered it, their search steering toward unexpected allies as the rain began to soften once again. Rain cascades steadily over the city streets as Elena and Marcus weave through twisting alleys, their footsteps echoing softly. Streetlights flicker through the downpour, casting muted earth-toned glows on wet cobblestones as they follow a tenuous trail. Their coats pressed tight against the chill, the urgency in their expressions is only hinted at through fleeting close-ups of clasped hands and focused eyes. Near a locked, weather-worn door, Ava's small handcrafted doll lies abandoned, dampened by rain. The lock is adorned with an unfamiliar symbol, carved deep into the wood, its jagged lines catching droplets that slide down slowly. Elena crouches nearby, hesitant to reach out but compelled by the haunting stillness of the scene. Marcus frowns as a sudden memory surfaces, a phrase half forgotten that pulses with new meaning. He murmurs it aloud, words that once felt meaningless now revealing their connection to Ava's disappearance. The leather notebook at his side seems to hum with dormant significance as he clutches it tighter. Back in her silently lit apartment, Elena carefully moves a painting aside, revealing a faded map hidden behind it. The map is jagged at the edges, marked with cryptic symbols that tug at her memory's edge. Her fingers trace the marks with a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension, the vintage locket at her neck resting heavily against her chest. Mr. Reynolds, seated in a dim corner of a quiet room, leans on his cane as he begins to speak. His voice carries weight as he recounts fragments of a past filled with lost memories and obscured truths. His thick-rimmed glasses catch the low light, shadows deepening the lines of a face etched by time. Elena stands before a derelict building, the fading light making its cracked facade seem both menacing and familiar. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, a silent struggle with the choice to enter this place tethered to her family's hidden history. The rain has paused, leaving the air thick with anticipation and damp earth scents. Inside the building, Elena's eyes widen upon discovering scattered artifacts, aged photographs, worn letters, and personal items linking Ava's family to hers. Each piece deepens the mystery, weaving their histories into an intricate tapestry of secrets. Dust motes swirl in the shafts of fading sunlight, highlighting the quiet weight of revelation. Seated in a quiet corner, Marcus pores over his leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with scribbled notes and diagrams. His brow furrows as he deciphers patterns that bind recent events into a cohesive whole. The muted tones of the room mirror his intense focus, punctuated by the scratch of pen against paper. Unnoticed, Ava watches Alina and Marcus from a shadowed distance, clutching her doll tightly. Her eyes flicker between fear and hope, torn by the uncertainty of approaching trust. The muted dusk wraps around her, hiding her fragile presence from view. A beam of light catches Alina's vintage locket, its surface reflecting a hidden message visible only from a particular angle. She adjusts it carefully, mesmerized by the faint engravings that emerge and disappear with the shifting light. The locket's subtle glow links past and present in this intimate moment of discovery. A tense confrontation unfolds between Alina and a shadowy figure, voices low but charged with accusation. Layers of past betrayals ripple to the surface as secrets are thrust into the open amidst tight, focused shots of clenched fists and narrowed eyes. The rain begins anew outside, a symbolic backdrop to the emotional thunder within. Chaos erupts as Marcus sprints through narrow, rain-slicked streets, only to have his leather notebook snatched away in a swift, unseen motion. His outstretched hand grasps empty air as the thief disappears into the shadowed alleys, the loss weighing heavily. The damp earth muffles his frustrated breaths as rain blurs the scene. Determined, Alina battles the rising storm, her coat soaked and hair plastered as she retraces Marcus's path. The fierce wind and rain do little to deter her grit as she navigates the slippery streets to reclaim the stolen notebook. Close-ups reveal her unwavering eyes beneath the dripping hood, embodying her resolve. Ava's beloved doll lies damaged, torn cloth and missing stitches, symbolizing the fragility of their situation. The emotional stakes deepen as the doll's brokenness mirrors the tension and vulnerability enveloping the group. Rain trickles down its face, blurring the delicate features crafted with care. Under a brief clearing in the weather, Alina and Marcus confront their tensions, their expressions softening. They share a fragile reconciliation, forging a tentative alliance bound by their shared goal of saving Ava. The muted earth tones of the setting sun reflect a hopeful yet cautious new path. Guided by Mr. Reynolds's steady cane, the group embarks toward a forgotten location whispered about in old tales. The path is lined with overgrown vines and whispers of times past, the setting sun casting long shadows. His voice carries the weight of many years, imprinting urgency on their every step. Behind a locked door, Ava waits, relief washing over her face as Alina's locket fits perfectly into the aged lock. The gentle click echoes softly, a moment of release captured in close-up shots of hands and wide, hopeful eyes. The muted colors around them seem to brighten subtly, signaling a fragile victory. As the building begins to collapse around them, the group escapes amid falling debris, embodying the breaking of long-hidden secrets. Dust clouds swirl in the dim light, enveloping them as they sprint toward safety. The crumbling walls mirror the destruction of old pain and closing chapters. Alone in quiet reflection, Alina confronts her fragmented memories, embracing painful truths shaping her identity. Tears glint in her eyes as she holds the vintage locket close, understanding now the depths of her past. The subdued palette of earth tones reflects the somber yet necessary acceptance. Marcus places a steady hand on Alina's shoulder, promising protection for both her and Ava moving forward. Their destinies now intertwined, a quiet determination settles between them. The first hints of clear skies appear beyond the window, symbolizing fragile hope. Alina examines the recovered notebook carefully, uncovering a letter addressed to her, penned years ago. The words hint at concealed histories and warnings wrapped in metaphor, deepening the intrigue. The flickering candlelight throws dancing shadows over the faded handwriting, enhancing the mysterious aura. Marcus visits an old mentor in a cozy, book-lined study, seeking insight into the cryptic events. The mentor's calm explanations unveil perspectives that shift Marcus's understanding, shedding light on the tangled web they navigate. Muted earth-tone decor surrounds them, grounding the weighty conversation. Ava tentatively begins to open up, sharing fragmented memories that reveal surprising connections to Alina's past. Her voice is soft yet determined, weaving a delicate bridge between their histories. Close-ups focus on Ava's expressive eyes and the worn doll she still cradles. Together, Alina and Marcus uncover evidence suggesting a trusted figure's manipulation of their lives over many years. The revelation cuts deep, casting doubt on previous alliances and infusing their quest with new urgency. Shadows lengthen in the dimly lit room as they piece together the betrayal. The storm finally clears, sunlight breaking through heavy clouds and spilling golden warmth over the cityscape. This shift in weather mirrors a turning point in tone, signaling hope and the possibility of clarity amid chaos. Alina, Marcus, and Ava stand together, their silhouettes etched against the brightening horizon. Alina's trembling hands unfold the fragile letter, her eyes scanning words long concealed. The letter reveals the tangled history of betrayals that shattered their lives, stories stitched in shadows and silence. The muted daylight casts a fractured glow through a nearby broken window, reflecting the painful truth's ripple. Marcus faces the manipulator in a quiet, dimly lit room, leather notebook clutched tightly. Their confrontation is charged, raw emotions surfacing amid whispered accusations and trembling breaths. The rain taps softly against the windowpane, mirroring the storm within them. In the soft afternoon light, Ava's doll is carefully restored, its delicate stitches mended with loving hands. The once worn and tattered companion now gleams gently, symbolizing newfound hope and the mending of fragile hearts. A close-up captures the doll, nestling peacefully in Ava's small hands. Alina stands beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, the air warm and calm as sunlight filters through leaves. This peaceful spot from her childhood offers a quiet solace, a refuge for reflection and renewal. Her vintage locket catches the light, a beacon of strength and closure. Marcus places the final copy of his article on a local newspaper's editorial desk, each word exposing the hidden corruption uncovered. The muted earth tones of the office reflect the gravity of his revelations, a testament to perseverance and truth. Outside, clouds part, allowing soft sunlight to spill in. Under a sky clear and bright with sunshine, Ava laughs freely, her joy pure and unrestrained. She runs across a sunlit garden, the restored doll clutched close as a symbol of healing. The scene is warm, filled with vibrant life and the promise of brighter days. Seated together on a worn bench, Alina, Marcus, and Ava share a quiet, tender moment. Their bond, strengthened through trials and shared truths, is palpable in the gentle gaze exchanged among them. Raindrops begin to fall lightly, washed away by the serenity of their connection. Mr. Reynolds stands by the window, a knowing smile softening his features as he watches the trio from afar. The weight of his own past lifts subtly, as if the final pieces have found their place in the broader mosaic. His cane rests forgotten beside him, the room filled with calm acceptance. The vintage locket gleams softly on the windowsill, bathed in golden light as dawn breaks gently over the city. Its delicate chain casts slender shadows that dance with the morning breeze, a silent guardian of memories once fractured. The scene is intimate, full of quiet hope and enduring love. Together, Alina, Marcus, and Ava walk down a sunlit path, their steps steady and hearts lightened by newfound hope. The muted earth tones of the world around them embrace the promise of a future rebuilt from fragments of yesterday. Their journey continues forward, united and unbroken. Evelyn steps cautiously into the abandoned village, the evening mist swirling around her feet. Her sharp eyes fixate on the cracked mirror hanging outside the ruined chapel, its fractured surface catching what little light remains. Pulling her faded blue coat tighter against the chill, Evelyn listens as distant church bells toll the hour, their eerie chimes echoing through the silent streets. The sound sends a shiver down her spine, breaking the unsettling calm. From the shadowed street, Marcus emerges, his tall frame casting a long silhouette. The pale light glints off the deep scar on his cheek as he approaches, holding out an old locket with faded engravings to Evelyn. Suddenly, Nora appears, clutching a small wooden box tightly, her young face mixed with fear and fierce determination. Her presence adds a new energy to the uneasy reunion beneath the flickering candlelight within the chapel. The trio huddles close, exchanging hurried whispers about the hollow entity, the shadowy figure blamed for the village's recent disappearances. Each word weighs heavy as they share their knowledge of the relentless force haunting them. Inside the chapel, the cracked mirror's surface begins to flicker unnaturally, revealing fleeting shapes that do not belong. The candlelight dances wildly, casting trembling shadows that bring the room alive with menace. Evelyn strikes a match, lighting a single candle whose flame immediately starts to flicker and sway as if fighting to remain lit. The clock tower's bells ring out again, signaling an ominous moment as the atmosphere tightens around them. Marcus opens a worn journal discovered among the ruins. Its pages describe a dangerous ritual designed to confront the entity, but warn of grave risks involved. The weight of their task settles heavily on their shoulders. With hesitation, Nora hands over her wooden box, explaining in a hushed voice that it contains a charm, a relic passed down through generations of her family. The charm might be their only hope against the darkness that awaits. Resolute, they agree to venture into the forest at nightfall, knowing the entity's presence intensifies there. Evelyn leads the way, the flickering candle a fragile guide through the encroaching gloom. The trio moves cautiously among the twisted, gnarled trees, shadows curling and stretching in unnatural ways around them. Each step forward heightens the tension as the forest seems to close in, alive with unseen eyes. A sudden, chilling whisper brushes past their ears, causing Nora to tremble violently, her grip tightening on the wooden box. The sound seems to mock their resolve, a reminder of the malevolent force trailing them. Marcus swiftly draws a small blade from beneath his coat and signals for absolute silence. From just behind them, faint footsteps echo softly, each step deepening the dread surrounding their fragile group. Evelyn catches a brief glimpse of glowing eyes reflected in a broken shard on the forest floor. The realization strikes them all: the entity is dangerously close, its presence palpable and threatening. The church bells toll one final time, their somber notes hanging in the air before silence falls. This last toll signals the dire stakes. Failure means being consumed by the hollow, lost forever in its merciless grasp. Ghostly cries carry through the night, believed to be the trapped souls lured by the entity's sinister siren call. The mournful sounds chill the trio to their core, fueling both fear and determination. Nora slowly opens the wooden box to reveal an amulet, emitting a cold, eerie blue light that pushes back the enveloping darkness. The faint glow offers a fragile beacon of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. Marcus begins to recite the ritual from the journal, his voice trembling as an unpredictable wind howls through the trees. His words falter, challenged by the rising power of the forest and the entity's presence. Without warning, Evelyn's candle flickers violently before extinguishing completely, plunging them into near-total darkness. Only the amulet's chilling light remains, a solitary shield against the surrounding void. Shadows gather and twist until they form a humanoid silhouette with shifting, haunting features and faintly glowing eyes. The entity has revealed itself, its looming form both terrifying and mesmerizing. The hollow voice of the entity echoes around them, tempting the trio to abandon their quest and flee the cursed village. Its words drip with cunning malice, aiming to break their spirits and resolve. Steeling herself, Evelyn relights her candle using the amulet's glow, the flame flickering but holding strong. The brief flare of light weakens the entity momentarily, offering a slender chance to press on. Marcus steps forward, clutching the locket tightly as he invokes a name from the journal, an ancient word meant to bind the dark presence. His determination is clear, though the air cracks with tension and uncertainty. The entity recoils briefly, but quickly shifts tactics, morphing into haunting figures from each of their pasts. By exploiting their deepest fears, it seeks to unravel their unity and resolve. Nora struggles visibly as the entity takes the form of her lost brother, pleading for her to release her grip on the wooden box. Her conflict is palpable, torn between grief and the necessity of their mission. Evelyn's gaze flickers repeatedly as she catches fleeting glimpses of her reflection in the cracked mirror, which now pulses faintly with a reddish glow. The distorted image unsettles her, as if the mirror holds memories or warnings beyond its fractured surface. Suddenly, the mirror shatters violently, but instead of crashing to the floor, its sharp fragments remain suspended midair as if held by an invisible force. The flickering candlelight casts eerie shadows that dance around the floating shards, heightening the cryptic atmosphere. Among the suspended fragments, one reflects a hidden passage beneath the chapel that had previously gone unnoticed. This glimpse into the underground world appears only through the broken glass shards, suggesting a portal forged by shattered realities. Marcus, bruised but resolute, leads the trio toward the concealed entrance beneath the chapel. He clutches his worn journal tightly, and the old locket around his neck glints faintly in the dim light, anchoring their uncertain path forward. As they descend into the damp underground crypt, the amulet's light flickers erratically, uncertain amidst the oppressive darkness. The walls are carved with ancient symbols, their meanings lost to time but heavy with foreboding significance. A faint chanting echoes softly from deeper within the crypt, its ethereal tones pulsing rhythmically and hinting at the source of the hollow entity's dark powers. The sound swells as they approach, drawing them inexorably toward the heart of the crypt's mysteries. They encounter grotesque, twisted statues resembling long-gone villagers, their distorted features frozen in eternal warning. A shared unease settles over them as they realize that time itself behaves strangely in this subterranean realm, warping their sense of past and present. Without warning, the entity materializes again, its form dissolving into swirling darkness that lashes out to extinguish their flickering resolve. Shadows ripple as it attacks, threatening to swallow their courage along with the faint candlelight. Nora, clutching her wooden box tightly, steps forward and releases a sudden burst of blue light that momentarily drives the entity back. Her steadfast grip on the box brings a fragile but vital reprieve, turning the tide against the encroaching darkness. Evelyn, drawing strength from Nora's light, recites phrases from the journal with steady, determined voice. She lights candles embedded in the crypt walls, arranging them carefully to form a protective circle that gleams against encroaching shadows. The entity's agitation grows palpable as it distorts the crypt's flickering shadows into grotesque and horrifying shapes, writhing like living nightmares. Its desperation fuels the darkness, intending to break through their defenses and extinguish their hope. Marcus takes the locket and angles it to catch the candle flames, reflecting beams into the crypt's darkest corners. This reveals a hidden altar nestled beneath the base of a twisted statue, its presence previously veiled by shadow. They place the amulet on the mysterious altar, and Nora's wooden box begins to hum softly in response, reacting to the crypt's ancient energies. The interconnectedness of their talismans pulsates faintly, signaling an alignment with the ritual's power. The chanting surges louder, and Evelyn identifies it as a binding prayer designed to imprison the entity forever within the crypt. Their voices join in solemn unison, beginning the sacred verses that will seal away the darkness once and for all. As the prayer begins, the hollow entity manifests fully, shrieking in a blend of rage and despair that reverberates through the cold stone. Its glowing eyes burn fiercely, threatening to unravel their combined efforts. Shards of the cracked mirror begin to reassemble midair around the altar, swirling together in a mesmerizing vortex of shifting light and shadow. The chaotic dance of fragments seems to bind the crypt's energy into a swirling prison for the entity. Marcus steps forward to complete the ritual, but an unseen force violently pushes him back, interrupting his advance. He stumbles but holds firm, clutching the locket tightly as if it might protect him from the unseen menace. Nora sacrifices the remaining power of the amulet, unleashing a shimmering shield that envelops Marcus and halts the unseen force's attack. The effort visibly drains her energy, yet her resolve shines bright despite the weakening aura around her. With Nora's sacrifice bought, Evelyn recites the final verse alone, her voice steady against the entity's writhing resistance within the vortex. The entity's glowing eyes dim slowly as it recoils within the binding spell's unyielding grip. With a deafening crack, the vortex collapses inward, and silence envelops the crypt once more. Only the gentle, soft flicker of candlelight remains, marking the end of the entity's menacing presence for now. They ascend from the crypt into the night air, and outside the old church, the bells resume their steady tolling at midnight. The once ominous sound is now calm and inviting, a promising sign of peace restored. Nora opens her wooden box one final time, revealing a small seed emitting a faint, gentle glow. It symbolizes new beginnings and growth after the long darkness that had gripped their lives. Evelyn touches one of the cracked mirrors, remaining dull fragments, now harmless and cold to the touch. A profound sense of closure washes over her, as if the echoes of the past have finally quieted. Marcus removes the old locket and hands it to Evelyn, a token of their shared victory and mutual protection. The gesture seals their bond, forged through hardship and triumph. The village is bathed in the soft light of early dawn, shadows retreating as nature slowly reclaims the silent spaces once haunted by darkness. Hope stirs gently among the empty streets, promising renewal just beyond the horizon. Evelyn's sharp eyes glinted as she explained, the ritual didn't destroy the entity. Instead, it trapped it within the shards of the cracked mirror, scattered throughout the crypt. The flickering candlelight cast uneasy shadows on her faded blue coat as the distant church bells tolled midnight. Nora, clutching her small wooden box tightly, vowed, "I will guard the seed that now holds the essence of our village's spirit and hope." Her curious expression showed determination against the lingering darkness. Marcus, the scar on his right cheek catching the faint glow, nodded firmly, "I'll stay and help restore the village." His resolve marked an end to their wandering and struggle, a new beginning for them all. Together they discovered that the church bells, once twisted by dark influence, now rang clear and true, able to call for aid instead of spreading fear. The sound resonated through the night, a beacon of hope. The trio planted the seed beneath the chapel ruins. Almost instantly, grass and vibrant flowers began to bloom rapidly, enveloping the ancient stones with life and promise. Evelyn stood quietly, reflecting on the sacrifices made. The fragile piece they'd won together felt like a delicate flame, one they must protect at all costs. With great care, Nora locked the broken mirror shards inside her wooden box, securing the remnants of the entity's power. The candlelight flickered again, as if acknowledging her solemn task. Marcus opened the worn journal and wrote a new entry, chronicling the true story to warn future generations. The old locket at his neck caught the candlelight, a silent witness to their journey. As twilight enveloped the village, soft candlelight flickered through windows, a silent remembrance of the horrors they had endured. The distant church bells rang quietly, their sound now gentle and protective. The camera lingered on the blooming seed beneath the chapel ruins, vibrant and alive. A gentle breeze stirred the flowers as the fading echoes of the hollow drifted away, leaving only renewal in their wake. The morning sun spilled golden light across Maple Hollow, where ivy crept lazily over weathered stone walls. Evelyn clutched a faded map, its edges soft from years of handling, and stepped through the garden gate. "It's just an old legend," she mumbled, eyes scanning for the mysterious landmark marked by a tiny star. Her footsteps stirred the crunch of leaves, as the village seemed to hold its breath in the quiet hum of dawn. At the heart of the hollow stood an ancient oak, its branches tangled like stories waiting to be told. Evelyn circled the tree, fingers tracing the carved symbols worn smooth by countless seasons. Suddenly, a tinkling laugh floated on the breeze, and from behind the trunk hopped a tiny creature. "Looking for something special," whispered a voice as soft as moss underfoot. Startled, Evelyn met the bright eyes of a sprightly forest spirit, shimmering in shades of amber and emerald. "I guard the secrets of Maple Hollow," the sprite said, "and I've been waiting for someone brave enough to believe." Evelyn smiled, feeling the weight of the map lighten in her hands. Together, they ventured deeper into the thicket, where sunlight danced through leaves like scattered coins. There, beneath a carpet of ferns, bloomed a hidden garden of tiny lanterns, glowing with gentle light. "This is the sanctuary of hope," the sprite explained, "kept alive by those who carry kindness in their hearts." Evelyn knelt and touched a fragile blossom, feeling warmth seep into her very soul. "Will you help protect it?" the sprite asked, eyes wide with trust. With a determined nod, Evelyn promised she'd keep Maple Hollow's secrets safe, nurturing its magic every day. As she rose, the garden's glow seemed to ripple outward, painting the hollow in hues of soft gold and green. "Remember," the sprite called as they parted, "sometimes the smallest light can brighten the darkest place." Evelyn walked back home, the map now glowing faintly in her pocket, her heart full of newfound magic and hope. Morning sunlight spills gently into Sarah's cozy apartment as she wraps a vintage scarf around her neck, its soft fabric comforting her. The familiar ritual steadies her for the day ahead, a mixture of hope and uncertainty stirring within. Flipping through her well-worn blue notebook, Sarah studies her sketches and notes, her brow furrowed in concern. The problems she's trying to solve weigh heavily on her mind, each page a testament to her determination. The quiet is broken by Max bursting in, clutching a small mechanical object that gleams under the sunlight. His eyes shine with excitement, eager to share his latest invention that might be the answer Sarah needs. Sarah listens closely as Max explains how his contraption could help with her current dilemma. She leans forward, her worry mingling with cautious hope, considering the possibilities it might bring. Her gaze drifts to a handwritten note pinned carefully to the wall, reminding her of the upcoming community event she is organizing. The importance of the day presses on her, adding a layer of urgency. Later at the local cafe, Sarah meets Mrs. Elm, who recounts a heartfelt story about the neighborhood clock's historic significance. The tale resonates deeply, adding meaning to the object Sarah had seen but never truly understood. Visiting Mrs. Elm's home, Sarah examines the antique clock, admiring its intricate details and the silent passage of time it embodies. The clock seems to whisper forgotten narratives, hinting at hope amid challenges. Back in her apartment, Sarah finds Leo playfully entangled in a ribbon from one of her vintage scarves. His curious antics bring a smile to her face, a brief respite from her mounting worries. Seated at her desk, Sarah adds a fresh note to her blue notebook, her handwriting confident and filled with renewed hope. It's a quiet vow to keep moving forward despite obstacles. The bustling city streets embrace Sarah and Max as they set out, scarves fluttering behind them like banners of determination. Their shared mission to prepare for the community event pulses with energy and anticipation. Tension mounts when Sarah receives news that a crucial permit for the event has been revoked unexpectedly. Her face tightens with frustration, the setback threatening their carefully laid plans. Max quickly sketches an alternative plan in Sarah's notebook, proposing a clever workaround to the permit issue. His inventive mind races to find solutions amid the growing pressure. Under the glow of streetlights, Sarah wrestles with whether to embrace Max's risky idea. Her conflicted expression reveals the weight of uncertainty and the desire to do what's right. A quiet moment finds Sarah alone, Leo curled contentedly on her lap, both seeking solace in each other's presence. The silence offers a brief sanctuary from the chaos outside. With renewed resolve, Sarah ties her vintage scarf firmly around her neck, a symbolic armor against doubt. Her eyes shine with determination, ready to face what lies ahead. Early the next morning, Sarah and Max visit the community center to garner support, greeted with a mix of enthusiasm and skepticism. The varied reactions underscore the uphill battle they face. Among the center's dusty corners, Sarah discovers an old forgotten poster advertising a similar event from years past. The faded image sparks fresh inspiration and a connection to the neighborhood's resilient spirit. Mrs. Elm appears unexpectedly, lending Sarah a delicate scarf embroidered with symbols representing the neighborhood's history. This thoughtful gift feels like a blessing, intertwining past and present hopes. Spotting Leo darting toward a narrow alley, Sarah follows and uncovers a hidden mural beneath the city's overpass. The vivid imagery tells stories of community and perseverance, igniting a new energy within her. The mural's depiction of shared struggles and triumphs breathes life into Sarah's resolve, reinforcing the importance of the event. Its colors and themes begin to take shape in her mind's eye. Back together, Sarah and Max debate the logistics of translating vision into reality, acknowledging the gap between enthusiasm and practical challenges. Their differing perspectives create a vibrant but tense dialogue. A sudden rainstorm drives everyone indoors, dampening spirits and forcing plans to be postponed. Yet inside, the determination to succeed remains unshaken, sheltering their collective hope. Sarah painstakingly sketches the mural's powerful images into her blue notebook, envisioning how to weave them into the event's theme. Each line drawn is an act of creative faith against the odds. Meanwhile, Max works late into the night, tinkering with mechanical devices intended to enhance the event's decorations. His focus is sharp, a testament to his commitment despite exhaustion. A miscommunication erupts, causing a scheduling conflict that threatens to divide the group's focus. This unexpected hurdle adds tension, demanding quick thinking and compromise to maintain unity. Sarah's frustration swelled as the slow response to her effort seemed to stall the project. Mrs. Elm, sensing her unease, invited her for a quiet tea in the cozy kitchen, sharing gentle words that eased Sarah's mind. Meanwhile, Leo dashed about the room, weaving between feet and leaping onto shelves with playful energy. His antics brought a light laugh to Sarah's lips, reminding her to find joy amidst the stress. Inspired, Sarah jotted a note and pinned it to the community board, inviting neighbors to share their stories and memories for the upcoming event. The note was adorned with a sketch of a vintage scarf, a symbol of the connection she wished to foster. Days passed with little response, and Sarah's hopeful excitement turned to doubt. Her brow furrowed as she reread the quiet walls of the neighborhood, questioning her approach and her place in the community. Suddenly, a group of children appeared, each holding colorful handmade crafts. Their enthusiastic arrival reignited the energy around the project, filling the room with bright smiles and renewed momentum. Sarah laughed freely for the first time in days, the weight of responsibility lightened by the infectious joy of the children. The vintage scarves fluttered in the warm afternoon breeze through the open window. Max proudly unveiled a prototype display that brought the crafts to life with shifting lights and subtle motion, capturing the whimsical spirit of the neighborhood's creativity. Sarah's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother's invention. Together, Sarah and Max shared a quiet moment, their hopes and dreams passing between them in warm smiles and silent understanding. Their bond deepened, a steady support in the bustling preparations. From the neighboring apartment, the chime of Mrs. Elm's antique clock filled the room, a gentle reminder of time's steady progress. Its soft ringing echoed like a heartbeat beneath their conversation. Sarah planned an evening gathering to showcase their progress and rally support. She meticulously arranged the space, vintage scarves hanging from rafters, and her blue notebook resting prominently on the table. At the gathering, passionate but differing opinions surfaced, sparking a tense exchange that challenged Sarah's leadership. Voices rose and fell, a clash of visions that forced Sarah to reevaluate her direction. Listening carefully, Sarah adapted the plans, weaving diverse ideas into a richer vision. Her calm resolve shone through, soothing tensions and inspiring cooperation once more. Just then, Leo returned from a brief disappearance, carrying a small, weathered key in his mouth. The unexpected find drew curious glances, its intricate design hinting at forgotten stories. With the key as a new symbol, the community embraced the unfolding vision with energized hearts. Conversations buzzed, hands reached out to help, and a collective creative energy became tangible. Sarah sat by a window, sketching final adjustments to the event layout with confident strokes. Her vintage scarf draped over her chair, and the blue notebook lay open beside her, filled with notes and ideas. In the workshop, Max encountered a sudden technical glitch threatening the displays just hours before the event. His fingers flew over wires and circuits, a frown shadowing his face. Sarah joined him, their teamwork seamless as they worked frantically to troubleshoot. Determination etched on both faces, they refused to let the setback defeat them. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Elm appeared at the door with a box of tools and a reassuring smile. Her surprising technical knowledge offered new solutions and hope, shifting the tide in their favor. Together they resolved the malfunction, and during a test run, the devices functioned flawlessly. The crafted displays danced with light and motion, ready to enchant the community. Sarah paused to breathe deeply, watching the sunrise filter softly through the window. A mingling of anticipation and relief settled over her, the calm before the events unfolding. On the morning of the event, gentle sunlight illuminated streets, decorated with vintage scarves and banners inspired by the mural. The neighborhood throbbed with quiet excitement and anticipation. Neighbors arrived carrying stories, crafts, and warm smiles, their presence weaving a tapestry of connection. The atmosphere was inviting, alive with shared purpose and kindness. Sarah's blue notebook traveled from hand to hand, becoming a communal guestbook filled with heartfelt messages and vibrant drawings. Each entry deepened the narrative of their shared history. Max operated the interactive displays with delight, engaging visitors as they explored the crafts brought to life. His enthusiasm was contagious, sparking wonder in young and old alike. By the antique clock in Mrs. Elm's home, she shared a nostalgic tale that bridged past and present generations. Her voice wove the community's histories into a living thread of memory and hope. A surprising visitor arrived just as the event was winding down. Mr. Grayson, a retired historian who had lived in the neighborhood for decades. He shared a long-forgotten tale about the origins of the vintage scarves, connecting them to a community tradition that had almost faded away. His story added depth to the celebration, reminding everyone of the rich history woven through their shared spaces. Sarah held the embroidered scarf tenderly, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns that now felt like a map of their neighborhood's past. She realized how these threads symbolized the power of shared heritage, knitting together the bonds between neighbors young and old. This heritage was more than fabric. It was a living connection, sustaining their community spirit. Nearby, Leo had settled onto a soft cushion, curling his white-pawed presence into a comforting shape among the gathering crowd. His gentle purring blended with the murmur of voices, serving as a quiet reminder of steadiness amidst change. Wherever discovery or warmth was found that day, the curious Tabby had been close at hand. The celebration crescendoed into a collective crafting session where everyone contributed stitches and stories to a growing tapestry. Each participant brought their own flair, yet their combined creativity produced a single, unified work that embodied the day's spirit. This collaborative art became a symbol of their renewed unity and shared future. Stepping back, Sarah surveyed the vibrant tapestry of moments and memories woven throughout the day. Her eyes sparkled with a smile of quiet fulfillment, knowing the event had cultivated something far greater than she had imagined. The neighborhood story was alive again, embroidered with the laughter and kindness of its people. As evening descended, soft lanterns were lit along the familiar streets, casting a gentle golden glow on the joyful faces gathered beneath them. The mild air carried the warmth of friendship and the soothing hum of contentment. Each light flickered like a beacon of hope and connection, brightening the twilight hours. In the quiet moments after the festivities, Sarah opened her blue notebook and penned her final thoughts on the day. She reflected on the challenges they had overcome and the meaningful connections that had blossomed. Her writing captured a newfound optimism that these bonds would only grow stronger with time. Meanwhile, Max was packing away his equipment, a grin spreading across his face as he teased Sarah about the invention he was already imagining for the next neighborhood event. Laughter bubbled between them, a playful promise of future creativity and collaboration. His energy was contagious, lighting the way forward. From across the room, Mrs. Elm's antique clock chimed once more, its melodious sound marking the conclusion of a memorable day. The hour resonated like a signal not just of an ending, but also of new traditions beginning to take root. It reminded everyone that time flows on, carrying the stories and hopes of the community onward. Wrapped snugly in her cherished scarf, Sarah stepped outside and looked up as stars began to twinkle above their neighborhood. The familiar constellations seemed to mirror the interconnected lives below, filling her with hope and contentment. In that peaceful moment, she felt ready to embrace the promise of all tomorrows. Marla's phone buzzed with an unknown number, just as the clock struck midnight. Curiosity got the better of her. She answered hesitantly, hearing nothing but a faint, eerie silence. Shrugging it off, she returned to her reading, but the silence persisted, growing heavier in the still night. Suddenly, a whisper floated through the speaker. "I see you." Heart pounding, Marla dropped the phone. The screen fractured, yet the whisper continued, now coming from everywhere around her. She rose, trembling, and tried to escape the oppressive quiet that had now turned into a deafening echo. In the dim hallway, portraits seemed to watch her with hollow eyes, their shadows lengthening unnaturally. Each step she took echoed back distorted cries, as if the house itself mourned in agony. Reaching the main door, she found it sealed shut, her panic swelling with the realization she was trapped. The whisper morphed into a chilling chant, repeating her name over and over. Desperately, Marla searched for another way out, her breath visible in the suddenly cold air. In the corner, a cracked mirror shimmered. Her reflection stared back, but its mouth moved independently, mouthing words she couldn't hear. Frozen, she backed away, but the reflection beckoned, dragging her gaze deeper into its inky depths. A snatch of a forgotten memory flooded her mind, a warning from a childhood dream. Summoning all her courage, Marla focused on the old grandfather clock in the hall, its pendulum swinging sluggishly. "Time to end this," she whispered, smashing the clock's glass with a chair leg. The house groaned, the shadows retreating as the oppressive silence shattered into 1,000 shards of sound. The front door creaked open slowly, revealing the faint blush of dawn outside. With a final glance back, Marla stepped out, the whisper fading into nothingness behind her. She heard the narrator's voice softly intone, "Some silences are better left unbroken." Night deepens over the city as rain taps steadily against glowing neon signs. Detective Marlowe stands outside a smoky jazz club, flicking open his silver lighter, its flame briefly illuminating his weathered face. Inside, Evelyn Shaw captivates the crowd, her scarlet dress vivid amidst the haze of smoke and shadowed figures. Her sharp eyes scan the audience with a knowing intensity as her voice fills the room. From across the street, Marlowe watches Evelyn with a tense expression. His gaze shifts sharply when Vincent Crane, marked by his jagged cheek scar, strides confidently into the club. Vincent's gaze cuts through the smoky air as he surveys the audience, his intimidating presence silencing whispers and drawing eyes. His brass cufflinks glint faintly beneath the neon haze. Marlowe's coat billows in the chill wind as he follows Vincent into a narrow, rain-slick alley. The atmosphere tightens as tension coils between the towering figures under flickering neon. Vincent pauses, throwing a dark, threatening glance toward a neon-lit apartment window where Evelyn's silhouette can be faintly seen, the night rain distorting the scene. Returning to the jazz club entrance, Marlowe clutches his silver lighter, a knot of unease tightening in his chest as the rain trickles down his trench coat. Evelyn slips out of the club, rainwater soaking her scarlet dress. Her fingers close protectively around a vintage locket as she moves down the narrow, neon-glowing lane. Shadowed beneath his fedora, Marlowe trails Evelyn carefully, blending with the wet darkness to keep her in sight without drawing attention. A rough thug steps into Evelyn's path, blocking the wet street and demanding the gleaming locket. Her defiant expression hardens as she refuses to hand it over. Marlowe steps from the shadows into the pale streetlight, his calm voice and posture confronting the thug with silent authority. The thug backs away reluctantly as Evelyn glances quickly at Marlowe, her grateful eyes reflecting the flickering neon as they disappear into the rain-soaked maze. In a deserted warehouse, Vincent leans coldly over his henchman, his voice sharp as he outlines chilling plans centered on Evelyn's hidden secrets. Under an unstable, flickering neon sign, Marlowe meets Officer Doyle, who puffs on his cigarette and warns him of Crane's deep corruption and reach in the city. Evelyn stares into a puddle distorted by rain, the vintage locket gleaming clearly as she steels herself for the dangerous confrontation looming ahead. Investigating Crane's hideout, Marlowe discovers encrypted notes hinting at a conspiracy intricately tied to Evelyn's mysterious past and the locket's significance. Visiting an old confidante, Evelyn learns a secret about the locket's origin, revealing its potential to unravel the dangerous web surrounding her. Vincent's men capture one of Marlowe's trusted contacts, deepening the threat and tightening Crane's iron grip on the city's shadows. Beneath a flickering neon sign reading Solace, Marlowe and Evelyn exchange low whispers, rain pelting around them as plans intertwine amidst growing danger. A coded message guides Marlowe to a clandestine meeting, where he narrowly escapes an expertly planned ambush lurking within the rainy night's shadows. Back at the club, Evelyn's voice sharpens, her fiery song carrying hidden warnings and cryptic signals to Marlowe waiting among the smoke and neon. Officer Doyle uncovers damning evidence linking city officials to Vincent Crane, complicating Marlowe's pursuit as loyalties fray under neon lights and rain. In a private encounter, Vincent confronts Evelyn, revealing knowledge of her darkest secret and delivering an ominous threat that jeopardizes her future. During a tense stakeout in relentless rain, Marlowe's silver lighter fails to ignite, the flickering neon casting shadows as a subtle sign of impending peril. Evelyn carefully slips the vintage locket inside an old, worn book, an unspoken symbol of trust and secrets yet to be shared, as rain continues to fall softly around her. The night erupted in gunfire, shadows scattering as Marlowe lunged to shield a trembling boy. The child gripped a crumpled letter, the address unmistakably marked for Evelyn. Marlowe's silver lighter sparked briefly in the rain, illuminating the urgency in the boy's wide eyes. Vincent's voice cut through the chaos, commanding a citywide blackout to tighten his grip. Neon signs flickered and died, plunging the streets into smothering darkness. His jagged scar seemed to catch the last glimmers of fading light, a sinister reminder of the power he wielded. Under muted neon ghosts that flickered weakly in the downpour, Marlowe and Evelyn slipped through treacherous alleys. Each step brought new dangers, but Evelyn's vintage scarlet dress and Marlowe's steady gait pushed through the gloom. Their eyes met briefly, a silent vow exchanged beneath the relentless rain. In defiance of commands, Officer Doyle appeared from the shadows, cigarette smoke swirling in the damp air. He handed Marlowe encrypted files, the paper damp but intact, a lifeline in the creeping darkness. Doyle's stoic gaze carried unspoken trust as he disappeared back into rain-soaked alleys. A piercing betrayal shook Marlowe's circle to its core, forcing him into the sanctuary of a hidden refuge. Outside, rain hammered relentlessly, blurring the city's fractured edges under neon glows. The weight of suspicion pressed heavy, but Marlowe's silver lighter remained by his side, a small beacon in his solitude. Evelyn, her scarlet dress now torn by confrontation, stood unwavering before the betrayer. Her powerful gaze cut through the cold rain, locket visible as a symbol of her resolve. The city's flickering neon signs cast erratic shadows, reflecting the storm that raged between them. Back in the sanctuary, Marlowe pored over the encrypted files, piecing together fractured clues. A startling connection emerged. Evelyn and Vincent share a past far older and more tangled than anyone suspected. The rain tapped on the window, a steady rhythm to his growing unease. At a grim crime scene, rain relentlessly washed away vital evidence, erasing traces beneath the dripping neon glow. Vincent's shadow slipped through the shadows once more, evading capture with practiced ease. The city's wet streets whispered secrets only the darkness could keep. Gathered beneath a flickering sign, Evelyn revealed the secret nestled within her vintage locket. It was more than a keepsake. It was the key to dismantling Vincent's sprawling criminal web. Her scarlet dress shimmered wet against the rain, determination shining in her eyes. Beneath the fractured neon and persistent rain, Marlowe and Evelyn crafted their final strike. Every detail was aligned, every risk calculated in the dripping silence. The city's pulse beat steady around them, as shadows awaited the unfolding plan. Officer Doyle stood firm as henchmen surged through the streets, cigarette ends burning low and forgotten. His methodical defense carved space for the coming assault, every breath steady against mounting chaos. Neon reflections danced across his stoic face as rain splattered around them. A desperate chase wound through narrow alleyways, shadows stretching and contracting under flickering neon. Marlowe cornered Vincent at last, the night tense with unspoken reckoning. Every step echoed with the weight of years lost and battles yet to be fought. Vincent's jagged scar gleamed sharp and ominous in the dim light as he leveled accusations at Marlowe. His words bit deep, recalling failures Marlowe had kept buried in the rain. The city seemed to hold its breath, caught between past shadows and present resolve. With a rasp, Marlowe's silver lighter sputtered back to life, its small flame fighting the darkness. Fueled by rekindled will, he met Vincent's challenge head-on. The dance of light and shadow blurred as the decisive struggle erupted amidst dripping neon. Evelyn's fingers trembled slightly as she used her locket to unlock secret files within Vincent's safe house. The damning evidence spilled forth, exposing the full breadth of his crimes to the public eye. Outside, rain hammered steadily, as if cleansing the city's sins. Under Doyle's commanding lead, police raids cut through the darkness, flashlights piercing shadowed corners. The storm of law enforcement surged with growing force, neon fragments reflecting on wet pavement. Each step pushed Vincent closer to exposure. Cornered and defiant, Vincent's smirk suggested layers deeper than anyone anticipated. His scar caught the residual neon glow, hinting at conspiracies yet concealed beneath city streets. The web of shadows tightened, threatening to ensnare all involved. Marlowe chose protection over selfish safety, escorting Evelyn through rain-slicked, neon-streaked streets. His trench coat billowed with the storm's fury as he moved steadily toward refuge. The silver lighter's glow was a quiet reassurance in the unrelenting downpour. Evelyn's voice crackled through the radio, a beacon of hope amid the relentless shadows. Her words carried strength and resilience, cutting through mist and static. Despite the rain, her spirit burned brightly, a signal amid the neon gloom. In the confusion and rising storm, Vincent vanished into the pounding rain, his scarred visage disappearing like a ghost. The city's heartbeat faltered as uncertainty swept through the soaked streets. The chase was far from over. Shadows still whispered his name. Marlowe and Evelyn sought refuge atop a secluded rooftop, where neon rain cascaded around them. Plans and promises were exchanged beneath flickering lights and storm-soaked skies. Their alliance forged stronger, united against the dark forces still lurking below. Doyle arrived bearing critical news, a witness prepared to break silence and expose Vincent's operations. The cigarette between his lips burned steadily, his eyes keen with cautious optimism. The pieces were aligning, though danger still loomed. Evelyn's locket caught the neon glow as she readied to disclose the final truth to the city's underground press. Her scarlet dress clung to her in steady defiance against the rain and shadows. The moment to shatter silence was near, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Marlowe worked feverishly to decode cryptic clues leading to Vincent's hidden vault beneath the neon-lit streets. Each revelation peeled back another layer of the tangled conspiracy. Outside, rain continued its ceaseless fall, drumming a tense rhythm to his discoveries. The city held its collective breath as the last fragment of the puzzle slid into place in the relentless rain. Neon signs flickered uncertainly, casting ethereal light over rain-soaked streets. The moment of truth approached, cloaked in shadow and anticipation. Beneath the flickering neon haze, a concealed panel slid open in the damp alley, revealing a narrow passage cloaked in darkness. Detective Marlowe adjusted his trench coat, steeling himself as he stepped inside, the persistent rain muffled behind thick stone walls. His silver lighter flickered briefly, casting fleeting light on the graffiti-scarred walls, leading him deeper into the heart of the city's shadows. From the suffocating darkness, Vincent Crane emerged, his bulky frame stepping forward as if risen from the underworld itself. The jagged scar across his cheek caught the light ominously as he declared himself the architect behind the betrayals that fractured the city's unsuspecting underbelly. His brass cufflinks gleamed with sinister pride, a chilling testament to his ruthless reign. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Evelyn Shaw emerged, her scarlet dress a vivid flame against the bleak chamber. Clutching her vintage locket tightly, she confronted Vincent with undeniable proof of his betrayals, her sharp eyes never wavering. The underworld figures assembled behind them exchanged stunned glances as the truth surfaced under the harsh glow of flickering neon. A heavy silence broke as the rain hammered the broken windows, each drop echoing the shattering of old alliances. Tension thickened the stale air, crackling like static before a storm, the neon signs outside casting eerie shadows through fractured glass. Trust dissolved like mist, the underworld fracturing beneath the weight of unveiled lies and whispered threats. In the claustrophobic chamber, Marlowe lunged at Vincent, their figures merging and breaking apart in the shadows cast by the wet walls. The clash was a desperate dance, his silver lighter temporarily lost in the scuffle as fists collided and coats flared. Each movement etched against the neon-lit gloom, their battle a raw testament to years of deceit and defiance. Evelyn's steady voice cut through the chaos, lifting a small device from within her coat. The recorded confession of Vincent's closest accomplice spilled into the chamber, shattering silence with damning evidence. The weight of his own words unspooled around Vincent, unraveling the last threads of his dark empire beneath the relentless downpour. Vincent's grip faltered, the jagged scar knitting into a grimace of defeat as Officer Doyle appeared, cigarette still clenched between steady lips. The bulky crime boss was restrained, his brass cufflinks catching faint neon glimmers as officers moved decisively. The city's shadows began to recede with every measured step Doyle took, heralding an end to the reign of fear. Outside, rain swept the streets clean, washing away stains both physical and moral. Neon signs flickered softly, their chaotic glow now calm and reflective across puddled asphalt. Vincent's silhouette faded into the night, detained and broken, as the city exhaled beneath the storm's lingering rhythm. On a rooftop above the soaked streets, Marlowe and Evelyn stood close, the breaking dawn framing their silhouetted figures. The vintage locket hung between them, glimmering briefly as the first light touched the city below. Rain still whispered against neon, a gentle promise lingering between the two in the quiet aftermath. The city breathed anew beneath soft neon glows, its pulse steadying after the tempest. Marlowe lifted his silver lighter, sparks flickering one last time before igniting into a small, steady flame. The glow marked a delicate balance of hope and uncertainty, signaling a future still unwritten beneath the shimmering shadows. Beneath the crescent moon's dim glow, Aaron traced intricate symbols with focused determination, their silver tattoo faintly luminous against pale skin. Each mark seemed alive, pulsing subtly as if resonating with a hidden power. Outside the ancient temple, Soren stood firm under the sable sky, his grip tightening around the worn obsidian blade. The darkness pressed in, but his stoic expression betrayed no fear, only readiness for what was to come. An unsettling shadow flickered briefly on the temple's weathered walls, unnoticed by both guardian and seer. The sable light shimmered momentarily, casting a strange shift in the atmosphere that set nerves on edge. From the swirling mist emerged Leora, cloaked in shifting shadows, her sharp emerald eyes locked onto Aaron's glowing tattoo with an unreadable intensity. She moved silently, an enigma appearing at the edge of their fate. Aaron felt an abrupt chill crawl down their spine and looked up, only to see Leora vanish as mysteriously as she had appeared, swallowed by the deepening darkness. The fading glow of the tattoo flickered in response, as if warning of unseen threats. Soren's voice cut through the silence, grave and unwavering, cautioning Aaron about a new darkness rising alongside the sable light, an all-consuming shadow that could engulf everything they knew. His eyes never left the horizon's blackening edge. The crescent moon overhead intensified its ethereal glow, casting longer, deeper shadows that seemed to dance and writhe around the ancient stone temple. The sable light deepened, as if drawing power from the growing tension. In a sudden vision, Aaron saw fractured realms torn asunder, jagged voids creeping closer with insidious hunger. Reality itself quaked on the brink of unraveling, threatening to dissolve into endless night. Leora's silhouette blurred and merged with the sable light's ever-shifting form, and unexpectedly, the edge of Soren's obsidian blade began to shimmer with a strange, otherworldly glow. The weapon's reflection revealed truths yet to be spoken. Beneath the sable light's eerie sheen, ancient runes etched on Soren's obsidian blade glimmered to life, revealing a cryptic message written in a forgotten tongue. The symbols hinted at a key to confronting the encroaching darkness. Deciding there was no turning back, Aaron and Soren resolved to seek out the mysterious source of the sable light. Their shared purpose strengthened amidst the mounting shadow, threatening to consume their world. As if responding to their resolve, the temple's colossal doors, carved with steady crescents, creaked open slowly, revealing a pathway shrouded in shifting sable light. Beyond lay unknown trials and veiled truths. Stepping together, they entered a realm where shadows wove around them like living threads, the pulse of Aaron's silver tattoo guiding their path. The air was thick with silent murmurs and the weight of ancient secrets. A whispering wind carried fragmented voices, their warnings fragmented and haunting, foretelling dangers lurking just beyond perception. The spectral echoes stirred unease, pressing them onward with both caution and dread. At a twisting crossroads, shadows bent unnaturally, warping the sable light until reality itself seemed fragile and distorted. Every step forward heightened the stakes, each choice tangled in the weaving shadows. Leora emerged once more from the hovering darkness, her cryptic guidance speaking of balance between light and dark realms. Her presence was both unsettling and necessary, a pivot between their fears and the truths to come. Suddenly, Aaron's tattoo flashed violently, flooding their mind with visions of past guardians locked in battle against relentless shadows. The weight of legacy coursed through them, binding history to the present struggle. Without hesitation, Soren defended Aaron as shadow beasts clawed through the sable light's depths, their twisted forms relentless and ferocious. His obsidian blade carved protective arcs, shielding the seer from the encroaching peril. In the midst of chaos, Soren's blade shattered a dense shadow veil, veiling their way, and revealed a hidden chamber beyond. The air inside hummed with uneasy power, the secrets of ages waiting to be uncovered. Within the chamber, a fading mural depicted a sacred ritual, binding the sable light's mysterious essence to the power of the crescent moon. The symbolism echoed deeply with the silver tattoo pulsing faintly on Aaron's wrist. Aaron recognized several ancient symbols matching those entwined in their own tattoo, linking them irrevocably to a prophecy forgotten by time. This revelation made the path ahead more urgent, the stakes profoundly personal. Without warning, the chamber trembled violently as bursts of sable light exploded outward, enveloping the room in blinding ebony luminescence. The overwhelming force threatened to consume all in its fissure of shadow and glow. Liara reappeared amid the tempest, her true form unveiled, a guardian entrusted with maintaining the delicate balance of the sable light's secret cycle. Her emerald eyes conveyed both warning and enigmatic authority. She cautioned that disturbing the natural cycle, controlling the sable light, could bring about eternal darkness, a fate worse than the creeping void itself. Her words weighed heavily on their resolute hearts. Though Soren questioned Leora's motives and true allegiance, his connection to the obsidian blade and its hidden history told him there was more beneath her words. Suspicion and necessity intertwined in the dim light of their shared quest. Aaron's visions grew darker, each one unraveling threads of disaster tied to misuse of the sable light. The glowing crescent tattoo pulsed erratically, warning of worlds shattered and balance lost if the power was harnessed unwisely. Suddenly, a subtle distortion warped the temple's very fabric, splitting their paths as if reality itself was tearing. The sable light flickered unpredictably, casting restless shadows that forced Aaron and Soren apart, testing their resolve. Soren found himself face to face with a mirrored figure, forged entirely from sable shadows and bearing his hardened expression. The obsidian blade's edge shimmered, revealing hidden truths as he braced for a confrontation beyond mere reflection. Meanwhile, Aaron wandered through a labyrinth carved from twisting sable light, moonlit echoes guiding their steps. Each turn revealed cryptic clues tied to the silver crescent, driving them toward a vital key shrouded in shifting darkness. Their paths converged just as the sable light began to collapse inward, threatening to erase the temple's existence. Together, they stood firm amid the increasing intensity, the ambient glow wrapping tightly around them. From the folding shadows emerged Leora, her emerald gaze steady and unsettling. She declared that only by uniting the crescent tattoo's power with the obsidian blade's essence could the temple be saved and balance restored. With unspoken understanding, Aaron and Soren combined their strengths, channeling the sable light through shared determination. The crescent moon tattoo glowed fiercely as the obsidian blade's reflection deepened, binding their fates. The sable light convulsed wildly, surging in response, but teetering on the brink of overload. Pulses of sable energy raced like wild tides, threatening to consume all else in their path unless controlled. Liara retreated silently into the shadows, her form dissipating as the sable light began to stabilize. The shifting darkness calmed, leaving a fragile peace lingering in the temple's core. Without warning, the ground trembled as the sable light condensed into a floating orb of luminous depth. It hovered between them, a testament to the balance they fought to preserve, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The orb's surface mirrored Aaron's amber eyes and Soren's solemn gaze, intertwining light and shadow in perfect harmony. It pulsed softly, echoing the temple's heartbeat and their intertwined destinies. In that moment, they understood the orb embodied the intricate balance between light and shadow, the sacred trust of the temple's guardians. It was both shield and key to a fragile equilibrium teetering on the edge of darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy form lunged to seize the orb, cloaked in sable and malice. But the radiant crescent glow flared, repelling the figure with an ethereal force that rippled through the temple air. Raising the obsidian blade high, Soren channeled the orb's radiant power, releasing a pulse that banished the shadow figure back into the void. The blade's edge gleamed with newfound strength, a beacon against encroaching darkness. Aaron's crescent tattoo blazed brighter than ever, its light syncing perfectly with the blade's obsidian edge. Together, their symbols intertwined, forging a potent shield of light and shadow woven from shared resolve. Gradually, the sable light softened and dispersed peacefully, restoring calm to the temple's ancient stones and surrounding shadows. The tension melted into quiet harmony beneath the watchful crescent moon. Leora appeared once more, her smile faint and enigmatic as she dissolved into moonlit mist. Her presence lingered like a whispered promise, a guardian watching from the shifting veils of shadow. Standing side by side under the tranquil crescent moon, Aaron and Soren bore the marks of their trials but held unwavering determination. Their bond had been tested and forged anew, united in guardianship of a powerful legacy. They vowed to protect the delicate balance represented by the sable light, prepared to face any threat that sought to tip its scale. Guardians not only of the temple, but of the truths hidden within shadow and crescent glow alike. Slowly, the temple doors closed with quiet grace, the sable light reduced to a faint and steady gleam that illuminated their oath. The sacred space breathed with calm assurance, shadows and light held in equilibrium. Time moved on as Aaron sat in meditation atop the temple's peak, the silver crescent on their wrist now steady and serene. Their eyes held a calm awareness, reflecting wisdom gained through trials with the sable light. At the temple below, Soren trained fresh guardians in the art of wielding the obsidian blade and understanding the lore of sable light. His teachings passed on the legacy of shadow and crescent symbols, echoing through coming generations. Unexpectedly, a gentle flicker of sable light danced across a quiet corner of the temple, a soft reminder of bonds forged and journeys endured. The subtle illumination hinted at a lingering connection woven deep within the temple's heart. Aaron felt a faint whisper carried on the crescent moon's glow, voices from distant realms or hidden truths yet to be uncovered. The call stirred their spirit, a reminder that mysteries still awaited beyond the veil of light and shadow. Soren silently sharpened his obsidian blade by firelight, preparing for challenges yet unseen. The blade's edge caught the dim sable glow, reflecting readiness and a steadfast commitment to what was to come. Deep within the temple's shadowed depths, an ancient scroll unfurled itself as if alive, its parchment glowing faintly beneath the sable light. The delicate script revealed forgotten truths buried by time, promising to unveil the origin of the enigmatic sable light. Aaron's crescent tattoo shimmered softly in response, drawing them closer to the revelation. The scroll spoke of a primordial being, neither purely light nor darkness, whose very essence created the delicate balance between the two. This entity existed beyond mortal realms, harmonizing opposing forces and ensuring the continual cycle of day and night. Its presence was woven into the sable light itself, an eternal testament to the unity of contrast. As Aaron and Soren absorbed this profound knowledge, the weight of their quest deepened. They understood their roles were not isolated acts of heroism, but pivotal links in an enduring chain of guardianship spanning eras. Their journey was a commitment to protect the fragile balance upheld by the primordial being's influence. In that moment, Soren's obsidian blade vibrated subtly, its edge catching flickers of the sable light's hidden depths. The blade now mirrored the primordial being's essence, reflecting a power both ancient and alive. This newfound resonance fortified their resolve, signaling the beginning of a transcendent alliance. From the temple's edges, under the gentle glow of silver crescent moonlight, Leora's presence whispered back into existence. Her emerald eyes gleamed with quiet certainty, offering cryptic guidance amidst the revelation. Her subtle influence became a beacon, illuminating the path the two must now take. Aaron's crescent tattoo pulsed in tandem with the blade, both infused with the rhythm of the sable light's essence. The harmonious thrum radiated strength, binding their spirits to the primordial balance. United in purpose and power, they felt the transformative energy course through their very beings. With reverence, they prepared the ancient ritual inscribed alongside the scroll's secrets. Sacred symbols were traced under the sable light, weaving a bridge between their world and the concealed realms beyond. Each movement of the ceremony intensified the bond, affirming their roles as guardians of equilibrium. As the final invocation echoed, the temple erupted into a serene blaze of pure sable light, immaculate and all-encompassing. Its serene glow cleansed lingering shadows and illuminated hidden corners alike. The ritual's success resounded through the air, signaling the restoration of profound cosmic balance. Now guardians of a tranquil world, Aaron and Soren stood vigilant beneath the shimmering sable light's gentle embrace. Their watchful eyes reflected readiness for the cycles to come, ever aware the balance must be maintained. In unity, they embraced the timeless guardianship bestowed upon them. Under the tranquil sweep of the crescent moon, the tale drew to a close, yet the echo of sable light lingered on. Silent and unwavering, it stood sentinel over the night, weaving protection through the darkness. Thus, the legacy of balance and light persisted, eternal and unbroken. Clara had only just moved into the old cottage when the whispers began. At first they were faint, like a breeze rustling through the leaves, but soon they grew louder, unmistakably voices murmuring beneath the ancient willow tree. Curiosity overcame fear. One evening, Clara followed the sound to the gnarled roots. There, half buried in the earth, lay an old, weathered box. Inside, she found letters tied with a crimson ribbon, written decades ago. The letters spoke of a love so powerful, it defied even death. As Clara read, the air thickened, and the whispers transformed into soft, melodious singing. A pale figure emerged from the shadows, a woman in a flowing gown, eyes full of longing. "Thank you for hearing us," she said gently, voice like wind through the trees. "Our souls were bound here, waiting for someone to set us free." Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a connection to their timeless love. With a smile, she placed the ribbon back and closed the box. The willow's branches swayed as if in gratitude, the whispers fading into silence. From that night, peace settled over the cottage and the willow's shade. Clara often sat beneath its branches, feeling the lingering touch of something magical. She no longer feared the voices, but embraced them as stories untold. Years later, visitors would remark on the gentle aura surrounding the ancient tree. And sometimes, when the wind was just right, a faint melody could be heard, a song of love, waiting no longer. Mira stands silently at the edge of the misty valley, clutching her pendant which emits a soft, pulsating glow. Her bright green eyes scan the hazy landscape, uncertainty and resolve mingling within her gaze. Kale strides into the village, his towering frame and the scar across his left cheek marking him as a warrior seasoned by battles. His hand tightens around the uniquely hilted sword at his side, his expression stern and determined. In a small, dimly lit room, Eldra unfurls an ancient map, her silver hair shimmering faintly beneath the light of her enchanted cloak. Her trembling finger traces the path leading toward the fabled crystal veil, eyes narrowed in concentration. The village elder, his face lined with worry, speaks gravely to Mira about the encroaching shadows spreading beyond the hills. Dark clouds loom ominously above, signaling a threat that grows with each passing day. Deep within the forest, a faint blue light glows from a mysterious mirror shard lying half-buried among the leaves. The fragment pulses softly, its eerie radiance reflecting the growing tension in the air. When Mira picks up the shard, her pendant suddenly reacts, pulsing in synchrony as if resonating with the fragment's power. A sudden chill runs through her, hinting at an unseen connection between the two objects. At the edge of the village, Kale and Mira meet, their concerns about the spreading darkness aligning. Words are exchanged, both realizing the severity of the situation they face together. Eldra joins the pair, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge as she recounts the legend of the Crystal Veil. This mystical barrier is the realm's last defense against the advancing shadow, and its weakening signals peril. United in purpose, the trio agree to embark on a perilous journey to the Crystal Veil. A sense of urgency and determination propels them forward, despite the dangers that await. Unseen among the gnarled trees, a shadowy figure observes the travelers, eyes gleaming with malice. The figure's presence goes unnoticed, silently plotting their next move. As preparations continue, Mira's pendant flares brilliantly, casting intense light that fills the room with an almost otherworldly glow. This sudden illumination seems to warn of the challenges ahead. The village elder presents Mira with an ancient talisman, its surface etched with cryptic symbols. He urges caution, emphasizing the talisman's importance in the trials to come. Testing the talisman against the mirror shard, Mira is startled as the shard reacts violently, momentarily enveloped in shadow. The clash of light and darkness hints at the power struggle they are about to face. Their first trail takes them through a dense, enchanted forest where whispers seem to echo from every direction. The light filters weakly through twisted branches, deepening the sense of unease. A sudden, chilling wind cuts through the air, heralding the approach of shadow creatures lurking at the forest's edge. Their intent is clear, and the hunt begins in earnest. Mira channels the pendant's radiant light, driving back the shadow beasts that attack. Though forced to retreat for now, the creature's bolder advances indicate they will not give up easily. Kale brandishes his uniquely hilted sword, slicing through the encroaching shadows with practiced skill. His defense keeps the group protected, but the pressure of the assault weighs heavily on them all. Eldra murmurs an incantation, her robes shimmering under the faint moonlight as she weaves a flickering barrier of blue light around them. The protective aura brings some respite amid the growing darkness. Suddenly, the mirror shard vanishes from Mira's grasp, leaving behind a chilling emptiness. The absence sends a wave of panic through the group, signaling a grave setback. Fear rises as they realize the shard was likely stolen by the shadowy figure watching from afar. The urgency to recover it intensifies, knowing its loss could unravel their mission. Following faint traces, the trio discovers a hidden cave, its entrance bathed in an eerie, luminous blue. The unnatural glow deepens the mystery and hints at the dangers lurking within. Inside, distorted reflections ripple across countless mirrors, confusing their senses and disorienting their steps. The line between reality and illusion blurs dangerously in the cave's depths. Mira reaches out to touch one mirror and suddenly glimpses a trapped version of herself shrouded in darkness. The vision stirs deep fears and questions about what they face. Reacting quickly, Kale shatters a nearby mirror with a decisive blow, breaking the illusory trap and pulling Mira back from the haunting vision. Their resolve must not falter despite these mind games. Eldra warns of their adversary's cunning. The shadow enemy uses mirrors to warp reality and manipulate perceptions. This revelation deepens the shadow's threat, making their journey all the more perilous. As they venture deeper into the cavern, a shimmering figure emerges, a spectral guardian manifesting from swirling mist and light. Its presence radiates a challenge, testing the strength and resolve of each traveler without a word spoken. The air thrums with tension, the faint blue glow of the crystal veil pulsing softly around them. Mira steps forward, her bright green eyes softening the guardian's fierce gaze. Rather than drawing weapons, she speaks gently, her words woven with understanding and compassion. This unexpected kindness causes the guardian's form to shimmer and retreat, granting them safe passage forward through the eerie silence. Kale scans the rocky floor, noticing footprints deeper in the dust, not just one, but many. The tracks weave through the shadows, hinting at multiple unseen foes rather than a lone thief. His fingers brush the hilt of his sword, muscles tensing in silent warning. Suddenly, the cave quakes violently as a tempest of shadows surges toward them. The walls undulate with the storm's approaching fury, forcing the trio to seek shelter in a narrow crevice, where the crystal veil's faint blue light flickers dangerously. Outside, the storm's ominous roar grows louder, threatening to consume light and life alike. In the dim refuge, Eldra's silver hair glistens faintly under moonlight as she speaks gravely. The crystal veil is weakening, its protective power unraveling and unleashing chaotic storms and disorienting mirror reflections. Their path grows ever more perilous as the balance between light and shadow frays further. Mira clutches her glowing pendant tightly, a flicker of doubt passing across her face. She senses an intangible link, a mysterious pull between her talisman and the fragile crystal veil. A swirling conflict brews within her, between hope and fear, connection and uncertainty. They emerge cautiously from the cave just as the shadow storm dissipates, leaving behind silence and shattered mirror fragments scattered like fallen stars. The eerie calm presses upon them, punctuated only by the faint blue glow lingering in the air. Their journey continues, marked by both danger and fragile beauty. Later that night, beneath the tapestry of stars, Eldra unfurls ancient scrolls by firelight. Her fingers trace cryptic runes and forgotten scripts, uncovering a hidden ritual with the power to restore the crystal veil. The enchanted cloak shimmers softly, reflecting the urgency in her gaze. The ritual demands a union of three forces: the radiant light contained within Mira's pendant, the unwavering strength forged into Kale's sword, and Eldra's potent magic. Only together can they rekindle the veil's fragile light and mend the torn balance. Each holds a crucial element needed to face the encroaching darkness. That night, Mira dreams vividly of a realm beyond mirrors, a place bathed in surreal light and shadow. Whispers brush past her ears, secrets spoken softly by shadows that hint at her hidden past. The dream lingers, stirring questions deep within her heart about her true connection to the Veil. Kale shares stories by the fire of battles beneath long-forgotten constellations, tales filled with courage and resilience. These memories kindle hope in the companions, reminding them that light can thrive even in the darkest hour. The bond between them strengthens, woven through shared history and determined spirit. Together they find an ancient altar, half swallowed by ivy but still regal, the heart of the Veil. Its surface is etched with faint luminescent runes, pulsing gently with the Veil's fading power. The place hums quietly with potential, beckoning them to restore its glory. Carefully, they place the mirror shard and ancient talisman upon the altar's center. As soon as the objects settle, an energy stirs, delicate yet growing, signaling the start of the sacred ritual. Their breaths synchronize, and the air thickens with magic and anticipation. Shadows surge and writhe violently around them, lashing out in fury to disrupt their ceremony. The dark forms twist unpredictably, threatening to extinguish the fledgling light and sever the fragile connection they strive to mend. Each second stretches taut under the torrent of shadowy opposition. Eldra's chanting grows louder, her voice weaving a protective barrier as Mira focuses, guiding a steady beam of light through her glowing pendant. The enchanted cloak flashes under moonlight, amplifying their combined power to resist the encroaching darkness. The ritual's pulse strengthens despite the turmoil surrounding them. Kale stands firm, sword raised high, its unique hilt catching the faint glow of the Veil's light. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance bursts forth from his blade, casting shadows back and illuminating the altar. For the first time, the sword channels a pure inner light, a beacon against encroaching night. Suddenly, the veil between worlds weakens further, and a dark figure steps forward from the thinning veil. Its presence radiates cold menace and sorrow as it reveals itself as the corrupted guardian of the Veil, seeking to shatter the delicate boundary entirely. The ritual falters as tension mounts between realms. The figure claims its role as protector turned prisoner, trapped and tainted by shadows over centuries. It desires freedom, threatening to unravel the Veil's powers completely if unheeded. Its voice echoes with pain and anger, blurring lines between foe and victim. Mira bravely steps from the circle, gazing into the Guardian's shadowed eyes with empathy and understanding. She recognizes the sorrow behind its torment, perceiving a shared history etched in shadow and light. This connection sparks a fragile moment of vulnerability in the Dark Guardian. The Guardian hesitates, the shadowed form wavering as if recalling a distant light. Seizing the moment, the trio recommits their energies, voices, and wills united, renewing the powerful ritual. Their synchronized strength weaves a shimmering web of resistance against the encroaching darkness. Raw energy floods the altar, and the battle between light and shadow erupts violently around them. Pulses of radiant blue flash against waves of swirling black, each strike reshaping the fragile balance. The crystal veil responds, awakening with renewed force as their struggle reaches its climax. Around the altar, the crystal veil glows brighter, a luminous shield expanding outward as the dark figure fades in retreat. The spectral tension lessens, and the air clears with the scent of cleansing light. It becomes clear the veil is mending, slowly but decisively. Kale's sword gleams intensely, its blade now a conduit for the veil's restored power. The light dances over its unique hilt, casting bold reflections across the clearing. His grip tightens, a symbol of resolve as their combined effort takes hold. The mirror shard glows steadily in Mira's palm, now suffused with pure and steady light. It hums softly in harmony with her pendant, both acting as vessels for the revitalized veil. The warmth of the light soothes the lingering shadows around them. With a final, reverent chant, Eldra seals the ritual's power, her voice weaving the last strands of magic into the veil. Above, storm clouds calm, their shadows dissolving beneath a gathering peaceful light. The veil's glow steadies, marking a fragile yet hopeful balance restored for the moment. In the soft glow of the crystal veil, the Guardian's form shimmered, revealing a fallen spirit of light, once bound in shadow but now restored by the ancient ritual. Freed, the spirit's brilliance radiated purity, lifting the lingering darkness to dawn's first light. Mira, Kale, and Eldra stood silently, awed by the transformation that promised renewal. Mira clutched her pendant, now warm with the power of the crystal veil itself, tiny fragments embedded within it flickering like stars. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a symbol of hope and resilience, carrying the veil's protective essence. She felt its quiet strength pulse through her veins, a beacon against future shadows. Kale's scar, once a harsh mark of countless battles, began to fade softly as he gazed toward the horizon. The wound's healing was not just physical but emblematic of his inner peace, earned through trials and newfound purpose. With steady breath, he sheathed his sword, ready to face whatever future dawn held. Eldra's eyes twinkled with satisfaction as her cloak shimmered under the returning stars of night, reflecting the balance restored. The constellations mirrored in the embroidery seemed to dance, celebrating their triumph over darkness. Her ancient wisdom smiled in harmony with the quiet magic enveloping them all. As the sky cleared, the village elder greeted them warmly, his eyes reflecting the returning light to the valley. The once bleak landscape bloomed anew with vibrant colors and life, shadows receding to the edges of memory. Their community, strengthened, embraced the trio as harbingers of peace restored. Mira carefully set the ancient mirror shard into a newly built protective shrine, its delicate surface catching and bending the returning light. This gesture sealed a promise, warding the village against the encroaching dark, safeguarding the balance between realms. The shrine stood as a testament to vigilance and hope for generations to come. Kale took to training the village's new protectors, his voice steady as he passed on the symbolizing his commitment to their shared future. His lessons forged more than warriors, they shaped guardians of light and shadow alike. Eldra began teaching magic anew, embracing both light and shadow in her lessons to foster harmony within the village. Her shimmering cloak sparkled under the moon, echoing the unity she wished to instill. Under her guidance, knowledge thrived, planting seeds of balance and peace among eager minds. By the still lake, Mira sat quietly, the pendant around her neck glowing softly, its light reflecting on the water's surface. A profound connection to a wider world settled within her heart, emboldening her spirit beyond the valley's bounds. In that moment, she understood her role as both protector and hope's bearer. Above the valley, the crystal veil shimmered faintly, an eternal sentinel watching over the land. Its gentle light wove through the trees and hills, reminding all of the peace and balance now steadfast in their home. The veil remained, a lasting guardian where light and shadow coexisted in harmony. Elena Ward arrives at the dimly lit apartment on Marrow Street, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows that cling to the cracked walls. The night air is thick with tension as she moves cautiously, every step measured and quiet. Her gaze falls on shattered glass, scattered beside a locked antique chest against the far wall. The fractured pieces glint like broken memories, hinting at a struggle that happened not long ago. From a shadowed alley nearby, Marcus Flynn watches Elena intently. His calm demeanor masks a flurry of concern as he fixes his gaze on the apartment window, contemplating his next move. Inside, Elena kneels to pick up a silver locket from the floor, turning it over under the flickering light. The intricate engraving catches her eye, pulling her deeper into the mystery woven around it. A distant siren wails through the night as Elena's eyes catch a faded photograph tucked beneath the chest. The image shows 4 figures, one unmistakably Victor Hale, their faces frozen in a moment from another time. Her phone buzzes suddenly, a text flashing, a terse warning urging her to stop digging into the past before it's too late. Elena's fingers tighten around the device, the threat crystal clear. Back in the alley, Marcus speaks in a low voice on his phone, mentioning Elena's name with uneasy concern. His words suggest that the shadows around Marrow Street conceal more than just secrets. From across the street, Victor Hale emerges from the darkness, his intense glare locked on Elena through the window. His unreadable expression blurs between menace and something more complicated. A flashback unfolds in daylight, Victor stands at a park bench, handing the silver locket to a young girl, his face softer than before. This memory hints at a hidden connection tied to the locket and the secrets Alina seeks. Returning to the present, Alina slips the locket into her pocket and moves toward a nearby cafe where Leela Marks waits anxiously. The streetlights cast long shadows, mirroring the unease that settles between them. In the cafe, Leela pushes a folded note across the table, her curly red hair bouncing as she glances nervously at the door. Her eyes flicker with urgency, signaling the risks they face. Alina unfolds the note, reading about a hidden room beneath Marrow Street's oldest building where answers might lie. The promise of revelation tightens the knot of tension around them. The cafe door creaks, drawing a sharp breath from Leela as Victor steps inside. The atmosphere shifts instantly. His presence is a silent threat that chills the air. Alina sips her coffee calmly, eyes discreetly flicking toward Victor. Her outward composure masks the heightened alertness of someone navigating a web of danger. The true stakes emerge. A missing heirloom tangled with a betrayal long buried, its revelation capable of upending lives. The dangerous secret at the heart of the mystery sharpens their resolve and deepens the peril. Alina descends into the hidden room, guided only by faint wall markings illuminated dimly and the silver locket's engraving. The darkness confines her, fragmented reflections hinting at the fractured truths she searches for. Marcus appears unexpectedly, stepping into the underground space with a reluctant offer of help. His cryptic warning about trust hangs heavily between them, complicating their fragile alliance. Faded letters pinned to the walls surround them, words revealing conspiracy threads tying all the main players together. The layered betrayals echo in the silent underground. A loose floorboard shifts as Alina steps, uncovering a hidden compartment containing an aged diary. Its pages promise secrets long obscured by shadows and silence. Flipping through the diary, Alina finds entries chronicling a coup decades ago within a powerful family. Each word deepens the web of intrigue, binding past and present more tightly. Outside, Victor intercepts Leela in the misty street, his voice low and demanding information on Alina's location. The threat in his eyes leaves Leela cornered and tense. Suddenly, the dim light flickers and dies as Alina reads passages implicating Victor in the darkest folds of the mystery. Shadows twist ominously around her, swallowing the room in silence. Marcus pulls a small flashlight from his pocket, its beam piercing the gloom to reveal a hidden map etched behind the diary. The illuminated lines trace a path into the depths beneath Marrow Street's catacombs. The map leads them to a forgotten vault, its heavy doors sealed by time and secrets. The path ahead promises danger, but also the key to unlocking the tangled past. Alina and Marcus move toward the vault's shadowed entrance as Leela sends a covert message on her phone. Each step forward tightens the threads of their intertwined fates, shadows stretching long into the night. The heavy vault door groans under pressure, its rusted hinges groaning before it grudgingly swings open. Inside lies a trove of artifacts and documents, frozen in time and cloaked in dust. The air smells of old paper and secrets long buried beneath layers of shadow. Abruptly, the echo of footsteps ricochets off the cold stone walls. Victor emerges with two shadowy figures at his side, their presence a dark blockade at the only exit. The tension coalesces, thick enough to cut through with a whispered threat. Alina swiftly raises the silver locket, catching the flickering light to reveal a concealed symbol matching the vault's emblem. The gesture freezes the room, the locket's glow defying the darkness around them. This emblem ties the present moment to a deeper, hidden history. One of Victor's companions lunges for the locket, but Marcus intercepts with practiced precision, his hand slamming down to halt the snatch. The sudden clash breaks the fragile stillness into sharp urgency. Alina sidesteps, heart pounding beneath fractured glass reflections. A glance catches Alina's eye on a cracked mirror, its fragmented surface offering glimpses beyond the vault walls. There, faintly outlined in shadow, is the entrance to a concealed escape tunnel. Hope glimmers alongside the fractured truths around them. Seizing the moment, Alina and Marcus slip through the hidden passage, silent against the cold stone. Behind them, Victor's roar of frustration echoes, restrained yet simmering with menace. The night swallows their flight as shadows lengthen across Marrow Street. Leela's intercepted call crackles in Victor's ear, revealing betrayal not only at hand, but woven through their ranks. Conflicted, Victor wrestles with loyalties pulled tight between past alliances and present threats. His gaze darkens, torn between fury and reluctant strategy. Emerging near the aged clock tower, Alina and Marcus catch their breath, the weight of pursuit pressing behind. Their eyes meet, determination flickering amidst exhaustion. The urban night cloaks their resolve as they prepare to untangle the threads of the mystery. Inside the ancient tower, Alina's hands deftly turn gears and cogs, orchestrating a silent dance of mechanism. The hidden compartment swings open, revealing a faded portrait tucked beneath layers of dust. Time's shadows flicker across their faces, frozen in painted stillness. The portrait reveals younger versions of Alina, Marcus, Victor, and Leela, bound by smiles and secrets alike. Their youthful eyes hold unspoken stories, the origins of entangled fates now slowly surfacing. The past breathes in every cracked line and faded hue. Alina's scar tingles unbearably, memories fracturing and flooding through her mind. Shattered moments coalesce around the conspiracy that has haunted her life, each shard piercing deeper than before. The link between past wounds and present danger sharpens with chilling clarity. Marcus lowers his gaze, admitting a hidden allegiance entwined with the family's ruin. His revelation complicates their fragile alliance, threading betrayal into their shared quest. Secrets once buried now surface amidst flickering shadows and fractured trust. Tracking Alina's movements through twisting alleys and dimly lit streets, Victor pieces together fragments of the puzzle. His eyes narrow beneath the play of shadows and streetlight reflections, calculating each step closer. The city itself seems to watch, silent and waiting. Cornered yet composed, Alina extends an offer of truce to Victor, proposing a joint effort to unveil the truth. She speaks with conviction, hoping to channel past enmities into preventing further harm. Shadows and reflections flicker as loyalties hang in the balance. Victor, hesitant but drawn by curiosity, consents to her proposal. He reveals a hidden safe, its lock clicking open to expose a confession letter bound in time. The weight of the letter promises turbulent revelations beneath the fractured layers of their past. From the letter unfolds the story behind the fractured glass motif, a violent confrontation years before that shattered more than just windows. The confession paints a raw scene of betrayal and broken bonds etched deep into their histories. The shards of truth glisten under the dim light. The trio debates the timing and manner of exposing the betrayal, aware the wrong move could destroy them all. Each voice carries the burden of consequence, their shadows tangled as uncertainty lingers. Strategizing in whispers, they weigh revelation against survival. Leela interrupts, brandishing surveillance footage, capturing a crucial scene from the past. Her discovery corroborates the confession's claims, offering irrefutable evidence from fractured moments frozen in time. The flickering screen illuminates faces and deeds once hidden in shadow. United in purpose, the group plans to leak the evidence anonymously, their actions cloaked beneath Marrow Street's lengthening shadows. The city hums unknowingly as truths prepare to surface amid fractures and reflections. Change pulses quietly beneath the urban night. As dawn stretches its first light, fractured glass from a broken window glints one last time, symbolizing the cusp of transformation. The shards scatter prismatic signals across the walls, reflecting hopes and fears alike. The city stirs, on the brink of awakening and revelation. News of the uncovered conspiracy spreads swiftly, igniting public intrigue and unease throughout the city. Conversations ripple from shadowed corners to bustling streets, the mystery no longer confined to whispers. Marrow Street pulses with a tension that refuses to fade. Returning to the antique chest, Alina places the silver locket carefully inside, locking it away from prying eyes. The act is both a closure and a safeguard amid the swirling chaos of truth and deceit. The locket's intricate engraving catches the fading light, silent amidst secrets. Marcus melts into the crowd, his intentions veiled and his departure marked by quiet ambiguity. Alina watches, reflecting on the tangled interplay of trust and betrayal that has defined their tangled journey. The city's heart beats on, unyielding beneath fractured skies. From a shadowed rooftop, Victor surveys the sprawling city below, contemplative and unmoving. The lights flicker like distant memories, each pulse a reminder of battles fought in both darkness and daylight. His expression is unreadable, wrapped in the weight of unfolding fate. Leela joins Alina quietly, their shared glance an unspoken acknowledgement of survival and the burden of secrets kept. Together, they stand on Marrow Street, shadows stretching long around them. In the silence, their resolve hardens against the gathering night. A sudden flashback illuminates the truth behind the locket's engraving. It is a symbol of sacrifice and hope, carved by a hidden ancestor who protected their kin from a terrible fate. The fractured glass from earlier scenes reflects in this memory, breaking the past into shards that finally fit together. Back in the present, Alina carefully opens the silver locket and discovers a folded, aged letter addressed to her. The handwriting is familiar, belonging to someone she loved and lost long ago, the words etched with a deep sense of urgency and care. As Alina reads, her eyes well with emotion. The letter speaks of promises made, to protect, to remember, and to bear the heavy burden of knowledge passed down through generations. The weight of the past settles over her, but so does a newfound strength, as the fractured pieces of truth begin to heal. The group gathers once more on Marrow Street, their faces marked by the trials endured, but now united in fragile trust. Despite the scars and shadows that cling to them, an unspoken bond forms, knit by the shared revelation and the enduring mysteries they've faced together. As the sun dips low, its fading light casts long shadows across the cracked pavement of Marrow Street, mirroring the lingering secrets that still haunt the night. The city's atmosphere holds both the weight of past darkness and the delicate promise of dawn yet to come. Alina steps out from her apartment, locking the door behind her with a decisive click. She leaves the past firmly in that quiet space, but carries the lessons it imparted, etched in the silver locket that now hangs heavy around her neck. In the calm of her home, Alina sets the silver locket on the mantelpiece, its engraving catching the faint light. It stands as a solemn reminder of what was lost, what was fought for, and the silent hope that endures beneath the surface. Across town, Leela tends to a small plant by the window, nurturing new growth amidst the decay of the city. It is a quiet symbol of resilience and renewal, an echo of the fragile beginnings that rise from broken roots. A message pings on Marcus's phone, his voice calm and steady over the recording. He promises aid should darkness return, a reassuring tether to strength and solidarity in an uncertain world. The city breathes as night fades into morning, alive with secrets and shadows that twist through its streets. Alina steps into the soft light of dawn, ready to meet whatever comes next with eyes clear and purpose renewed. Long ago, beneath the ancient ironwood tree, the village gathered each moonless night to await a silent whisper. Among them was Ira, a girl whose heart beat with the wild pulse of the forest itself. One night, the whisper carried a secret, a forgotten path hidden under the tree's roots, leading into the earth's deep veins. Drawn by the whisper, Ira slipped away from the village, her lantern casting dancing shadows on gnarled bark. She descended into the hollow path, where stones hummed beneath her feet and moss glowed faintly in the dark. A voice, neither cruel nor kind, echoed softly, "Seek the heart where silence dwells." Ira pressed deeper, feeling the pulse of the earth grow stronger, like the slow drum of a giant's heartbeat. Suddenly, she reached a cavern, vast and shimmering with crystals that caught her light like 1,000 stars. At its center, a stone pedestal held a single, ancient seed pulsing with life. The voice spoke again. "Plant it where roots meet sky, and the world will sing anew." Ira knew this seed was no ordinary life, but the pulse of the forest itself, waiting to be reborn. She grasped the seed gently, feeling warmth spread through her fingers, a promise of renewal. Climbing back through the winding roots, the forest seemed to watch silently, its breath held in hope. Outside, the sky was just breaking into dawn, the first light touching the ironwood's sweeping branches. Ira planted the seed at the tree's base, whispering a wish into the waking breeze. The earth trembled softly. Roots unwound, leaves shimmered, and a new bud sprouted instantly at the tree's crown. From the newly blossomed leaf, a serene light spread across the village, filling hearts with peace and wonder. Ira smiled, knowing the forest's whisper had become a song, one of life, deep magic, and endless beginnings. As the villagers awakened, they felt the change beneath their feet and the sky above, a world renewed in silent harmony. And the ironwood tree stood taller, its leaves forever holding the whispered secret of the earth's endless heartbeat. Ava stood on the rooftop, rain slicking shards of glass reflecting neon lights beneath her. She gripped the ancient circuit pendant hanging from her neck tightly, her violet eyes absorbing every fractured reflection of the sprawling city below. In a dimly lit room with flickering bulbs, Kale methodically adjusted the worn joints of his mechanical arm. Outside, shadows danced with the passing crowds, their hurried movements contrasting his focused solitude. Lyra hovered near the cluttered workbench, her spherical blue core pulsing gently in the dim light. With precision, she scanned layers of encrypted data, algorithms shifting like the shards of shattered glass around her. A cryptic message flashed suddenly on Ava's holopad, fragmented lines of code interspersed with a broken glass symbol. The city's rain-drenched neon reflected subtly against the screen, mirroring the confusion in her eyes. Massive screens across the city suddenly flickered, presenting a glimpse of the overseer's faceless hologram framed by floating shards of glass before scrambling into static. The ominous warning rippled through the fabric of the neon-lit metropolis. In a narrow alley bathed in fading neon graffiti, Kale's intense eyes met Ava's as he approached silently. An urgent tension clung to the air, the city's dimming lights echoing their unspoken concerns. Lyra projected a shimmering 3D map, red nodes flashing erratically over the unstable sectors, threatening to fracture the city's grid. Each pulsing point mirrored the increasing fragility of time itself. At her cluttered desk scattered with shards of broken glass, Ava leaned in, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured code she painstakingly decoded. The patterns seemed to twist and fragment with each attempt, mocking her resolve. They strategized in hushed tones, the dark alley around them alive with flickers of neon light. The plan to infiltrate the central network hub carried the weight of shattered memories and uncertain futures. Ava's fingers tightened around the small device resembling her pendant, wires glowing faintly blue as she made final adjustments. The pulsing light mirrored Lyra's core, a beacon in the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, Ava's mind fractured, as if her memories slipped through shattered glass, folding images of a lost friend into indistinct blurs. The visage dissolved into glitching shards that danced behind her closed eyelids. Kale equipped his mechanical arm, revealing a concealed interface humming with latent power. Despite its wear, the arm's resilience gleamed as he prepared for the digital storm ahead. Like a silent shadow, Lyra slipped through narrow vents toward the city's network heart. Her core brightened as she sent pulses forward, weaving through the tangled data streams like shards of glass in a maze. Abruptly, the city plunged into darkness, neon lights shattered into voids of colorless blackness. The sudden silence was unsettling, broken only by the distant drip of rain on fractured glass. Ava and Kale exchanged tense, knowing glances amid the quiet streets shadowed by failing neon. Alarms echoed faintly, a chilling reminder that the stakes were no less than their memories and lives. Within the digital network, Lyra confronted a firewall whose edges shimmered and morphed like broken fragments of glass slicing through the data. Its shifting form challenged her every attempt to advance. Navigating through dark, neon-dappled alleyways, Ava and Kale moved with extreme caution. Reflections fractured and flickered across wet pavement, distorting reality as time seemed to unravel around them. Without warning, a swarm of intercepted drones encircled Lyra, their movements sharp and coordinated. Her blue core pulsed rapidly, alarmed as she scrambled to decode the resistant, fragmented signature within. Kale's mechanical arm flared to life, plasma emitters igniting as he battled security bots in sudden bursts of light. Sparks flew, illuminating the night in stark contrast to the dimming neon skyline. Ava knelt before a cracked terminal, inserting the pendant-like device which glowed faintly blue. Her hands trembled slightly, the risky override casting fractured reflections of hope and dread across her face. Suddenly, the overseer's hologram materialized amidst floating shards of fractured glass, its faceless form menacing and sharp. It spoke in cold echoes, warning of dire consequences should they proceed further. Lyra narrowly escaped the tightening digital trap, her core pulsing with urgent intensity as the code fought back with ever-growing resistance. Frustrated yet undeterred, she retreated to regroup and regroup. Memories surged violently within Ava's mind, visions of a city before its fracture flooded her in wavelets. Faces blurred behind glitching glass fragments, the lost friend's image obscured, elusive as a fading dream. Kale hacked a utility grid beneath the neon glow, sending cascades of flickering lights through the city. The sudden bursts masked their movements, turning shadowy streets into a fragmented dance of light and dark. Beneath the city's foundations, they uncovered a hidden chamber lined with fragmented mirrors reflecting tangled realities. Each surface fractured their reflections and distorted time, hinting at deeper secrets beneath the fractured world. Lyra's blue core pulses rapidly as she projects streams of coded warnings across the dimmed cityscape, cautioning that any further tampering with the network could trigger a catastrophic collapse. Flickering data cascades like shattered glass shards, reflecting the urgency imbued in her synthetic voice. Ava studies the warning carefully, her violet eyes reflecting the fractured patterns on every digital screen around them. Suddenly, through a haze of glitching holograms, Ava glimpses a spectral image flickering like broken glass, an apparition of her lost friend. The figure's features are distorted, fragmented between reality and memory, tugging at emotions buried deep. The ancient circuit pendant around Ava's neck seems to resonate faintly, as if reacting to the apparition's presence. In a quiet corner, Kale's mechanical arm emits an unstable hum, joints trembling with an odd current. Doubt shadows his ash-gray eyes as he questions their chances against the Overseer's growing control. Yet, his grip on Ava's shoulder strengthens, determination flickering in the worn but resilient mechanisms of his limb. The Overseer responds with ruthless aggression, intensifying its digital assault. Waves of corrupt data ripple through the city's once vibrant holograms. Shattered glass motifs fracture further, casting eerie reflections as neon lights dim under the assault. The faceless entity's presence looms large, its fragmented holograms shifting unsettlingly in the shadows. Amidst the chaos, Ava deciphers a hidden pattern woven in the digital shards, fragments of trapped memories scattered within the corrupted system. They are broken, yet not lost, hinting at a path to recovery. Her pendant flickers softly, guiding her through the labyrinth of displaced time and fractured reality. The trio rushes into a chamber where the digital and physical worlds blend, the air thick with distortion. Reality itself cracks around them, splintering like shattered glass as time fragments warp the environment. Neon hues flicker unnaturally, casting eerie shadows across the fractured space. Lyra sacrifices part of her core energy, the blue light dimming briefly, to stabilize the shifting digital environment enveloping them. Sparks fly in cascades of faint light, and a temporary calm settles over the chaos. Her sacrifice anchors the turbulent data streams, granting the team precious moments to act. As the fracturing threatens to overwhelm Ava's senses, Kale catches her firmly, his mechanical arm steady despite its earlier instability. His quiet strength becomes a lifeline amid the disorienting distortions. Together, they resist the pull of the fragmented reality surrounding them. They activate the pendant device, its ancient circuits humming as shards of broken glass motifs begin to realign. The scattered fragments coalesce into clearer, coherent patterns, revealing glimpses of the fractured network's underlying structure. The ambient light shifts subtly, reflecting renewed hope. Suddenly, the environment glitches violently, forcing them to confront warped reflections of themselves within the surrounding mirrors. These distorted doubles flicker unpredictably, embodying fears and uncertainties lurking beneath their surfaces. The shadows of fractured selves threaten to consume their resolve. Ava delves into her fragmented memories, piecing together shards to uncover the cause of the city's fracture and her hidden role in its unfolding. Each recovered moment gleams like polished glass, casting light on the distorted timeline. Her violet eyes narrow, determination sharpening with understanding. Meanwhile, Kale battles internal fears as his mechanical parts resonate with an unfamiliar frequency, blurring lines between man and machine. The wear in his arms joints now pulses with a strange energy, symbolizing an unsettling transformation. He grapples with the essence of his humanity amid the mechanical symphony. Lyra recalibrates her core, syncing its pulsing blue light with Ava's pendant in a harmonious frequency. Their combined energies weave the fractured data streams into a tentative semblance of unity. The air buzzes softly, as if the network itself breathes in concert with them. The Overseer's shattered holograms crack further under the synchronized force, exposing vulnerabilities beneath its cold digital facade. Glimpses of fractured code ripple where once impermeable control reigned, signaling a potential turning point. The faceless entity's presence flickers, hinting at unseen weaknesses. Ava and Kale coordinate a synchronized override, their movements precise as they interface with the network's corrupted memory bank. Digital shards swirl like storm-tossed glass around them, every pulse reflecting their violet and ash-gray eyes. The system shudders, caught between collapse and revival. Neon lights across the city pulse rhythmically, mirroring the network's unstable heartbeat as the override progresses. Reflections of Ava's violet eyes flicker through every screen, interlacing with the fractured time motifs. The tension heightens, every beat feels like a fragile moment poised on the edge of collapse. Flashes of restored memories burst across the urban skyline, faces, places, and fleeting moments briefly returned, but fading as quickly as they arrive. Each fragment dances like shards of broken glass, catching light before vanishing. The city seems caught in a breathless limbo between past and present. Lyra's blue core stabilizes into a steady glow, anchoring the team amid the shifting digital landscape around them. Her light pulses with calm certainty, offsetting the frantic flutter of fractured data. Together, they stand resilient as the environment gradually regains coherence. The Overseer's voice reverberates one final time, a chilling echo delivering a last warning before dissolving into fragments of broken glass. Its presence shatters, scattering holographic shards that drift like spectral dust in the dim air. A silence falls, heavy and expectant, over the now-quiet cityscape. Ava and Kale brace themselves as the network shudders, the culmination of their efforts imminent but uncertain. The fractured motifs swirl more rapidly, reflecting the tension that grips them both. Time feels fragmented, hovering between possibility and consequence. The pendant device suddenly unlocks a hidden sequence. Patterns shift and pulse, revealing the true origin of the city's fractured timeline. Symbols glow like ancient circuitry, etched in shattered glass, speaking to secrets long buried. A new understanding dawns just beyond reach. Ava steps into a chamber bathed in light and fractured reflections, where distinctions between past and present blur. She moves with purposeful calm among the broken images, the circuit pendant glowing brightly against her silver hair. Time itself seems suspended, waiting for resolution. Kale supports Ava closely as she interfaces directly with the network's core, their energies intertwining. Memories and data streams converge, forming luminous pathways between fractured fragments. His mechanical arm hums steadily, a symbol of their joint perseverance. Lyra projects serene images of a time before fracture, streets alive with harmony beneath glowing neon skies. The city pulses with unbroken life, a stark contrast to the current shattered reality. These visions inspire the team, fueling the hope for restoration. The network pulses powerfully, shattering the last barriers of corrupted data in a surge of glowing shards. A reset looms, its promise shining through uncertainty and cost. The fractured glass motifs cascade around them, symbolizing both destruction and the seed of renewal. Ava's mind races as clarity strikes. The fracture, the distorted reality, all stemmed from her desperate attempt to alter time and save her friend. Her violet eyes reflect fragmented shards of memories once hidden, now painfully clear. The ancient circuit pendant rests heavy against her chest, echoing the weight of her actions. She wrestles with a tormenting choice: maintain this altered reality and endure its lingering pain, or restore the true flow of time and sacrifice precious memories. Each option carries fracture and loss, mirroring the shattered glass motifs surrounding her. Ava feels the heaviness of her decision deepen as the city dims around her. Kale steps close, his mechanical arm steady yet worn, offering silent strength. "Our strength," he says softly, "comes from facing reality together, no matter how broken or fragmented it may be." His ash-gray hair shifts slightly in the neon glow, anchoring Ava in the present. With newfound resolve, Ava initiates the reset sequence, watching as the fractured glass motifs begin to mend and radiate with an otherworldly glow. The digital screens flicker, reflecting her violet eyes, steady and determined. The city shifts, its neon lights intensifying amid the restoration. The overseer's shards dissolve into streams of brilliant light, unraveling digital chains that bound the city. The oppressive holograms fracture further until only luminescent fragments drift away like ephemeral sparks. Freedom flickers within every restored pixel of the metropolis. Neon lights blaze boldly for the first time in days, casting reflections on whole, unshattered glass surfaces that line the streets. The distorted reality recedes, replaced by clarity and vibrancy as the city breathes anew. Ava's pendant catches the light, its circuits glowing softly against her skin. Amid the renewed calm, Ava glimpses her lost friend's memory, restored yet subtly altered, like a fresh reflection trembling on a still pond. The moment lingers, bittersweet yet filled with hope. Fragments of the past and present merge gently within her heart. Kale's mechanical arm hums with a steady pulse, its worn resilience symbolizing balance between what was and what lies ahead. It feels fully integrated, a vessel of strength forged through shared trials. The arm's intricate mechanisms shimmer faintly in the restored neon illumination. Lyra's core glows warmly, pulsing gently as she hovers beside Ava and Kale. The trio stands silhouetted against the revitalized cityscape, united and strong. Their combined presence feels like a beacon of enduring hope amid infinite possibilities. Ava smiles softly, her fingers brushing the ancient circuit pendant that has never left her side. Beneath a dawning sky of whole reflections, the city breathes anew, filled with unbroken light and endless potential. In this fragile piece, the future unfolds, framed by shattered pasts now mended. The static on the radio crackled louder than usual, slicing through the midnight silence. Mara's fingers trembled as she adjusted the dial, searching desperately for a clear frequency. "Come in, Delta 7, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the interference. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged, distorted but unmistakable. "Code broken, seek the shadow before it's too late." The line went dead. She stared at the radio, heart pounding, breath ragged. Outside, the city slept, unaware of the storm creeping closer beneath its quiet surface. Mara grabbed her coat and slipped into the night, following the whisper of the message. She moved quickly down deserted streets, eyes darting for any sign of movement. Around the corner, a shadow detached itself from the darkness and approached silently. "You shouldn't be here," the figure warned, voice low and urgent. Mara squared her shoulders. "I need to stop what's coming. Help me." The figure hesitated, then handed her a small, encrypted device. "This holds the key. Find the truth before they shut it down for good." With no time to waste, Mara felt a surge of determination. Every step brought her closer to unraveling the mystery buried under layers of lies. She reached the hidden control room, lights flickering ominously as she entered. Connecting the device, the screens lit up with invaluable data just as alarms blared. "Got it," she muttered. "Now to escape before they find me." Bursting into the cold night air, Mara vanished into the shadows, clutching the last hope for truth. In the village of Aloria, where magic had long faded, a single ember glowed faintly beneath the old oak tree. Lena, a curious girl with bright eyes, discovered the ember one chilly evening while gathering firewood. The ember pulsed with a warmth that defied the autumn chill, whispering secrets of a forgotten world. She cupped it carefully, feeling a sudden surge of energy course through her veins. The trees around her shimmered, their outlines blurring into shapes of ancient power. Suddenly, a voice spoke softly. "You are the chosen, bearer of the last flame." Startled, Lena looked around, but saw no one, only the ember glowing brighter in her hands. Determined to understand, she sought the village elder, hoping for answers about the ember's origin. The elder's eyes widened as he saw the ember. "This flame is the heart of Aloria's magic, lost for centuries. With it, we can restore life to our land. But the path is perilous and not without sacrifice," he warned. Lena nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. At dawn, she embarked on a journey beyond the village, following the ember's faint, glowing pulse. Through dense forests and misty valleys, the light led her to a hidden cavern, veiled in shimmering waves of energy. Inside, the air crackled with ancient power, the cavern walls inscribed with glowing runes. The embers' glow intensified as Lena approached an altar at the center, carved from crystalline stone. She placed the ember carefully on its surface, and a radiant light burst forth, flooding the cavern. Magic surged back into the world, revitalizing trees, streams, and creatures long thought lost. Lena felt a profound connection to the earth, her heart beating with newfound strength and hope. "The flame lives on through you," the gentle voice echoed once more, fading into the breeze. Returning to Aloria, Lena smiled as vibrant magic bloomed anew, her village alive with wonder once again. It started with a faint tapping sound coming from the attic above Mia's bedroom. Every night, just as the clock struck midnight, the tapping would begin, slow and deliberate. Mia tried to ignore it, blaming old house noises and her restless imagination. But the tapping grew louder, more persistent, turning into a rhythmic knocking that could not be ignored. One night, curiosity won over fear. She crept upstairs, flashlight trembling in her hand. The attic stairs creaked under her weight, a long, narrow space filled with dusty old boxes. Then she heard it, a whisper, soft and urgent, brushing against her ear like a cold breath. "Help me," it hissed, a voice barely louder than the wind. Mia's heart pounded. "Who's there?" she whispered back, her voice shaking. Silence answered before the whisper returned. "Trapped. Alone." Searching through the boxes, Mia found an old journal, its pages yellowed and torn. The diary belonged to a girl named Lucy, who once lived in the house decades ago. Lucy wrote about a terrible secret, about being locked in the attic by someone she once trusted. Suddenly, the attic door slammed shut behind Mia, plunging her into darkness. Desperately, she opened the journal to the last page, a chilling plea to anyone who found it. "Set me free," Lucy's words begged, "before it's too late." With shaky hands, Mia looked up and spotted an old latch on the window, half covered by cobwebs. She forced it open, letting in a gust of fresh, cold air that seemed to lift the oppressive weight around her. The tapping stopped, the whispers faded, light filled the attic once more. Mia whispered, "You're free now," and as dawn broke, the house seemed at peace for the first time in years. The rain hammered the cracked pavement like a warning, shadows flickering beneath the weak glow of a flickering neon sign. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his tired face, eyes scanning the empty street beyond the half-open door. "Another night, another ghost," he muttered, flicking ash into a rusted ashtray. A soft knock interrupted the silence, followed by a slender figure stepping through the veil of drizzle into his dim office. She wore desperation like a faded perfume, eyes shimmering with secrets and unspoken fears. "I need your help," she whispered, sliding an old photograph across the desk. The photo showed a man with a crooked smile, missing from the city's underbelly for weeks. "He's tangled with the wrong people," she said, "and now I'm next if you don't find him." Marlowe crushed his cigarette, knowing well that some debts didn't pay in cash but in blood. He followed footprints and whispered lies through alleys thick with smoke and regret. Each clue pulled him deeper into a labyrinth of betrayal, beneath flickering streetlights and cold concrete. The city's heartbeat was a dangerous rhythm, but Marlowe played along, tuned to every silent scream. In the back room of a forgotten bar, he found the man, bruised but breathing, shadowed by two dark figures. A standoff flickered like a broken film reel, guns drawn, tensions sharp as razors. "You're done hiding," Marlowe said, voice steady amid chaos. Chaos erupted, but Marlowe's quick reflexes carved a path to safety for the man and the woman waiting outside. The rain washed away the grime and gunpowder as they disappeared into the night, leaving only echoes behind. Back at the office, Marlowe stared at the empty chair across from him and sighed. "Some shadows never leave," he murmured, lighting another cigarette in the dim light. Outside, the neon buzzed, the city asleep but never quiet, ready for its next secret to surface. Evelyn Drake arrived at Greystone Manor, her red scarf fluttering in the cold breeze as the silhouette of the clock tower loomed overhead. The air held a chill, mirroring the unease she felt about the recent strange happenings reported here. At the doorstep, Thomas Hale greeted her warmly, clutching a stack of old letters he'd found hidden within the manor's vast library. His sandy hair was tousled, and behind his glasses, his eyes sparkled with curiosity about the manor's secrets. Inside the grand hall, the clock tower's hands eerily stood still at 3:15, casting long, distorted shadows over the peeling wallpaper stained by time. The dim, warm light was beginning to fade, tension creeping into the corners of the room. Evelyn studied a faded photograph showing a family posed beneath the very clock tower outside. Her sharp eyes noted a missing figure in the picture, deepening the mystery that hovered around the manor. Without a sound, Mr. Grayson appeared, clutching his silver pocket watch tightly. His weathered face drew serious as he offered a somber warning about the manor's troubled past, his voice barely above a whisper. In the study, Evelyn uncovered a locked diary, its cover etched with a strange symbol that matched the border framing the faded photograph. The red scarf brushed against the diary as Evelyn held it, a silent signal of discovery. Thomas proposed they search the manor's grounds for the diary's key as the wind began to howl, rattling the old window panes. Outside, the clock tower stood silhouetted against a darkening sky, its still hands mocking the passage of time. As they reached the garden, Leela Crane appeared from the shadows, her mischievous smile breaking the tension. She claimed to have heard faint whispers near the old oak tree, which stood twisted beneath the looming clock tower. The group gathered around the ancient roots of the tree, where Evelyn's fingers found a hidden compartment. Within it lay an old key, its metal cold and ominous as the clock tower's shadow stretched across the ground. Suddenly, inside the manor, the clock chimed 3:15 sharply, its sound echoing through the halls despite being frozen for decades. The sudden noise startled everyone, plunging the room into a shadowy stillness. Evelyn opened the diary with trembling hands, reading aloud a cryptic entry hinting at secrets concealed behind the manor's very walls. Her red scarf slipped slightly as each word deepened their collective unease. Footsteps echoed across the floorboards upstairs, but when the group raced to the hallway, it was empty, haunted only by their whispered guesses and flickering shadows. The cold light from the window cast eerie patterns along the worn floor. Thomas discovered a hidden passage behind a grand bookshelf, its entrance marked by the same mysterious symbol etched on the diary and photograph. Dust swirled in the dim light, the air thickening with anticipation as the clock tower loomed outside. Evelyn hesitated at the passage, debating whether to proceed while her red scarf snagged on a protruding rusty nail, tugging her back to the present moment. Her sharp eyes scanned the shadowed corridor beyond as tension tightened. Determined, they resolved to explore the passage together, each step causing the manor to seem alive, exhaling shadows that grew thicker around them. Outside, the clock tower stood dark, the setting sun casting long shadows through broken windows. Inside the narrow passage, faded portraits clung to the walls, their eyes seeming to follow every movement with silent judgment. The red scarf brushed past a portrait's glass, sending a shiver down Evelyn's spine. Without warning, a gust of cold wind extinguished their lanterns, plunging them into impenetrable darkness. Evelyn's hands trembled as she relit the lantern, the flickering flame fighting back the oppressive blackness. At the passage's end, a creaking door slowly opened to reveal a dust-laden room crowded with forgotten furniture and memories long buried. Faint light from their lanterns danced over the faded surfaces as the shadowy atmosphere thickened. Leela unfolded a torn journal page she discovered among the debris, reading aloud a tale of betrayal that had shattered the family decades before. The words hung heavy in the air, deepening the sense of something lurking within the manor's walls. A sudden creak beneath Thomas's foot revealed a trapdoor, its edges swallowed by dust and darkness, descending further underground. The manor seemed to hold its breath as they peered into the unknown below. They descended into a chamber, adorned with ancient symbols etched into stone, where a goblet stained dark with age rested at its center. The flickering lantern light threw unsettling shapes, echoing through the silent room beneath the manor. Again, Evelyn's red scarf caught on a rusty nail, pulling loose a hidden drawer embedded in the wall. Inside lay a mysterious locket, its metal tarnished but intact, glinting faintly in the dim light. The group debated whether to open the locket, its weight heavy with possibilities. Inside, a miniature portrait bore a striking resemblance to the missing figure in the old photograph, suggesting hidden ties and unresolved secrets. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the underground chamber, extinguishing their lantern once more. Faint, indistinct whispers echoed off the stone, sending a chill through their bones as shadows danced on the walls. Thomas called out into the darkness, but only silence answered back. Fear mounted as the group pressed onward, each step weighed down by the manor's thickening tension and the unknown waiting ahead. Mr. Grayson's weathered face turned solemn as he confessed that he had known the manor's secrets all his life, but the weight of what might lie ahead filled him with dread. The silver pocket watch in his hand ticked softly, marking the uneasy moment, as if time itself hesitated alongside them. Evelyn tightened her red scarf around her neck, her eyes fierce with determination. "We can't turn back now," she insisted, driven by a need to uncover the truth hidden beneath Greystone Manor, no matter the cost. The group's flashlight beams landed on a wall inscribed with a cryptic poem, the faded letters hinting at a hidden treasure and a broken promise that haunted the manor's history. Shadows danced across the aged stone, adding a chilling weight to the verse. A creeping unease settled over them as they realized the treasure was connected not just to wealth, but to the manor's troubled past and the unrest still rippling through its halls. The shadows seemed deeper now, as if the manor itself was warning them away. Suddenly, a noise rustled in the shadows, sharp and fleeting. Heartbeats quickening, they made the tense decision to split up, each searching for clues, apprehension growing heavier with every quiet footstep. Evelyn's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of something familiar beneath peeling wallpaper, an old family crest bearing the same emblem as the locked diary. Her red scarf brushed against the wall as she traced the faded emblem, a symbol connecting past and present. Meanwhile, Thomas's fingers uncovered a secret compartment hidden in the floorboards. Inside lay a blood-stained letter addressed simply to E, its ink blurred but the urgency unmistakable, sending a chill through the room. A startled voice called out, and Leela rejoined the group with wide eyes, claiming she had seen a fleeting shadow vanish down the dimly lit hall. Her mischievous smile faded, replaced by an ominous tension that warned they were not alone. Regrouping, the four pieced together their discoveries, the clues suggesting that the missing figure had been silenced in a tragic act tied deeply to the manor's secrets. The weight of that silence pressed down on them all. Mr. Grayson led them to the manor's clock tower, revealing it had stopped exactly at the hour the betrayal took place, time frozen at that moment of profound upheaval. The silver pocket watch in his hand seemed to echo the stillness, marking a moment suspended in history. They rushed towards the tower, but the manor's walls felt alive, closing in as an unseen force barred their path. Shadows lengthened and shifted, turning the familiar home into a confining labyrinth of fear and resistance. Evelyn's red scarf snagged on a rusted hinge, and with a tug, the clock's hands trembled and began to move again. The slow turning of time seemed to unlock something deeper within the manor's heart as the mechanism groaned to life. As the clock struck 3:15, a concealed door creaked open at the base of the tower, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling upwards into darkness. The faint glow from their torches revealed dust motes dancing like spirits in the cool air. Carefully ascending, they reached a chamber filled with family relics and an ancient journal, the room suffused with a warm golden light contrasting the manor's usual shadowy gloom. Each object held whispers of a forgotten legacy. Evelyn opened the journal and read aloud a confession detailing a misunderstood sacrifice made to protect the manor's legacy from ruin. The words painted a complex picture that challenged everything they had assumed about the past. Suddenly, the chamber's light dimmed until only shadows remained, and an indistinct figure materialized, softly calling Evelyn's name. The apparition's presence was both unsettling and tender, as if begging for understanding. The ghostly figure gestured toward the journal before fading away, urging them to grasp the truth within its pages before it vanished into the depths of memory. The silence left behind was heavy with unspoken revelations. Thomas focused on the last journal entry and deciphered that the betrayal had been a painful necessity, a choice made to save those within the manor from a darker fate. The harsh truth settled among them like a fragile truce between past and present. The group, relieved yet contemplative, agreed to honor those sacrifices by preserving the manor's history rather than seeking retribution. They prepared to leave the tower, carrying with them a new understanding forged in shadows and light. Outside the chamber, the atmosphere had lightened, the once oppressive tension giving way to faint hope, though shadows lingered, reminding them that some secrets remained veiled beneath Greystone Manor's ancient stones. Descending the spiral stairs, Evelyn clutched a locket she had found earlier, now warm to her touch as if infused with the manor's lingering spirit. Her red scarf fluttered softly, a symbol of their ongoing connection to the house's hidden past. Back in the grand hall, the clock tower's hands now ticked steadily, marking the passage of time as the manor seemed to exhale a breath long held. The steady rhythm echoed a turning point, a present moving forward from a shadowed past. Mr. Grayson expressed heartfelt gratitude to Evelyn and her friends, revealing that the manor's legacy was now safe in their hands. The silver pocket watch gleamed faintly, a silent seal binding them to the manor's history and future. Leela discovered a hidden box tucked beneath the grand hall's floorboards, containing letters of reconciliation that bridged the fractured family history. The mischief returned to her smile, touched now with the weight of healing and hope. Together, they stepped out of Greystone Manor, the dawn casting warm sunlight over the once-shadowed estate. As the clock tower chimed softly behind them, their footsteps carried the promise of new beginnings beyond the lingering shadows. Weeks later, Evelyn carefully unveiled the restored portrait in the manor's gallery. The missing figure, once obscured by time, finally appeared reunited with their family, completing the haunting image. Draped in her signature red scarf, Evelyn's eyes gleamed with quiet triumph as the room filled with warm light. Visitors arrived steadily, drawn by the story Evelyn shared with heartfelt passion and care. Each person lingered to hear the tales woven into the manor's walls, their curiosity kindled by the vibrant history now alive. Outside, the clock tower stood tall against a shifting dusky sky, sentinel to the new chapter unfolding. Thomas published an article that gracefully captured the mystery and its resolved secrets. His words painted a tale of redemption and hope, echoing through the town and beyond. His sandy hair catching the soft glow of his desk lamp, Thomas smiled, proud of the narrative they had brought to light. Inspired by their adventure, Leela founded a local history club with enthusiasm and a mischievous smile. Her braided hair catching the afternoon sun, she eagerly encouraged others to uncover untold stories buried in the town's past. The club meetings became vibrant gatherings where curiosity and friendship blossomed. The silver pocket watch, gleaming against the reception's polished wood, found a place of honor within the manor. It became a silent symbol of time and memory, its steady ticking marking moments both significant and serene. Visitors admired it, often pausing to reflect on its quiet presence. Evelyn's red scarf transformed into a badge of courage among the townsfolk, symbolizing their shared journey through shadows into light. The vibrant fabric appeared at community events and quiet moments alike, a rallying emblem of resilience. Its color stood vivid against the backdrop of healing and renewal. One evening, Evelyn stood beneath the manor's imposing clock tower, the shadows lengthening around her. The air pulsed with the convergence of past and present, the steady ticking echoing in her ears. Wrapped tight in her red scarf, she felt the weight and warmth of the journey thus far. A soft breeze stirred unexpectedly, lifting her scarf gently as if whispering a quiet thanks for the peace restored. The manor seemed to breathe around her, alive with a calm that had once eluded its halls. The shadowy light softened, embracing the night with a tranquil grace. Greystone Manor transformed from a place of lingering shadows to a beacon of stories, connection, and healing. Its walls, once heavy with silence, now hummed with laughter and shared memories. The clock tower, always watching, cast steady time over lives renewed and histories embraced. Evelyn smiled subtly beneath the watchful clock, knowing some mysteries endure beyond resolutions. These lingering echoes inspired those who chose to listen, weaving new tales beneath the ticking hands. The red scarf fluttered gently, a symbol of enduring hope and untold stories yet to come. The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times. Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. "Never forget, even ruins can root new life." From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance, and in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, Detective Marlowe crouched beside the shattered glass of the old music shop window. Inside, among the scattered shards and broken strings, lay the body of Victor Chen, the town's renowned harpist. A single, crumpled sheet of music rested in his hand, untitled and unfamiliar. "What were you playing, Victor?" Marlowe whispered, eyes scanning the note for any clue. "The shop owner, Mrs. Grady," appeared from the shadows, clutching her shawl tight. "He came in earlier, scared. Said someone was after the composition he discovered." Marlowe examined the sheet again. The note seemed ordinary, yet there was an odd symbol scratched in the margin. A jagged lightning bolt. He recalled an old town legend about a lost melody hidden within pieces of music that could drive listeners mad. Determined, Marlowe headed to the local library's archives, fingers tracing over dusty ledgers and faded newspaper clippings. There, he found a record of a harpist from decades ago, who vanished after unveiling a captivating tune linked to that very symbol. The pieces fit. Victor had uncovered the same haunting melody, and someone wanted to keep it secret. Back at the shop, Marlowe noticed a locked drawer beneath the counter and a faint humming sound emanating from within. Using a hairpin, he picked the lock. Inside lay a small, intricately carved music box playing the melody from the mysterious sheet. The tune floated eerily in the air. Marlowe felt a strange dizziness, but clenched his jaw in resolve. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the back room, a rival musician desperate to silence Victor and claim the composition. "You don't understand its power," the figure hissed, lunging toward Marlowe. Quick reflexes saved him, and during the scuffle, the music box fell silent as it shattered on the floor. The intruder fled, leaving behind a trail of whispered threats and unfinished secrets. Marlowe secured the scene, deciding to safeguard the sheet music and the broken box pieces, vowing to uncover the full story. As dawn broke, the quiet town stirred, unaware of the melody that almost consumed its soul. Marlowe glanced at the crumpled notes one last time. "Some tunes," he mused, "are better left unplayed." In the heart of Grayson Hollow stood a forgotten cottage, its windows dark and its garden overgrown. One stormy evening, Clara, a curious traveler, sought refuge there, unaware of the cottage's eerie reputation. As she lit a candle to ward off the darkness, the flame danced wildly, casting shadows that seemed alive. Whispers floated through the air, soft and beckoning, as if the house itself were telling secrets. Drawn to a dusty old book on a creaking shelf, Clara opened it to find pages filled with strange symbols. Suddenly, the candle flickered out, plunging the room into darkness more profound than the night outside. But then, a faint glow emerged from the book, illuminating a path that twisted beyond reality. Curiosity overcame fear, and Clara stepped into the light, finding herself in a realm woven from memories and dreams. Figures appeared, lost souls bound by sorrow, eyes pleading for release from ancient pain. Realizing the candle was her anchor, Clara relit it, its steady flame promising hope and courage. She recited an incantation from the book, each word unraveling the chains of the trapped spirits. One by one, the phantoms faded, their murmurs turning into grateful sighs as they passed into peace. The cottage brightened, the oppressive weight lifting, replaced by a gentle warmth. Outside, the storm ceased, stars glittering like tiny lanterns guiding her way. Clara stepped back through the shimmer, candle in hand, the boundary between worlds softly sealing behind her. Morning light poured through the now clean windows, revealing a garden revived and vibrant. She smiled, knowing the cottage's tale had changed, from a place of sorrow to one of healing. As she walked away, the candle's flame flickered once, then steadied, a silent guardian's promise. Every darkness holds a light, the narrator mused, and every lost soul a path home. Clara disappeared down the road, leaving behind a cottage that would no longer be forgotten or feared. The horizon burned red as Mara stepped through the dust-choked remnants of the city. She clutched an old, crumpled map, her only guide to the rumored sanctuary beyond the wasteland. Just a little further, she whispered, eyes on the distant silhouette of twisted metal structures. The wind howled, carrying with it the voice of the past, echoes from a world undone by fire and fury. Suddenly, a faint flicker of movement caught her eye, a small figure darting between rubble. Heart-pounding, Mara called out, "Wait, I'm not here to harm you." An old man emerged, eyes weary but kind. "You seek the horizon's edge, don't you?" Mara nodded, hope fighting despair inside her chest. "It's not just a place," he said. "It's a choice between survival and rebirth." They journeyed together, tales unfolding as the sun dipped lower behind the ruined skyline. At night, stars pierced the heavy clouds, whispering stories of those who came before. Mara learned that the sanctuary was built on remnants of old technology, a fragile pulse of life in the wasteland. Morning light revealed a valley shielded by towering cliffs, crystals shimmering with an otherworldly glow. "Home," the old man breathed, tears streaming down cracked cheeks. Inside the valley, plants thrived against all odds, vines reclaiming steel bones of forgotten machines. Mara knelt, touching the earth, warm and alive beneath the cold ash of yesterday. "We rebuild," she declared, voice steady with newfound purpose. Together with the old man and the valley's sparse community, she planted seeds of hope and recovery. The wasteland outside remained harsh and unforgiving, but here, life bloomed resilient and brave. From the ashes, Mara saw not an end, but a beginning, the last horizon, a new dawn. Mara moved into the abandoned cottage at the edge of town, dismissing the locals' warnings as mere superstition. The air was thick with fog that seemed to cling to the crooked trees surrounding her new home. Nightfall brought an uneasy silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves and distant howls. On her first night, Mara heard a soft whispering that seemed to come from the walls themselves. She pressed her ear against the cold wooden surface, catching fragments of desperate voices calling her name. The whispers spoke of pain and forgotten secrets buried beneath the earth. Determined to prove herself immune to superstition, Mara explored the basement the next day. The air was damp and smelled of mildew, but something deeper drew her toward a loose floorboard. She pried it open to reveal a small, dusty box wrapped in faded cloth. Inside the box lay a bundle of brittle papers and an old locket that clicked ominously when opened. The letters detailed the tragic life of a young girl named Eliza, vanished from the town decades ago. Her final note begged for release from a curse that chained her soul to the hollow beneath the cottage. That night, the whispers turned into mournful wails that shook the windows and rattled doors. Shadows flickered unnaturally across the walls, and the temperature seemed to plummet. Mara clutched the locket, feeling a cold energy seep into her fingertips. As the clock struck midnight, the floor beneath Mara creaked under invisible weight. From the darkness emerged a pale figure with hollow eyes, her voice barely above a sigh. "Help me," she pleaded, her form dissolving like mist around Mara's feet. Fear rooted Mara in place, but she forced herself to remember the letters and Eliza's plea. The cursed spirit was bound to the hollow beneath the house, trapped by unspoken grief and betrayal. To break the curse, Mara needed to uncover the truth hidden in the past. By daybreak, Mara scoured the town archives, piecing together a story of jealousy, deceit, and a heartbroken father who had condemned Eliza to silence. The betrayal was etched in every document and whispered by the wind itself. Returning to the cottage, Mara carried with her a framed photograph of Eliza and a fragile white rose. She placed them beneath the loose floorboard and whispered a prayer for forgiveness and peace. The air thickened, and the cottage seemed to breathe alongside her. Night enveloped the cottage once more, but this time the uneasy silence was replaced by a gentle warmth. The whispers now sounded like a soft lullaby, soothing and peaceful. Mara felt unseen eyes watching, but no longer with malice. Suddenly, from the corner of the room, a faint glow formed into Eliza's spirit, her expression transformed with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered softly, before slowly dissolving into a cascade of shimmering lights. Mara's heart pounded with relief and awe. Days passed with calm settling over the hollow. Mara noticed flowers blooming where none had before, and the oppressive fog lifted, revealing crisp morning light. The town seemed lighter too, as if a shadow had been lifted from its history. Though the cottage was no longer haunted, Mara felt a permanent connection to the place and its quiet guardian. She kept the locket on a chain around her neck as a reminder of that night and the souls who had once been trapped. It was a symbol of her courage and compassion. Word spread quietly of Mara's bravery, turning whispered warnings into tales of respect for the past. The neighbors began visiting, offering help and sharing their own stories. The cottage became a fragile bridge between memory and healing. On one cloudy evening, Mara found a new note tucked beneath her door, a single line written in familiar handwriting. "You freed me, now guide others who still wander." The message stirred hope and resolve deep within her. From that night forward, Mara made it her mission to seek out places touched by sorrow and forgotten pain. Each encounter tested her spirit and revealed that the restless spirits were not to be feared, but understood. Their stories mattered. In time, Mara's life became entwined with the unseen world, a guardian between the living and the lost. She learned to listen beyond the whispers and see the shadows not as threats, but as echoes of human anguish needing release. Her nights were no longer haunted by fear, but filled with purpose. The whispers from the hollow became a call to healing instead of despair. Though the darkness never fully disappeared, Mara's light shone steady against it. One evening, as she lit a candle by the window, Mara felt a soft breeze swirl and carry a faint voice of thanks. She smiled, knowing that the souls she had touched whispered their gratitude in the quiet moments of dawn. And so the hollow's story was rewritten, a tale of sorrow transformed into hope, where even the darkest places could find peace through the courage of a single soul. Mara closed the door, holding the warmth of that promise close to her heart. The city skyline stretches beneath a veil of night, its lights flickering like distant stars. Maya stands by her apartment window, her sharp eyes fixed on a television screen broadcasting updates about a chilling missing person case. A sudden knock breaks the silence, and Maya cautiously opens the door to find a plain envelope waiting. Inside, a torn photograph shows her with someone unfamiliar, igniting a spark of unease deep within her. In her cluttered apartment, Maya studies the torn photograph intently, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against Ava's silver bracelet clasped around her wrist. The image raises more questions than answers, twisting the knot of her thoughts tighter. Far away in a shadowed alley, Leo steps out, leather jacket pulled tight as he speaks quietly on a burner phone. His tense features and guarded tone betray a man burdened with secrets too heavy to share. A flashback reveals Maya and Leo in a dim cafe, voices raised in a heated argument about trust. The room's muted light and their fierce expressions reflect a fractured relationship struggling to survive. On a rooftop gym bathed in the faint glow of the city, Ava's silver bracelet glints as she throws relentless punches. Her athletic form moves with determined purpose, each strike echoing unspoken resolve. In a stark office space, Elias peers intently at grainy security footage, his round glasses catching the pale light. His eyes narrow on a figure clad in a leather jacket, the tension in his stern face growing more palpable. The crowded marketplace hums with life as Maya leans close to Ava, whispering urgently about a clandestine alliance. Amid the noise, their words carry the weight of fragile trust built on shared secrets. On a rain-slick sidewalk, shards of shattered glass lie scattered. Maya steps carefully over the fragments, the broken pieces a silent reflection of the fractured loyalties entwining their fates. Hidden in the shadows, Leo watches Maya with narrowed, calculating eyes. His leather jacket shifts slightly in the dim light, signaling readiness for what might come next. Determined, Maya traces the torn photograph's origins to an abandoned warehouse at the city's outskirts. The building looms like a silent witness to truths yet uncovered, its darkness inviting danger. In a secluded corner, Ava retrieves a small flash drive from a concealed dead drop. Her glances around are swift and nervous, the silver bracelet flashing briefly as tension coils tightly around her. Elias confronts Leo in a quiet bar, their conversation thick with unresolved grievances. The air between them is charged, every word heavy with past betrayals and unspoken threats. Maya grips an old rotary phone, the soft ticking of a clock growing louder in the background. Her whispered words carry urgency, time slipping away as shadows deepen around her. Suddenly, an explosion erupts at the warehouse Maya had been investigating, flames licking the night sky. The blast shatters the calm, echoing like a frantic heartbeat through the city streets. Leo escapes the fiery chaos, clutching his leather jacket tightly, disappearing into the darkness with practiced agility. The night swallows him whole, leaving only questions in his wake. Maya tends to minor burns, her determination hardening as she stares into the unfolding mystery. Pain sharpens her resolve. She vows to uncover the truth no matter the cost. Back in her apartment, Ava's silver bracelet catches a stray beam of light as she opens a locked briefcase silently. Inside lies secrets that could unravel everything they thought they knew. Under the cold glow of a desk lamp, Elias studies a fragment of the torn photograph through his magnifying glass. His expression darkens as pieces of a larger, more sinister puzzle begin to fit together. Meyer and Ava move stealthily through a government building under cover of night, their senses heightened. Every shadow seems alive, every step carries the weight of potential exposure. Leo's voice is low and urgent as he speaks into a burner phone, mentioning the lost files. Each whispered word pulls him deeper into the web of hidden agendas. The camera focuses on a ticking clock striking midnight, shadows creeping slowly across its face. The relentless passage of time presses on, amplifying the growing urgency of their mission. At an office computer, Meyer uncovers an encrypted folder titled Project Shard. Her fingers hesitate over the keyboard, aware that opening it might change everything. Trapped behind sliding metal doors, Ava works desperately to unlock them, the silver bracelet gleaming faintly in the confined space. The ticking clock reverberates, mirroring the pounding in her chest. In a narrow alley, Leo battles two attackers with swift, precise moves, his leather jacket twisting as he strikes. Each moment is a dangerous dance, survival hinging on perfect timing and relentless determination. Maya's fingers flew over her keyboard, the encrypted files slowly unraveling under her sharp gaze. A hidden connection emerged. Elias was entangled in the conspiracy more deeply than anyone had suspected. The weight of this revelation pressed down as the ticking clock echoed in the background, urging her onward. In the dead of night, Elias slipped into a secure vault, his face set in determined concentration. He retrieved a locked box etched with a shattered glass emblem, the symbol of fractured trust. His movements were precise, betraying no hint of the storm about to break loose. Ava lunged towards the exit just as alarms erupted, the wailing sirens slicing through the dim corridors. Her silver bracelet caught the light as she sprinted, every heartbeat synchronized with the urgent ticking sound nearby. She vanished into the shadowed maze, a ghost fleeing imminent capture. On a rain-slicked rooftop, Meyer and Leo came face to face, tension radiating between them like static electricity. Words were scarce, their silence heavy with suspicion and reluctant acceptance. After a brief pause, their eyes locked, forging an uneasy alliance under the bleak city skies. They huddled around a flickering screen, watching security footage reveal Ava's secret meeting with a shadowy figure in broad daylight. The scene contrasted sharply with the urban darkness surrounding them, heightening the stakes. Unseen threads of betrayal began to weave tighter between them all. Maya grabbed a city map, her pen strafing across it as she marked several key locations tied to Project Shard. Each mark a clue, a puzzle piece of a sinister plot that stretched through the city's veins. The ticking clock again underscored the mounting urgency surrounding their discovery. Leo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a hidden tattoo of a broken clock etched onto his wrist. The shattered timepiece symbolized all he had lost and the precious time slipping away. It was a quiet confession beneath the constant metallic sheen of his leather jacket. In a luxurious penthouse bathed in cool shadows, Ava confronted Elias, her fingers gripping her silver bracelet tightly. Her voice cracked with a mix of anger and desperation as she demanded answers. Elias's eyes, behind round glasses, remained unflinching, calculating every word to deflect her charge. Suddenly, the city plunged into darkness as a power outage swept across the skyline. Sirens blared in the distance, a chaotic symphony that meshed with the urgent ticking in the background. The abrupt night deepened the mystery and unsettled everyone caught in its grip. Maya slipped into a crowded nightclub, her gaze sharp as she scanned the chaotic scene for a coded message hidden in plain sight. The pulsing lights cast fractured shadows reminiscent of shattered glass, mirroring the broken trust she sought to mend. Every minute counted as the clock ticked relentlessly on. Beneath the nightclub, Leo expertly picked the lock to a secret door, revealing a dimly lit passage that smelled of secrets long concealed. The narrow corridor whispered echoes of untold betrayals and silent alliances. Leo's steady breathing barely disturbed the fragile calm as he led the way onward. Ava traced a trail of torn photographs, each fragment fluttering like a ghost of the past, leading her to an underground storage facility. The place was cloaked in eerie stillness, shadows dancing across the cold walls like shattered reflections. Her silver bracelet felt heavier, charged with the weight of discovery. From a distance, Elias observed with a stern face partly obscured by shadows, his eyes sharp and relentless. Every move on the chessboard was calculated, the ticking clock matching the rhythm of his ruthless mind. He waited patiently, a predator concealed within the urban darkness. Inside the facility, Meyer and Leo discovered a sprawling wall covered in photographs connected by taut strings. Names, places, dates, all tied together in a sprawling web revealing the breadth of the conspiracy. The sight was overwhelming, but clarity gleamed through the chaos under the low, flickering light. Ava's fingers found a hidden key embedded within her silver bracelet, twisting it to reveal a secret compartment. The revelation was both shocking and empowering, a symbol of secrets kept close at hand. The ticking clock outside seemed to pause in reverence to this newfound treasure. Suddenly, guards burst through the door, and chaos exploded into a frantic chase through narrow, labyrinthine corridors. Hearts pounded in time with the ticking clock as Maya, Ava, and Leo darted through the shadows. Every step was weighed by desperation, and the shimmer of shattered trust trailing behind them. Maya fumbled for a flare, igniting it to throw a sudden burst of light into the darkness. The corridor flickered in fiery oranges and reds, temporarily blinding their pursuers. The flare's glow reflected off broken glass shards scattered across the floor, illuminating their narrow escape route. At a crucial junction, Leo barred the doorway with his body, turning back the onrushing guards. His sacrifice bought precious seconds, the steady ticking in the background echoing his fading heartbeat. Meyer and Ava hesitated only briefly before racing toward their helicopter escape. Meyer and Ava reached a rooftop where a helicopter waited, its windows fractured like broken glass reflecting the city's neon veins. The hum of the rotors mixed with the relentless ticking, underscoring the urgency of their flight. Behind them, the city lay fractured, but not yet defeated. From their aerial vantage point, Maya spotted Elias below, furiously coordinating a final move on his digital tablet. His posture radiated cold intensity, timed perfectly with the accelerating tick of the clock. The last act of the conspiracy was about to unfold under the dim urban glow. Maya's hand trembled as she called Leo's phone, the faint ringing audible through twisted debris below. Hope flickered amid despair. He might still be trapped but alive. The ticking clock seemed to slow in that fragile moment of suspense. Using the bracelet's hidden key, Ava activated a secret safe embedded in the rooftop wall, revealing critical evidence buried within. Papers and small devices spilled out, each piece a testament to the dangerous truths they'd unearthed. The ticking clock tightened the noose around their pursuers. Elias sat before multiple screens, preparing to upload classified data to an unknown recipient. The intensity of the ticking clock grew deafening, each second dragging the city closer to disaster. His fingers danced across the keyboard with ruthless purpose. Maya's fingers flew across her laptop, hacking into Elias's system remotely, a desperate attempt to intercept the dangerous transmission. The digital battle unfolded against a backdrop of relentless ticking and fractured trust. Failure was not an option. Too much depended on her success. Ava's sharp eyes decoded a complex cipher, revealing the location of a hidden bunker beneath the city. This underground refuge held secrets vital to exposing the conspiracy's core. With the ticking clock echoing faintly, the trio prepared for their final descent into darkness. Meyer and Ava moved silently through the dim corridors of the bunker, the flickering screens casting erratic shadows on their faces. Ahead, Elias stood framed by the glow of a control panel, his stern gaze unflinching as they approached. The urgency of the ticking clock echoed softly, pressing upon their nerves as they prepared for confrontation. Elias's voice was calm, but edged with desperation, as he confessed the truth behind the conspiracy. Controlling information was never about power alone. It was a means to prevent chaos, born from fear of losing control over a world spiraling into uncertainty. His motives were complicated, rooted in a hope to preserve order amidst mounting threats. Suddenly, Leo appeared, his leather jacket torn and smeared with grime but unmistakably present. With practiced efficiency, he disabled the nearby security systems, the screens flickering into darkness and giving Maya and Ava the advantage they needed. His battered but alive presence reignited their resolve in the dim bunker's oppressive air. Maya held up the torn photograph, fragments of past ties aching between them. She confronted Elias with the painful revelation, a betrayal intertwined not just with their mission, but with their shared histories. The broken image mirrored the fractured trust that had driven them to this moment. Silence hung thick as the standoff stretched on, tension crackling like static around them. Then, without warning, the bunker's ceiling groaned and collapsed, debris and dust engulfing the space in a sudden chaos. The ticking clock's rhythm intensified, marking the terrifying urgency of their escape. Shards of glass shattered around them, glinting ominously as they navigated the crumbling bunker. The relentless ticking grew louder, a visceral reminder of the fleeting time to flee the collapsing stronghold. Every step was a struggle against falling debris and the threat of entrapment. Outside, the first light of dawn painted the city skyline with hues of orange and pink. Their silhouettes stood together, framed against the awakening world, breathing deeply as the night's trials receded. The urban backdrop glimmered in the new day, offering a fragile promise of renewal. Meyer and Leo exchanged a glance, the weight of their fractured loyalties dissolving in the shared trials they had endured. Words were unnecessary as understanding passed silently between them, mending old wounds with tentative hope. Their alliance was reforged, stronger and more genuine than before. Ava's hand tightened around her silver bracelet, the cool metal grounding her amid uncertain futures. Her eyes scanned the horizon, reflective and cautious, but carrying a spark of hope. The bracelet, once just an accessory, now symbolized resilience and the unbroken spirit of their group. In the final moment, shards of broken glass caught the rising sun's light, scattering reflections across the bustling streets. The protagonists melted into the city's flow, their past struggles etched in fractures, but overshadowed by newly forged alliances. The dawn marked not just an end, but a beginning carved from shattered trust and reclaimed loyalties. Marvin stands before the mirror, his fingers gently stroking the proud, thick curls of his mustache. He adjusts his round spectacles and contemplates the day ahead, feeling ready for any challenge. Leela bursts into the apartment with a grin, holding up a brightly colored invitation to a mustache competition. "Uncle Marvin, you have to enter," she exclaims, her pink hair bouncing with excitement. Marvin smiles confidently, tightening his yellow and green striped tie, a sure sign of his determined mood. "I'll win it again this year," he declares with pride. He carefully arranges his grooming tools on the cluttered desk, while Mr. Whiskers slinks silently behind, eyeing the gleaming mustache comb with suspicious intent. With one final glance at the mirror, Marvin waves goodbye to Leela, who promises to guard the apartment and keep everything just right. Marvin steps onto the bustling city street, his stride confident and purposeful as he heads toward the competition venue, buzzing with excitement. Midway through his walk, Marvin suddenly freezes, feeling an uncanny lightness on his face where his mustache should be. Confused, he stops in his tracks. He peers into a shop window reflection and gasps. His cherished, curly mustache has completely vanished without a trace. In a surge of panic, Marvin sprints back home, overturning piles of vintage knickknacks and hunting all corners for any clue to his missing mustache. Leela arrives with a determined gleam in her eye, just as Marvin inspects his grooming kit through his magnifying glass, vowing to uncover the mystery at all costs. Mr. Whiskers flicks his tail leisurely, knocking Marvin's mustache comb off the table with a deliberate swish, watching their reactions carefully. Leela crouches near the windowsill and points to tiny strands of hair left behind, suggesting that the aloof tabby may be involved in the disappearance. Determined, Marvin sets up a variety of comical traps around the apartment, from sticky mustache-shaped nets to jars of swirling potions, hoping to catch the elusive thief. Despite the efforts, Mr. Whiskers nimbly evades every trap, slipping through false walls and darting beneath furniture, while Marvin and Leela grow increasingly frustrated and weary. The hours tick down toward the competition, tension mounting as Marvin feels the pressure of reclaiming his identity and pride before it's too late. Seeking alternative help, Marvin and Leela visit an eccentric local barber who offers a strange, temporary fake mustache potion with wild promises. Marvin tries the potion nervously, but it causes his mustache to wiggle uncontrollably like a living creature, drawing amused stares and creating a public spectacle they hadn't anticipated. Embarrassed and frustrated, Marvin ditches the potion and decides to pursue leads outside, scanning the streets for anything resembling his lost mustache. Along a crowded street, Marvin spots a stranger sporting a suspiciously familiar curly mustache that seems oddly out of place, stirring Marvin's suspicion. Confronting the man, Marvin receives evasive answers, but the man inadvertently reveals a hidden stash of mustache wax, intensifying the mystery. Leela connects the dots, proposing that this man could be part of a mustache smuggling ring, explaining the strange disappearance. Following a trail of wax droplets that glisten along the pavement, they arrive at a shadowy underground hideout filled with peculiar mustache-related artifacts. Hidden inside, they overhear hushed voices discussing an exclusive mustache auction scheduled for that very evening, offering a crucial lead. Realizing their slim chance to recover the mustache, Marvin and Leela swiftly plan to infiltrate the auction, crafting disguises to pass as eccentric collectors. Donning flamboyant costumes adorned with exaggerated fake mustaches, they step into the shadowy auction room, blending into a crowd of curious enthusiasts. At the auction, Marvin's eyes fixate on a small, intriguing box labeled "The Finest Curly Mustache." His heart races, seeing a chance to reclaim what he lost. The box seems almost enchanted, promising a secret to his missing mustache. Marvin nervously raises his bid among a crowd of dubious bidders cloaked in shadows and whispers. Each increase tightens the knot of tension in his stomach. Suddenly, a mysterious figure outbids him at the last moment, their identity hidden by a wide-brimmed hat and darkness. Refusing to give up, Marvin signals Leela with a glance. In response, she theatrically sways and collapses dramatically at the auction floor, drawing all eyes towards her. Instant uproar erupts as bidders rush to Leela's side, concerned for her sudden faint. The distraction creates a perfect moment for Marvin to stealthily slip the coveted box into his coat pocket. Back in a quiet corner, Marvin eagerly opens the box, only to find a cryptic note inside. It reads, "Look close in your own reflection," leaving Marvin puzzled and intrigued. Perplexed, Marvin pulls out his trusty pocket mirror and lifts it toward his face. Behind him, Mr. Whiskers sits calmly, licking his fur in a peculiar, deliberate manner that catches Marvin's eye. Suddenly, Marvin notices a tuft of his curly mustache clinging stubbornly to Mr. Whiskers' striped collar. The revelation dawns like a bolt of lightning. The cat is involved. The trio quickly pieces it together. Mr. Whiskers must have playfully swiped the mustache earlier, unknowingly causing the great disappearance. Marvin can't help but chuckle at the feline's mischievous role. Back in his cluttered vintage apartment, Marvin tenderly massages conditioner into his chin. He's hopeful, if a bit skeptical, wishing for even the slightest sign of regrowth before the next competition. Leela, ever inventive, whips up a quirky mustache growth potion using random kitchen ingredients. She presents it to Marvin with a mischievous grin, dubbing it their last, humorous hope. Marvin applies the homemade concoction cautiously, his fingers crossed beneath his perfectly striped yellow and green tie. Despite his skepticism, there's a glimmer of hope in his eyes. To their amazement, tiny hairs begin sprouting unevenly across Marvin's upper lip. The patchy new look is amusing if nothing else, but it breathes new life into his confidence. Emboldened by his unique growth, Marvin straightens his tie and adjusts his spectacles. He sets off determined to embrace this quirky new mustache at the competition venue. Upon arrival, the crowd bursts into laughter and cheers at Marvin's half-grown, unconventional mustache. The warm welcome deflates his nerves and fills him with unexpected pride. During the contest, Marvin captivates the audience with a witty speech about humor and acceptance. His charm and honesty resonate deeply, transforming the event's atmosphere. The judges, thoroughly entertained and impressed, award Marvin a special, most original mustache prize. It's a surprising twist that celebrates creativity over perfection. Beside him, Leela beams with pride while Mr. Whiskers purrs contentedly. Marvin's grin stretches wider than ever, his spirit lifted by their shared victory. The enigmatic auction figure reappears, stepping out of the shadows with a kind smile. They reveal themselves as a retired mustache champion, commending Marvin's admirable spirit. They hand Marvin an old photo album filled with bold, eccentric mustache styles from decades past. The images spark a newfound inspiration to explore diverse, playful looks in the days ahead. Marvin expresses heartfelt thanks to Leela and Mr. Whiskers. He realizes that sometimes unexpected mishaps blossom into remarkable adventures filled with laughter and growth. Back home, the trio settles into familiar comfort as Marvin carefully tends to his regrowing mustache. The cluttered apartment feels warmer, echoing their shared bond and triumph. Inspired, Leela begins a scrapbook titled Marvin's Mustache Mysteries, capturing every quirky moment of their journey. It's a testament to their camaraderie and Marvin's unmatched mustache saga. Mr. Whiskers curls up cozily on Marvin's lap, sporting a tiny, comically fake mustache crafted by Leela. The sight elicits chuckles and a sense of playfulness that fills the room. Marvin practices various mustache styles in the mirror, each more whimsical than the last. His striped yellow and green tie remains impeccably in place, matching his light-hearted mood. The apartment soon buzzes with laughter and cheer as they prepare a small celebration party. Quirky mustache-themed decorations dangle from the ceiling, marking an unforgettable chapter in Marvin's life. Suddenly, a letter slid gracefully under Marvin's cluttered apartment door, its envelope sealed with an elaborate mustache emblem that immediately caught his meticulous eye. He picked it up, intrigued by this unexpected delivery amidst his familiar vintage surroundings. Inside the envelope, Marvin discovered an elegant invitation to the International Mustache Festival, beckoning him to showcase his signature bushy, curly mustache among the world's finest. This was the next grand challenge he had been unknowingly awaiting. Leela bounced with excitement, her bright pink hair shaking as she suggested they travel together to the festival, igniting dreams of mustache adventures spanning the globe. Marvin's heart warmed at the idea of sharing this whimsical journey with his lively niece. With focused energy, Marvin packed his cherished grooming kit, carefully placing his magnifying glass, assorted potion bottles, and the ever-important mustache comb inside. Ready for mystery and maintenance alike, he prepared to face whatever surprises the festival might hold. Mr. Whiskers, ever the aloof companion, lazily inspected a new batch of mustache wax on the windowsill, his patch-over-one-eye gaze hinting that he too would join in on their next escapade. The tabby's subtle chaos was always part of their story. Marvin took a reflective moment before the mirror to admire his fully regrown mustache, now showing a distinguished hint of silver at the tips of its curls. This sign of time added character to his ever-prized facial feature, a symbol of his enduring spirit. A gentle smile spread across Marvin's face as he thought back. Losing his mustache had taught him to find joy beyond appearances and embrace life's unexpected turns with grace. The tie around his neck, striped yellow and green, seemed to brighten in approval. The trio stepped out from the cozy, cluttered apartment onto the bustling city street, ready to embark on their upcoming journey together. The air was filled with promise, and their spirits danced in unison with the crowd's lively rhythm. Behind them, a stray curl of hair floated lazily in the gentle breeze, a playful reminder that every grand adventure begins with a single, seemingly insignificant strand. It twirled like the start of a new story, yet to be told. The scene faded out with Marvin adjusting his striped tie confidently, Leela grinning mischievously, and Mr. Whiskers trailing silently behind. United and spirited, they were all set for whatever curious mysteries awaited them next. The lights flickered as Dr. Leela Reed activated the quantum communicator, her fingers trembling slightly. "If this works," she whispered, "we can talk across dimensions." In the lab's eerie glow, a humming portal shimmered to life, rippling like disturbed water. She adjusted the frequency, scanning for a response beyond the veil of reality. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the static. It was faint, distorted, yet unmistakably human. "Hello, can you hear me?" came the fragile sound from an unknown world. Leela's heart pounded. It was the proof she'd sought her entire career, but the signals grew unstable, the communicator straining under an otherworldly energy. She realized the contact wasn't just a message, it was a lifeline. Another transmission arrived, clearer this time. "We need your help. Our dimension is collapsing." Determined, Leela dove into the schematics, designing a bridge to stabilize the breach between worlds. Her tools hummed and sparks flew as she synchronized dimensional frequencies. Suddenly, the lab trembled, the air thick with charged particles. Through the portal stepped a figure, tall, shimmering, a mirror of humanity but not quite the same. "Thank you for answering," the visitor said, voice melodic yet urgent. Together, they worked feverishly, merging science and hope to repair the rift. With a final adjustment, the portal steadied, radiating calm instead of chaos. Leela exhaled, exhaustion mingling with triumph as stability returned. The visitor smiled. "Our worlds are saved, but this connection, it marks a new beginning." As the portal faded, Leela looked up, whispering, "We're not alone anymore." In a village wrapped in endless twilight, Alara found an old lantern buried beneath the roots of the ancient willow of whispers. The lantern pulsed with a quiet glow, soft as a sigh, drawing Alara deeper into the forest than she had ever dared to go before. "What secrets do you hold?" she whispered, lifting the lantern high as shadows danced eagerly around her feet. The light throbbed, revealing a narrow path that shimmered like spun silver threading through the trees. Guided by the lantern's glow, Alara ventured further, where reality seemed to ripple and the air thrummed with forgotten songs. Ahead, a pool of still water reflected a sky she didn't recognize, stars swirling in patterns alive with ancient magic. "This is the place," she breathed, stepping closer to the edge of the mirrored surface. The lantern's light flared, and from the pool rose a figure woven from shadow and starlight, eyes gentle but deep with ages. "Why do you seek me?" the figure asked in a voice both many and one, echoing softly in the quiet woods. "I carry the hope of my village, lost in twilight forever," Alara replied, clutching the lantern as if it were a tether to a dream. The figure extended a hand, and the lantern floated upward, spilling its light into the sky, unraveling the twilight veil. Slowly, dawn crept into the village, chasing away the endless dusk and waking colors forgotten in memory. "Your courage rekindled the day," the shadow said, fading like mist under the rising sun. Alara returned home, the lantern now dark but warm in her hands, a promise sealed between shadow and light. Villagers emerged cautiously, blinking at the bright world reborn, whispers of wonder spreading like wildfire. From that day, the Willow of Whispers stood tall, its roots no longer hiding secrets but sharing stories with the wind. "The night will come again," Alara told the children, "but there is always light to find, even in shadows." And so, under a sky painted with soft dawn hues, hope fluttered its wings, alive and unyielding. The lantern remained on her windowsill, a silent guardian waiting for the next time the shadows might stir. Light and shadow